our game day started. Here's your host, Dave Nathan.
We are live at the Carolina Club for the next 60 minutes. Countdown to kickoff. Carolina and Virginia in the South's oldest rivalry. The kickoff set for 7:30 inside Kenan Stadium. It's the Reed's Jewelers pregame show in 1 hour's time. But right now, countdown to kickoff presented by our friends at Bojangles, who remind you it's always bow time on your way to Kenan Stadium. Stop by your nearest Bojangles. That's home of the original tailgate special. Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. We'll hear from both head coaches participating in tonight's game, Mack Brown and Bronco Mendenhall. We'll chat with Virginia play-by-play man Dave Kane, also run through the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. But where we start off first and foremost is with the great Deems May, my tag team partner who has just made it into the Carolina Club. And Deems, as you walk around campus today, football really feels like it's back. The weather hopefully agrees because it's humid out to say the least. But these guys are conditioned and ready to go.
Yeah, it's definitely warm. That may play a part in a close game. You just hope that some of the depth we created, especially on the defensive side of the ball over the last couple of recruiting classes, helps us. But, again, I can't really remember the last time the third game of the year meant so much to a season. With two coastal divisions in the first three games, two coastal opponents in the first three games, I don't remember we've ever had that before. So, this is make or break, Dave. I mean, we can say what we want, but if we want to play in Charlotte in December, this is a must-win.
With the early loss to Virginia Tech, Carolina's put itself behind the 8 ball in the ACC Coastal Division race. Last week, the Tar Heels took care of business in beating Georgia State 59-17, but there are no two ways about it. This is as impactful a game as early as it is in the season for Carolina, given all the hopes and dreams and expectations from those on the outside for the weeks and months before the season even got started, Deems. Here we are in the middle of September, and not to say a loss ends the season, but it certainly puts Carolina effectively out of the Coastal Division race for a while.
By no means it ruins the season, but you can forget about playing in December. I mean, you get 2 games down and without going, and I don't think Virginia Tech and Virginia are going to lose 3. I just don't. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but if you're going to get up and you want to get to where we want to be, and that is beating Clemson in the ACC championship game, you've got to be able to beat Virginia Tech and Virginia to do that. And if you lose to both of them, you don't deserve to be down there, even if you backed in somehow. So, I mean, it's the same thing. They've got our number last 4 times in a row. They're chirping already. I read some stuff where their defensive end was saying, look like Tarzan, play like Jane. They hit you early, and then they can't sustain it. So if we don't come out ready to play, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. We put ourselves behind the 8 ball in Blacksburg. Got a chance to make up for it tonight, right in the middle of it, if we come away with a win. So we better be ready to play because they will be ready, and they've done all the talking. So let's see how we respond.
Let me ask you about that because you played for Coach Brown, albeit in a very different time in his career. But when there was some chirping going on in the press, when there were shots being fired through the media, how did he and his coaching staff play that with you guys?
I tell you right now where he is in his coaching career and the Hall of Famer and everything else, I guarantee you that one jumped at him. Now, some of this stuff, it's Carolina this, Carolina that. When you have their starting defensive end come out and pretty much say you're soft and you can't sustain hitting for 4 quarters, I guarantee you it was everywhere. And if I was a coach, I would be in their ear every time. And, again, if we come out flat tonight, there is no excuses. And I will be extremely disappointed and will not hold back if we do because if you get beat, you get beat. But you cannot come out flat. They have put bulletin board material out there. They beat you 4 times in a row. You've tripped up already the first game of the year, and there's no excuse not to come out ready to play. So I'm really looking forward to seeing us come out in the first quarter.
Now, as a player, what's the chatter like when you see some of that literature posted in your locker room or around the complex, whether the quote is real or not? And, yeah, I'm suggesting that there's some coaches out there that might just make up some stuff to get you guys fired up. But what do the players take about that?
None of that stuff happens in the professional leagues. Nobody talks like that. And if they do, nobody really says anything. But this guy came out and pretty much called people soft. It wasn't like, we're going to win. He didn't say that. We're going to come in here and win for the 5th time in a row. Yeah, I mean, that's not really – that doesn't get people fired up. They look really good coming off the bus. They're really highly overrated in the press. They're top 25. They come out sometimes strong, but they never can sustain it. All that say is you're soft and you're super soft, and we're going to beat you up all game long, especially in the fourth quarter. And if you're not ready for that, then They're not ready to play.
That's Deems May with us here on Countdown to Kickoff live from the Carolina Club. We'll hear from Coach Brown a little later on some of these early ACC matchups as well as the Virginia offense and defense. But right now, let's go back to earlier this week at his weekly press conference. And coming out of the 59-17 win against Georgia State, a lot of pats on the back, a lot of big numbers. But Coach Brown also said that there's still some concerns. Take a listen.
I still don't like the fact that we're not doing well on first downs. I checked it. We've thrown 32 times on first down, and we've run 32 times on first down. So we've been very, very balanced with our first down calls. But we're going back and looking at every call in the ball game. We're looking at every play in our 2 ball games. And if there is penetration, if there is a run that's less than 4 yards, why? Because a successful run is 4 yards. And we're going back and studying exactly why. We're looking at first down runs against our defense again, so you can try to get to a second long, a third and long. And then you're looking at I didn't mention the kicking game. I should have. We blocked a punt for the first time in 3 years. I thought that was against the rules, the NCAA rules, and we checked it, and they said it was okay. So we actually blocked one, but we're not returning them. We still haven't had a punt return. And Josh Downs is a weapon. So we've got to do a better job. And it's basically because we're not holding up their gunners well. So that's a concern.
That's Coach Brown on some of his concerns. Deems, you were pretty outspoken last week about some of Carolina's issues on the offensive line. Listening to Coach Brown this week, he said, listen, sometimes it's not always the offensive line. Somebody might have zigged when they should have zagged. There are steps and other things that we'd be too deep in the weeds to discuss. But there's no question about it. This will be a line of scrimmage type game for both of these teams.
Absolutely. And Coach Brown's going to protect his players as he should, and we should protect them as well. But bottom line is you talk about you going back and you're that balanced on first down, we all know where the problem is. Everybody knows where the problem is. We're not getting enough on first down in the run game. We're not getting enough where we can get up there and have another option on second. We need a second medium, second long, and all of a sudden you're behind the chains, throws your whole timing off. And we have just been beaten in 2 games on first down for last week, 2.5 quarters and 4 quarters up in, or 3 maybe, 3 up to be fair, up in Blacksburg. But it starts. You've got to get some yards, especially when you've got a veteran offensive line like this. This is again. If they're not ready to go tonight after being called soft, then we'll probably have to look and see if there's some people that would be ready to go.
That's Deems May. I'm Dave Nathan. Again, this is Countdown to Kickoff live from the Carolina Club. We are getting you ready for the South's oldest rivalry. 126th meeting between Carolina and Virginia. The Tar Heels lead the all-time series with 64 wins against 57 losses. There have been 4 ties, but as Deems said, lately this has been Virginia's series, winning the last 4. So we'll see if the Tar Heels can snap that streak and get a second win on the season and send Virginia to its first loss of 2021. We've got more from Coach Brown and plenty more when we come back after a quick timeout. It's Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Jani King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Jani King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to JaniKingRDU.com. Jani King, the king of clean.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
WCAB.
The Carolina Club is your social and business club in Chapel Hill and your connection to fellow Tar Heels and friends of Carolina. The club offers exceptional dining and a full calendar of social, business, family, and community events. It has an unbeatable location when it comes to UNC sporting events right in the heart of campus. You don't even have to be a UNC alum because everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. Visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Whether you're in the stands waiting for the Tar Heels to kick things off or faithfully tuning in as you hit the road, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance because you never know where life is going to take you. Dave, Nathan, and Deems May taking you up to the 6:30 hour here on a Saturday in Chapel Hill. That's when we'll toss things off to Jones, Bryan, and Lee over in Keenan Stadium for the Reed's Jewelers pregame show at 7:30. It's the kickoff between Carolina and Virginia. The Cavaliers come to Chapel Hill 2-0 with wins over William & Mary and Illinois. The Tar Heels 1-1 and 0-1 in ACC play. Deems, on that thought, I want to play something else from Coach Brown and get your reaction. Again, no secret when the schedule comes out who you have to play, but the Tar Heels having to take on two Coastal Division teams in the first three games and really 4 out of the first 5 when you factor in Georgia Tech and Duke. So take a listen to what Coach Brown has to say on these early ACC matchups.
I mean, these are smart kids on these two teams. You don't have to, you have to tell them to take a deep breath and get ready to play. It'll be a great game. But I don't like opening up on the road with a conference game. I wouldn't have done that. That was obviously our league and TV, and especially at a tough place to play. I'd rather Virginia's such a rival game. I'd rather it be pushed back in the schedule because I think it builds up to that more than early. But nobody asked me, so I don't have any input whatsoever. I do feel like that after the opening ball game, we had to quit worry about rankings, and we had to quit worry about conference, and we had to play better and get back on track. So right now we've got enough issues. We're worried about us. We've got to figure out why we're inconsistent in the running game. We got to figure out why we still have sacks, and we're still missing tackles and not getting sacks. So we've got a lot of things we've got to fix that we can't worry about. Virginia's playing much better than we are.
That's Coach Brown on some of these early ACC matchups, and then kind of dovetailed back into his concerns. He mentioned the sack number. The Tar Heels have been sacked 8 times and defensively only have 2. Again, getting back to the line of scrimmage, that's a big-time emphasis for this game.
Yeah, I mean, we've been hard enough on the O-line. There's no need to beat that horse anymore, but 2 sacks, I mean, and when you had Georgia State, that kid had a clean pocket pretty much the whole game. He just didn't throw it very well and missed a lot of open guys. This kid tonight will not miss. Got a big, strong tight end that can get down the middle. We have got to be creative up front. I was just thinking that maybe we would, with our front four and with the talent we've added, we've got to be able to do it without Jay Bateman having to get too cute and with different slants and schemes and blitzes. And I really thought at the beginning of the year that was going to be our strength, was be able to create without having to bring more than 4, and we haven't done that the first 2 games. So it all starts up front, Dave, and both sides of the ball have been disappointing the first 2 games, but, hey, still got a chance here in a couple hours.
Carolina fans, this football season, come try made-to-order burgers, barbecue, and more from Backyard Bistro. Find them in Kenan Stadium in the Smokehouse right next to Gate 6. It's hellaciously good. We'll hear from Coach Brown after the break on Virginia's offense and defense, but Deems, I want to throw a couple of numbers at you from what Virginia's done through 2 games. 0 red zone scores allowed in 2021, the only team in the country to put up the donut. That's a heck of a stat if you're a Cavalier.
It really is, especially after, Illinois beat Nebraska, I think, right, early on and looked like they had a competent team. And so that coach has done a good job up there. There's no doubt about it. He plays with a lot of transfers in there, and sometimes transfers can really disrupt chemistry, and they've done a great job of bringing guys in there and having them fit and having them buy into the system, and they're disciplined and well coached, and it's been shown for the success they've had the last few years.
And then for Jay Bateman, he's had his hands full with these mobile dual threat type quarterbacks, and there'll be another one in Brennan Armstrong, who's 3rd in the country right now in total offense. He has given Carolina a lot of problems in the past, and Coach Bateman is as solid as they come when it comes to devising a game plan. What would you say are some of the marks that you have to check in those boxes when it comes to Virginia's quarterback?
Probably, it's the same thing. Get a little push up front. Nobody really likes to have anybody at their knees. Everybody talks about having contain when a guy can run, but if you can get that center guard back into his feet a little bit and get him moving a little bit around and not going the direction he wants to go to, that's a problem for any quarterback. This guy's been around a long time, 5th-year guy. He's going to find some guys that are going to make some plays. The thing we can't do is get into a panic, and then if they do have a couple good plays, then not get into a big panic offensively and try to just stay with this run game until we get it going, because if we just start throwing it all the way around and making Sam try to do it again, we're going to have another relive of Blacksburg.
And Sam Howell loves seeing the Cavaliers statistically show up on the schedule. Deems he's 38 for 57 in 2 seasons against Virginia, almost 800 yards passing and 8 touchdowns.
Yeah, hopefully that's something that they'd see in the scheme, or something that, I don't know how much personnel that is. Maybe that's just a good feeling. Sometimes people play better against others than they do, but it surely can't be anything but a good confidence builder, that's for sure. Those are some strong numbers.
Yeah, Carolina fell last year to Virginia 44-41 and tries to win for the first time since 2016 when the Tar Heels prevailed 35-14. As the kickoff approaches, 7:30 is when things get started inside Kenan Stadium. We've still got about 45 minutes to spend with you here from the Carolina Club on Countdown to Kickoff. We'll check back in with Coach Brown. More from Deems and plenty more to get to as Countdown to Kickoff rolls forward on a Saturday from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
You can feel it in the air. It's starting to feel like fall at Dunkin'. And new fall feelings call for new fall flavors, like our new apple cranberry Dunkin' Refreshers that are delicious and refreshing to the core. Honeycrisp apple and cranberry flavors made with green tea or coconut milk. And if you want even more fall flavor, pair them with a classic sweet and crisp apple cider donut. Fall into flavorful with the new apple cranberry Dunkin' Refreshers or a sweet fall treat like our apple cider donut. America runs on Dunkin'. Apple cranberry flavor drink, 0% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
As we head into the third week of the college football season, it's still time to tailgate, and that means it's bow time. Whether you're on your way to Kenan Stadium or just making your way around town tonight, make sure you stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Deems, the nature of the beast of college football, really football at any level, is that teams suffer injuries. Some are longer lasting than others, and for the first time this year, the Tar Heels had a significant player get dinged up in DeAndre Hollins, lost for the season in the secondary. What does that do to Carolina's dynamic in that back level?
Yeah, you hate to see it. The one thing I think I remember that stood out to me the most was on the play, how many people came out. Coach Brown ran across the field. You know, Jay Bateman ran across the field. All the seniors came out. They must be extremely well-liked young man, and hopefully he'll bounce back from that. But, you know, injuries are everywhere right now. And sometimes you kind of look at, well, is it turf? Is it spring ball being out? Is it COVID? Is it, you know, are you training? But the fact of the matter is these kids are all so fast and so strong, and they hit so hard now that you're going to have them. And no matter what, you try to analyze them. Some have them more, some that don't. But it's just the nature of the game. And his was kind of weird. The receiver, they called him for pass interference. The receiver kind of pushed off on him, and then you saw it kind of like Ronald Acuna did on a fly ball. You know, the knee just hits kind of weird, you know. And once they get up and walk off, then you kind of always worry, because if they lay down a long time, you have that immediate pain, and then it kind of goes away, and that usually means a pretty quick, a pretty fresh break on the or tear on the ACL, and that's what it sounds like.
Now, a guy that you're really high on in Carolina's secondary is Jaquarius Conley. What has stood out about his play through the first two games?
Physicalness. He's physical at the point of attack, the way he sets the edge, the way he takes on blockers, the way he flies around. I know he broke his hand or something last week, maybe a wrist, came back in the second half in a game he didn't really need to be back in, and was out there trying to knock people out. If everybody played with that kind of intensity, we would be fine. I'm telling you, you want to watch a player, watch Zero out there. He is something else to watch.
Carolina's defense may have its hands full with Virginia's offense. Quarterback by Brennan Armstrong. Here's what Coach Brown had to say earlier this week on UVA when they've got the football.
It's basically the same team that we've played for the last 2 years, with only the quarterback change from last year. Brennan Armstrong played against us last year and did a great job, and he's just a winner. He's tough. He's smart. He can throw the ball well in the pocket, but he can scramble and make plays down the field as well. They've got all 5 starters back from an offensive line that has 121 starts, and they rushed for 210 yards against us last year and held us to 210. So they were more physical than we were, and we had to battle just to hang in the game. And the game for the last 2 years has been good. It's come down to the last drive, and that's the type of rivalry that this is. Just looking at it, it's the South oldest rivalry. We've played Virginia 15 more times than anybody else in the ACC, and both went into the ACC in 1953. I'm not sure why they're not rated higher. They've outscored William and Mary in Illinois 85-14, and they've looked really, really good doing it. And it's the same team back from last year. So, again, I think they should be rated higher than they are. Brennan Armstrong's completing 71% of his passes. He's got 7 touchdowns, and passing and 2 rushing and 744 yards passing. And they've done a great job with the transfer portal. You start looking at the big tight end, Jelani Woods, 6'7", 270, and they hit him down the middle. And Thompson has been a tremendous player for them, coming from Mississippi State. They play him all over the place. He's played quarterback. He can play wide receiver. He's really a good player.
That's Carolina head football coach Mack Brown on Virginia's offense. The Cavs have hit for better than 40 in the first 2 games against William & Mary and Illinois and have allowed just 14 total points through 2 games. So we'll see if the Tar Heels can find a way to hold Virginia to fewer than 40. And, again, looking at what Carolina's defense has done to the third week of the season, teams, not bad, 17 points per game allowed. And in this era, goodness, anything under 20 seems to be like you're playing with 13 or 14 guys on defense.
Yeah, I tell you, the thing that really, when you're holding them to 17, you think there'd be more sacks in there. So we got to find some way to get some penetration. We got to stay on our receivers when this kid gets out and starts moving a little bit. And everybody has problems with that. It's not centralized to North Carolina defense. People struggle when you got good mobile quarterbacks out there and guys that keep their eyes down the field. And they put their head down, it's pretty easy. You come off your guy and you go get him. But if they're looking downfield the whole time, you got to really what they call plaster and keep an eye on them and just continue to follow them and get some of these speedy guys. I tell you, I'm not down on any of our starting linebackers, but I think we may see some of these. If we have trouble running that quarterback down, we may see some of these younger guys like Power Eccles and Ra Dilworth.
Yeah, what about Cedric Gray? He's another young guy that seems to have shown up a bunch.
Tommy's really high on him. Kid from Charlotte, Ardrey Kell High School, said he's really, really smart player, really physical as well. We've got some good guys in there, and if we have trouble, like I said, tracking them down, I think you'll see some guys that have some good nose. The future is very bright right now on that defensive side, extremely bright, and we're bringing in some guys on the offense as well. But, the future's now for these seniors and Sam Howell, who's going to be leaving next year. This is the time that if you really want to get there, like we've talked about, you've got to be able to beat Virginia if you want to go play Clemson in December.
All right, one last clip here from Coach Brown before we hit the top of the hour. And as he just talked about the Cavaliers' offense, here's the quick scouting report on Virginia's defense.
Defensively, again, they held us to 93 yards last year. They had 5 sacks against us. We haven't done well against them in the red zone. We were 0 for 3 2 years ago and only 3 for 5 with touchdowns last year. And again, they've got Nick Mason, Taylor Blunt. They're big. They can run. They are a multiple defense because Bronco's got an experienced staff and they do a tremendous job coaching. They get you in 3rd down and long, which we've been in a whole lot. And they're very multiple. And they give you a lot of problems. And they've got 7 starters returning on defense and 8 returning on offense. So it's an experienced team. We'll have our hands full.
That's Coach Brown on Virginia's defense. Deems, again, you started out at the top of the broadcast, and I thought you just nailed it in terms of how big a game this is for Carolina. And coming out of it, the Tar Heels will either be 2-1 and feeling like they've beaten a really good Virginia team heading into the teeth of the ACC schedule. And on the other side of that, Heels might be 1-2, and there might be a lot of palms facing skyward and shoulders shrugged, wondering what the heck just happened.
Yeah, I mean that's just the nature of the game, and you got to address either one of them. However it happens, the season definitely will not be over. But everything that everybody expected, including from the top down, it will be in terms of what the goals were when we started. So. Everything you talked about in pregame, everything Coach Brown talked about, you kind of wonder why in the world are we favorites in this game?
Yeah.
8.5-point favorites or 7.5, whatever it is. Everybody on game day's gone. All the luster's off, like he said. All the shine's gone off of our team. The ESPN game day buses have rolled out. Everybody expects us to lose. All the stats favor Virginia, so who knows, man? Let's go out there and play and find out what we got.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no expert on these sorts of things, but if home field advantage is worth a touchdown, it would seem to me that this game's a coin flip at the end of the day.
Yeah, who knows, and I don't know if it's quite a touchdown, but the fact of the matter is that we're going to have a great crowd. Our student section was incredible last week. I don't anticipate anything less this week, and we need to take advantage of that. When they have the ball, we need to be loud, and when we have the ball, we need to be quiet, and we need to get behind our team and go with where they go and see if we can beat a team that's really had our number the last few years.
You sound like you're listening to that Peyton and Eli broadcast on Monday night the other day about how fans should be when the offense or defense has the ball.
It blows me away when it gets down to 4th and 1 and the home team starts cheering when the home team's on offense. Like, no, don't do that. Please, we need to hear the snap count. So that's just about just educating your fan base, and we'll try to do that as calmly as possible.
It's always an education when Deems joins us here at the Carolina Club. We'll part ways for now, but reconvene at top of the hill following tonight's football game. And as we approach the top of the hour and just now cross over it, we'll pause 10 seconds for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
All right, Dave Kane, the Virginia radio play-by-play man, slated to join us when we come back after this. Countdown to kickoff continues from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
If you've got a passion for pumpkin, you've got to get to Dunkin' and pick these up. Our new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam. And our delicious pumpkin spice signature latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. And our perfectly pumpkin donuts, munchkins treats, pumpkin muffins, and more. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Pick your pumpkin at Dunkin', like our new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew, pumpkin spice signature latte, and our perfectly pumpkin treats. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
WCAB Rutherfordton.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Carolina Club and countdown to kickoff as we get you ready for Carolina and Virginia on this Saturday night in the South's oldest rivalry, presented by our friends at Bojangles. We remind you that it's bow time. On your way to Kenan Stadium, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Let's get in touch with Virginia radio play-by-play man Dave Kane, who's set to join us right now, a staple always of any Carolina UVA football matchup. Dave, we always come into each year with maybe some preconceived notions about what a team's supposed to be, and maybe we come into some years where we're wondering what a team's going to look like. Small sample size for Virginia, just a couple of games that are over and done with. But what do you think you're getting to know about this team that could play out here tonight?
Well, I think we've learned through the first 2 weeks that Virginia has far more weapons on offense than they've had probably at any point since I've been here. So, we'll see if that continues to play out to the point you were just talking about. It is a small sample size, and Virginia's going to go up a weight class here for this game tonight with UNC. But, against an Illinois team that's not exactly, your typical non-conference FCS foe. I mean, you're talking about a big boy conference and coming off of a win against Nebraska earlier this season. So it wasn't a cream puff, but I don't think it was the level of competition the Hoos are going to be going against in this one. However, the fact that Virginia was able to handle them the way they did, 42-14 on the scoreboard, but I'll be honest, it probably was more lopsided than that score would even indicate. Virginia moved the ball at will against those guys. And defensively, minus 2 drives was pretty tough to move the ball against. So I think that's going to be the biggest area of shift. I think Carolina's offense will be much better. And actually, candidly, Carolina's defense should be much better than what Virginia saw against Illinois. So another good measuring stick here for this one tonight. But a big game, obviously, for both programs, and that's what makes this one so fun. I'm excited for it.
Dave, you talk about the Virginia offense. You would have thought that Sam Howell would have been the headliner name-wise coming into tonight's game. But Brennan Armstrong, last I checked, is third in the NCAA right now in total offense. He's coming off a 5-touchdown game last week in the win over Illinois. He gave fits to Carolina last year in the game. What does he look like this year? How has he upped his game from 2020 to 2021?
Yeah, I'll tell you this. At the end of 2020, Brennan Armstrong was on a roll, with the exception to the game against Virginia Tech, and that was the anomaly. And I will tell you, I still am shocked that he didn't play better in that game than he did, because he's the kind of guy you talk to him going in. He said all the right things, and he'd been playing well, but the reality is the last 7 games, he's gone 6-1 as the starter, and he's averaging right around 300 yards passing with 52 yards rushing per game, and I think somewhere around the neighborhood of 24 touchdowns responsible for and just 4 picks. So his numbers have been there the last 7 games, really, going back to last season. And he had an injury in the middle of last year that really curtailed him, that kept him out of a couple games, really threw off the rhythm of things. And so he's playing great football. Now, I think one of the things you're seeing with him, and this will be the thing to watch, is the decision-making. He's one of these guys that really believes in himself. And for the most part, that's an asset. I'd rather have it than not. But it can also at times come back to bite you. We saw it with Brett Favre. He's got a little bit of that gunslinger in him where he believes he can put a ball anywhere. Sometimes doesn't always make the best decision, although he's done a much better job of it this year. We'll see what he does in a setting like this on the road, going against Sam Howell. And if you think these two quarterbacks don't know about the other guy on the other sideline, you're kidding yourself. So how does that impact things as they try to one-up each other? Can they play within themselves? All those types of things you think about in a game like this. But yeah, it's going to be fun to watch that too, isn't it?
Well, there's no question about that as Dave Kane joins us here on Countdown to Kickoff. He is the Virginia radio play-by-play man. He's been through a few of these before in the South's oldest rivalry. And you mentioned, obviously, that this game, Dave, for Virginia is on the road, and that's been an unwelcome environment in the Bronco Mendenhall era where Virginia's just 8-22 away from Charlottesville. Oddly enough, the last road win, if my math is right here, came in Chapel Hill a couple of Novembers ago back in 2019. So Virginia knows what it takes to win in Chapel Hill. But when you take a look at the schedule, 3 of the first 4 in the ACC for Virginia are away from Charlottesville. Are the folks back in Whoville kind of holding their breath right now?
Oh, for sure. And I think even Virginia's coaching staff is. I mean, coming into the season, this was one of their top priorities that they knew they had to turn around. I mean, you mentioned that statistic. They're 8-22 overall away from Charlottesville. I think it's 6-20 in true road games. And they've lost 6 straight since going back to that game against Carolina. So, it's just – and it's not like last year you had fans to worry about. I don't know what it is. I really don't. But it has not played out well on the road. Virginia's been exceptional at home, but really, really lackluster away from home. So – That has been one of the primary focuses for this program, knowing if they're going to get to that next step where they want to be, it's got to turn around on the road. So, I look back the last couple of years, even the year Virginia went to the Orange Bowl. I mean, that was the biggest difference. Virginia won about half its games on the road, and it started on the road at Pitt in a really big football game. That was the first game of the season. And Virginia had struggled in Pittsburgh traditionally, and they found a way to win that game, and that really set the tone for the rest of the season. I look at this game very similarly. If Virginia can find a way to get this one on the road, it's a tremendous opportunity. It doesn't sink your season if you lose it, but I think it can really give you a huge boost in so many ways if you find a way to get it done. And confidence, winning away from home, is a big part of that.
No doubt. And again, for Carolina, already 0-1 in the ACC, this would be a crippling loss for the Tar Heels in the ACC if Virginia was to get this W. Not so much for Virginia if the Cavs take an L. But it's been a while, Dave, in this series since Virginia has taken an L. 4 in a row for UVA. That's the longest streak dating back to 1987 and 1991, where the Cavs won 5 in a row. All these last 4, though, have been decided by 10 points or fewer. And so as you take a look at how this one's supposed to unfold here, what do you think has given Virginia the upper hand in these last 4 matchups?
Well, I hate to touch in on a sore subject, but I think it's the reality. I mean, I know that the words were spoken this week with Mandy Alonso, and there's been some bulletin board material. But I do think, in particular last year, I think Carolina had a more talented team. I really do. And I think Virginia just had a little bit more grit that it got them where they needed to be. And look, execution's part of this thing too. But, you give up over 500 yards of offense back-to-back years to the Tar Heels, and you somehow still find a way to win. I mean, go figure. I mean, I'll tell you this much. If they do it again in this game against the Tar Heels tonight, I think Virginia's going to be flirting with fire. But I know. I think that battle in the trenches, the physicality, is something to keep a close eye on in this game. Who can win that? Who's the nastier team? And how do you really judge that from where we sit? Sometimes that's hard to do. Coaches can have a better sense of that when they watch the game film. But I think some of those things have been maybe the difference in recent seasons, because both offenses have been dynamic. Both offenses have been explosive. It's just that little something extra that has separated these teams in these games.
Should be a good one coming up tonight at 7:30 from Kenan Stadium. It's Carolina and Virginia. Dave Kane, our guest here on Countdown to Kickoff. Always good to catch up with the Virginia play-by-play man who sets the stage now for the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. We'll run through the ACC and Top 25 action on the day. When we come back after this, it's Countdown to Kickoff from the Carolina Club from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pavé, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
WCAB.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Carolina Club and countdown to kickoff. Carolina and Virginia. Just about an hour and 15 minutes from getting kicked off inside Kenan Stadium. Again, our thanks to Dave Kane for joining us from the Virginia Sports Network as the Cavs and Tar Heels match up for the 126th time tonight in Kenan Stadium. Let's get to some other games happening on our Lee's 24-hour towing ACC scoreboard. Lee's 24-hour towing preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. Last night there was a wild one in Louisville. The Cardinals get a late pick six and beat Central Florida 42-35. That was good for the league. There have been some stinkers, though, for the league today. West Virginia beats Virginia Tech in Morgantown 27-21. Miami falls at home to Michigan State 38-17. And 1 week removed from Pittsburgh going into Knoxville and beating Tennessee, the Panthers fall at home to Western Michigan 44-41. Some ACC teams on the winning end of things today include Syracuse, who bested Albany 62-24, and Boston College, who thumped Temple 28-3. In an ACC Atlantic Division game in Winston-Salem at the end of the third quarter, Wake Forest 35, Florida State 14. Clemson and Georgia Tech have been delayed by lightning late in the first half. The Tigers hold a 7-zip advantage on the Yellow Jackets. With 11:24 to go in the third quarter, Duke now leads Northwestern 30-19. Duke was up 24 at one point, but the Wildcats have made this a two-score game and trail by 11 with a little more than 10 minutes to play in quarter number 3. Some other games that'll be kicking off tonight in the ACC feature North Carolina State and Furman, and of course our game, Carolina and Virginia, also at 7:30. Northwestern, by the way, has just kicked an extra point, so it's a 10-point game right now. Duke 30, Northwestern 20. A lot of time left, 10:21 to play in quarter number 3. To the top 25 on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Number 1, Alabama struck quickly against Florida, and the Tide now leads 28-16 late in the third quarter. That game being played in the Swamp between two teams ranked in the top 15. Number 2, Georgia kicks off between the hedges at 7 o'clock tonight against South Carolina. Third-ranked Oklahoma and Nebraska met commemorating the 50th anniversary of the game of the century. You know, it feels like these games of the century occur a little more than once every 100 years, but 50 years later, Oklahoma beats Nebraska 23-16. Stony Brook and number 4, Oregon kick off from Outson Stadium at 7:30 tonight. 5th-ranked Iowa early on in the fourth quarter leads Kent State 23-7. Number 7, Texas A&M shuts out New Mexico 34-zip. Cincinnati holds off Indiana and Bloomington to win 38-24. Tulsa trailing at the Horseshoe against number 9, Ohio State 20-6 midway through the third quarter. It's a whiteout at Penn State tonight with the 10th-ranked Nittany Lions hosting number 22 Auburn at 7:30. Number 12 Notre Dame improves to 3-0, beating Purdue 27-13. Fresno State, number 13 UCLA kick at 10:45 tonight. At 10:30 Iowa State goes to UNLV. Coastal Carolina knocks off Buffalo 28-25. Tulane at Ole Miss. The 17th-ranked Rebels hosting the Green Wave at 8 p.m. Arizona State and BYU in a true top 25 matchup. Kickoff at 10:15. Number 20, Arkansas, again with that big win over Texas last week, hosting Georgia Southern, and the Hogs up 38-10 with 11 minutes and change to play in the third quarter. At the Big House earlier today, it was number 25, Michigan, getting the better of Northern Illinois, 63-10. So that'll do it for your full and complete look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Carolina and Virginia, our featured game coming up at 7:30 tonight from Kenan Stadium. We've still got the Reed's Jewelers pregame show to get to at the bottom of the hour, but when we come back, we'll conclude with Bronco Mendenhall, Virginia's head football coach, on a number of different topics. So stay right there. We'll wrap things up on Countdown to Kickoff when we come back after this from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up Burgers and Dogs and go from Grill Master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
When you're getting ready for the big game, make sure you have plenty of Hampton Farms peanuts on hand.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Find your way to Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. As we close in on the bottom of the hour, we'll close things out with comments from Virginia head football coach Bronco Mendenhall, who is in the midst of a good run of success against the Tar Heels, having won 4 in a row. Again, for Virginia, this is the first ACC matchup of the season. So Bronco Mendenhall, so far so good. 2 games and 2 W's in non-conference action.
Certainly the league matters. And certainly we keep track. It's presented to us how we're doing in crossover games. You know, every year in bowl season, that seems to be when it's tracked most, you know, and what teams did best and what conferences did best in bowl appearances. It's kind of league-to-league matchups. But the other time that I think you're hitting on that sometimes is overlooked, but it's a bigger thing now as early season games are craving narratives and stories and things and rankings and et cetera to add to them. I think now that's becoming a bigger thing that's tracked and emphasized early on. So I think as coaches, yes, it matters to us, and yes, we're becoming more and more aware early season games, not only just postseason games, but every one of us, we just want to help our own team win first, and then it goes to the conference, which is really important.
That's Bronco Mendenhall on how his team and the rest of the ACC has fared out of conference as a big Coastal Division matchup looms for Virginia and Carolina tonight in just over an hour's time. Again, we talked to Dave Kane about this. The road has been unfriendly for Virginia. That's where the Cavaliers find themselves tonight, and that is not any sort of breaking news to Coach Mendenhall.
Yeah, absolutely. Mindset. We relished going someplace else and not being welcomed, and the harder the better. And we looked forward to it. We celebrated it. The louder teams were against us, the better it was. The more we would cheer, the harder it was, the more we liked it. And that was fostered over time, right, when you're building a program. And that's not to say that I haven't tried to do it all at the same time, but there has been different emphasis. And so as I'm learning, right, and remain updated with the statistics, our first game, and I keep going back to that, there's a few games along the way, but when I saw our first game against Richmond when I arrived here, it was priority number one to become exceptional at home first, and that's taken a lot of work to become 19-2 and now 15-1 over the last little bit. That's one of the best records in college football at home. So we're now getting ready to, right, and maintaining, holding on to that, which is preserving the core, and then we have to stimulate progress, which, right, to win the league and to win the division and to have the program I want and we all want consistently, that has to travel. And so, but there is a sequential element and architecture to it. And so, but that's the next thing without losing any of the other things and the ground that we've already taken, right? So we have to hold the ground we've taken and now expand.
And that is UVA head football coach Bronco Mendenhall looking for his 5th consecutive win over Carolina. The Tar Heels try to get a W over the Cavs for the first time since 2016 in the South's oldest rivalry, and that will put a bow on our broadcast here live from the Carolina Club. Our thanks to Deems May and Dave Kane, Mac Brown, Bronco Mendenhall, and you for your listenership and participation. Should be a good crowd tonight in Kenan for the Tar Heels and Cavaliers. After a quick timeout, we'll send things over to Kenan Stadium for the Reed Jewelers pregame show. Jones Angel, Brian Simmons, Lee Pace. They'll take you through the next hour and right up to the kick. This has been Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
You need an insurance agent you can talk to? Call Insurance Service Associates at 828-245-5301. We want to help you get the best out of your insurance dollar. As a trusted choice independent agent, we shop your coverage with several companies to give you the best value. More companies, better choices, best rate. Come see us at our new office at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call us at 828-245-5301.
WCAB. Fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
The Carolina Club is your social and business club in Chapel Hill and your connection to fellow Tar Heels and friends of Carolina. The club offers exceptional dining and a full calendar of social, business, family, and community events. It has an unbeatable location when it comes to UNC sporting events right in the heart of campus. You don't even have to be a UNC alum because everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. Visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
What is it that binds us to this place as to no other?
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heels Sports Network.
No team has befuddled the Tar Heels in recent years quite like Virginia. The Cavaliers have won 4 straight in this series, but by only 19 total points in those 4 games. Tonight, however, for Carolina, there is no room for error. Due to that loss 2 weeks ago, the Heels can ill afford another conference defeat this early in the season. So, there is no time like the present for the Heels to crack the code of the Cavaliers and pick up an enormous division win. The Tar Heel Sports Network's coverage of the 120.
People are asking about the pressure and the hype. We're just on a roll. Things are good, and I'm excited about it.
I mean, we're all holding ourselves now to a super high standard.
We've got the leadership.
We prepare the same way for every team. No game is bigger than others.
We've got the confidence.
I feel like now nobody can stay with me, and it just rolls into practice.
If you're seeing it in practice, it's going to show up in the game.
I embrace the challenge, honestly.
I just not got to keep on going.
I'm coming down, making plays.
Anticipate things more.
It's only going to keep getting better.
We're going to be good every year. That's just who we are. That's our program.
This is Carolina football.
Joffrey off to the races, and they will not catch him. Touchdown, Carolina. How? First down and more. How to the 5? How to the end zone? 40, 35, 30. Tar Heels will have it inside the Deacon 15. 25, 20, 10, 5 trucks over a defender. Goodness gracious. 50, 10, 5. Give him 6, 4. Holy smokes. Light that bell tower blue.
Let's go.
This is Jones Angel. Do you like high-quality quarterback play? Well, last week, Carolina's Sam Howell and Virginia's Brennan Armstrong combined for 892 yards of offense and 10 total touchdowns. 2 of the best signal callers in the ACC meet tonight in Chapel Hill. Brian Simmons was a 2-time All-America at Carolina, has his jersey honored at UNC, and played a decade in the NFL.
And yes, I do like high-quality quarterback play, but what excites me tonight is good defense. Surprise, surprise.
Lee Pace authors extra points and will be reporting from the hopefully a little less humid sidelines this evening.
The Tar Heels are ranked number 21 in the media poll, 19th in the coaches. Virginia is nowhere to be found. Vegas odds makers put the Tar Heels just over a touchdown favorite. On paper, then, Carolina certainly has the edge, but it sure doesn't feel that way, judging each team for its first 2 games and the mood around the Tar Heel fan base this week. Well, let's see if the Tar Heels can go out and prove that edge tonight.
We have all those storylines to talk about, plus we're going to have interviews with the 2 head coaches, Mac Brown and Bronco Mendenhall. We'll continue our weekly pregame conversations with Tar Heel great Jeff Saturday. Going to talk to another Carolina great, Ronald Curry, former Tar Heel quarterback. Plus, we'll check on scores from a busy ACC and top 25. All of that and much more. It's the oldest rivalry in the South, Virginia at Carolina, and the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pavé, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
At the Honda Summer Sales Event, one summer adventure leads to another. Start with a great offer on a new Honda and be on your way to remote beach weekends, deep forest discoveries, and sunsets next to a campfire that you built yourself. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% APR on the 2021 Honda CR-V, Ridgeline, or the all-new 2022 Civic.
Shop the Honda Summer Sales Event today. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Exclude Civic Type R. See dealer for financing details. Dunkin' is putting a whole new spin on pumpkin at Dunkin' with our new pumpkin cream cold brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam made with cinnamon and nutmeg spices. And there's more pumpkin for you to love, like the delicious fall classic, our pumpkin spice signature latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Sip into the fall season with the new pumpkin cream cold brew or pumpkin spice signature latte. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Carolina football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
A little bit hot and steamy here in Chapel Hill as we get a little closer to the kickoff between Carolina and Virginia. How you doing, Jones Angel, Brian Simmons, Lee Pace? We are inside the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your hometown jeweler, trusted for generations. So glad you decided to join us. This is a big one tonight between the Heels and the Who's. And Brian, Carolina is hosting Virginia this evening, and just the third game of the season, of course, for both teams, but man, it just feels like one of the bigger games, not just of this year, but of the Mac Brown 2.0 era in Chapel Hill to this point.
Yeah, and if you're Carolina, anytime you play a Coastal Division opponent, it's a big game because it's really like 2 games. If you beat them, obviously you get the win and then they get the loss, so that's worth 2 games really. And for Carolina, you can't start the season out with 0-2 in your Coastal Division, even though everything you can argue may still be in front of them. But that's just a bad taste in your mouth if you start the season 0-2 against ACC opponents and both are in your division.
And, Brian, you know, Virginia was quite the thorn in the side of Mac Brown when he came to Carolina the first time. Tar Heels lost 4 in a row from 88 to 91, finally got over the hump in 92. And Coach Brown talked about it this week that you end streaks. Carolina losing 4 in a row to Virginia. You end streaks when you're good enough, number one, and you just get tired of hearing about it and you do something about it. Carolina wasn't quite good enough 2 years ago to tackle Bryce Perkins. They weren't quite good enough last year to snuff down a 4th down fake punt that they knew was coming. So we'll find out tonight if Carolina is maybe a little better in all 3 phases.
Yeah, Mac Brown, for whatever reason, I mean, Virginia has just been a tough one for someone who has accomplished so much. Coach Brown just 3-9 in 12 games against Virginia in his career. Lee, Sam Howell put up enormous numbers last week, and some of them, like that 352 yards passing and 3 passing touchdowns, we've seen those plenty of times and lucky to be able to see those. Others, like the 104 yards rushing and 2 rushing scores, now those are additions to his already impressive arsenal.
Well, no Javonte Williams, no Michael Carter. Somebody had to pick up the slack in the running game, and it's just come from a rather surprising source. Jones has been a combination of called quarterback runs, option keepers, and pure scrambling. And, boy, how about that beauty of a 62-yard run by Sam last Saturday night, also at 22 yards score. He's done a lot over the offseason, as he did the previous offseason, just to work on his mobility and flexibility, and it's come along and it's paying off in spades. Although Coach Brown does say he wish he would slide and hit the deck a little bit sooner, not take quite so many hits.
And Brian, I mean, not every run is equal, right? If it's 2nd and 8 and you get 6 yards and you're about to get hit, get down. If
Correct.
it's 4th and 3, maybe you take a little bump and you try to move the chains. You want Sam to be aggressive. You don't want him to think too much. You just don't want him to be reckless.
No, you don't. But listen, the same thing you complain about is part of the reason why you love him.
Yeah.
And he's a tough kid. So it's hard as a competitor to say get down when in the moment he's trying to get that extra yards, and you understand that. But like you said, every down and every yard, that you have to be smart and you have to make sure, because right now the most important thing for this team is for Sam to be out there.
Right.
And he has to do everything that he can do within staying true to himself as who he is as a player, to make sure that he can be out there for his team. And he's done a great job. And listen, I don't think any defense is going to the game necessarily planning for Sam to run, but he's shown enough that now you have to kind of worry about that.
And you need some other guys to step up. And it was great last week, Jones, to see 4 tight ends catch 7 balls, including Kamari Morales with 4, and also to see Antoine Green and Emory Simmons go up and pull down the contested balls.
Brian, last week on the other side of the ball, Georgia State had that one long drive against the Tar Heel regulars. It was 17 plays, 75 yards, and a touchdown. Other than that drive, though, against the Tar Heel first and second team players, the Panthers gained just 106 yards on 35 plays and scored 3 points, and that was on a short field after a turnover. It was another impressive outing from the Tar Heel D.
Yeah, they've been solid. I mean, to go up to Virginia Tech and only give up 17 points, give yourself a chance to win a football game. And last week, that one drive was kind of a head-scratcher because it kind of came out of nowhere. And then after that drive, there was nothing left. So, tonight, you can't give up that type of drive because I think it's going to be that type of game. I think this game is going to be won on the defensive side of the ball. One of these teams are going to have to make a key stop, a key turnover to win the football game tonight. And that's about being consistent, and you can't give up those mental errors, especially early on as they did at Virginia Tech, because every play tonight is going to be important because I think these teams are that closely matched.
Tar Heels have been really impressive in the secondary too, Jones. They're ranked number 11th in the nation in allowing only 130 yards per game. Problem is, they've only had 2 sacks in 2 games. That's something Tar Heels coaches and players have talked a lot about this week.
A lot going on personnel-wise in the secondary as well. Unfortunately, Day Hollins out for the remainder of the year after his injury last week against Georgia State, a lower body injury. He's done for the season. Jaquarius Conley left the game last week, came back in with his left hand wrapped. He is expected to play tonight, expected to start. In fact, Coach Brown said he tried to get Conley off some special teams, and Conley wouldn't do it. He said he wanted to stay out there and stay in all the action. In fact, he even blocked a punt in practice this week with his taped up hand. So Mac Brown has been very heavy in his praise about Jaquarius Conley. And we're going to keep an eye when Lee goes down for the field report. We're going to be looking for Storm Duck. He's been getting closer and closer to being ready to play, and particularly with the Hollins injury, it'll be important to see if Duck is out there and ready to go this week for Carolina. Lee, quickly to wrap things up, talking about personnel, it'll be important to watch Carolina's offensive line in this game, both in its performance, but also which players are available. The Tar Heels just have not yet had the anticipated starting 5 of Richards, Izudu, Anderson, McKeithen, and Tucker together for a full game.
Brian Anderson is the heart and soul of that O-line. He's the leader. He's the smart guy out there. He gets them in the right calls and the right positions. Missed the first game, came back, did play against Georgia State. Hopefully he will be back to 100% tonight. We're going to have to see about Joshua Izudu, who is ostensibly the best athlete on that offensive line, and he did not play at all last week. He did not dress out. We'll have to get a look down there on the field in about half hour as to whether he's there and who else is there for the O-line.
Well, Carolina has some challenges. It's trying to get better, and it's going to try and do so against a really good team in Virginia. The Cavaliers have started this season hot. We'll take a closer look at the opponent tonight when we return to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID Rapid-19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Like a last-second touchdown to beat your rival, or the play that you can remember like it was yesterday. Penn Station East Coast Subs fuels your passion for greatness. With a menu featuring an array of mouth-watering grilled submarine sandwiches, fresh-cut fries, and a hand-squeezed lemonade, let Penn Station Subs make every day feel like game day. Penn Station East Coast Subs is happy to serve you with 6 locations right here in the Triangle. Come see us in store or order online. Penn Station East Coast Subs. It's all about good taste.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
A little steamy. We referenced that here in Kenan. It's been a little bit of a cloudy day, kind of half sun, half clouds. There's some rain showers a couple hours ago. Those have all cleared out. Clear night now, but still a little sticky as we count down to kickoff here. Get you ready for Carolina and Virginia. 126th meeting. Only one series across the country has been played more. That's Minnesota and Wisconsin. Those two teams have played 129 times. It's the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. You can also watch us, Carolina Football Field Pass, if you're in a position to do so, on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Come hang out in the booth with us as we move through the pregame show. And our game sponsor today, the Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina and the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina, want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Put down your phone while you're driving, and let's have a hands-free NC. All right, let's take a look at the opponent, Virginia. Cavaliers just now coming out of the northeast corner. About, not even 20% of their team coming out. Some specialists going to start getting loose. Virginia wearing the all-white today. White helmets, white jerseys, white pants. Numbers are in dark navy blue. They have on their helmet one side the V Sabre logo, the other side the number of the player. A lot of navy blue and orange mixed in the trim of the uniforms. Meanwhile, Tar Heels going with those Brian Simmons era, mid to late 90s throwbacks. Really good-looking uniforms. Carolina blue helmet, Carolina blue tops, white pants with those big, thick navy blue and white stripes on the arm portion of the jersey. Big, thick Carolina blue and navy stripes down the side of the pants as well. All right, let's talk about Virginia. And, Brian, 2 weeks, Virginia has outscored William & Mary and Illinois 85-14. That's not the Chiefs and the 49ers or something, but, hey, you beat two teams 85-14, you're doing something right.
They're averaging 42 points a game and only giving up 7. So last time I checked, that's a great recipe to win football games. They're playing really good on defense. They're stingy against the run. You know they're going to cause problems up front with just all their movement, their pre-snap movement, their post-snap movement, and that's going to be the key for Carolina tonight on an offensive standpoint. Understanding and identifying the mic, picking up those blitzes, and getting a helmet on guys and getting some movement in the run game. I think that's going to be really important. If Carolina can't run the ball effective tonight, it's going to be a long day. Not saying that they can't win that way, but it's just going to make it that much harder. So it'll be interesting to see how Carolina comes back, because they didn't run the football as well as you would like for them to have last week. If you take out Sam's number, they were very average. So to me, that is what I'm looking for in terms of Carolina offense, and it's going to be a necessity.
Carolina's running backs last week, 28 carries for just 96 yards in the game. It's about 3.5 yards per carry. Last year in Charlottesville, Virginia had 210 yards rushing. Carolina had 93, and that was with the great rushing attack that Carolina had a season ago. Lee, through 2 weeks, you could make the argument that Virginia quarterback Brennan Armstrong has been the best quarterback in the ACC in these 2 games. He has completed better than 71% of his passes. He's thrown for 744 yards, accounted for 9 total touchdowns, and just 1 interception.
Jonesy wears number 5. He's a fiery redhead lefty, so there's nothing typical about him. Bronco Mendenhall says he's the type kid that in pickup games, whether it's tag football, pickup basketball, tiddlywinks, or whatever, he's going to be the first guy picked, and his team is probably going to win. He scrambles. He makes the tough throws. Last year against the Tar Heels, he was 12 for 22 for 3 touchdowns. So we know about him. We know how good he is. What's going to be new this year is big number 0. Jelani Woods, 6'7", tight end, a transfer from Oklahoma State, and he is a beast, Jones.
Yeah, he's coming off a game last week in the win against Illinois where he had 5 catches and 122 yards and a touchdown. It was the most for a Virginia tight end yard-wise since 2005. So, I mean, he is just a huge man there at the tight end position. He wears, I think Lee said this, number 0, and he said he chose it because that's how many people he thinks can guard him when he's out ready to receive a pass. So he's a big dude, somebody that Carolina has to be aware of this evening. Brian, you referenced this a little bit in your first comment, but Virginia really prides itself on multiplicity, both offensively and defensively. Carolina's going to be dealing with just a high volume of personnel groupings and unique formations tonight.
Yeah, let's start with their defense. You're going to have to be able to block a 4-man front as well as a 3-man front. You know they're going to bring inside pressure with the inside linebackers. They're going to bring nickel pressure. They're going to bring corner pressure. They like a lot of movement up front, whether it's sliding to it before the snap or either moving with stunts and games after the snap. So Carolina's going to have to be able to block all that up on offense. And then if you look at UVA's offense, I mean, they're the master of it. They're going to give you a lot of shifts, a lot of motions. They just do a lot of stuff to try to create a lot of stresses for the defense pre-snap. Once the ball is snapped, they do pretty much the same thing. It's just a matter of how they get to it. Go ahead.
I was going to say, they've already had 5 different guys throw a pass this year. I mean, so they throw so many different looks at you with what they're doing.
And part of that is they want you to have to spend time during the week preparing for all that. Because if you have to prepare for X, Y, and Z, you can't spend as much time as you would like on their bread and butter A, B, and C. And that's why they do it.
So, big challenge tonight for Carolina. Lee referenced this in his opening comment. You know, Tar Heels are a favorite in this game, and Carolina's the ranked team. But it just when you look at how these two teams have played to this point, Virginia has really been impressive. Carolina will need its best performance of this young season to have a chance to win tonight. Phil Longo said he thought this was the most talented opponent that Carolina has seen so far early in this year as well.
You know, the Tar Heels want to exercise those 4 losses to Virginia and that opening game to Virginia Tech. Meanwhile, Virginia is trying to exercise its own demon, Jones. They're only 6-20 on the road under Bronco Mendenhall, and they feel like they hadn't played well on the road, so they've got a big game tonight as well.
One bad part about that stat, 2 of those 6 wins that they've gotten have been right here in Chapel Hill. So this has been the one place on the road under Bronco Mendenhall where they've had some success here in Duke, and everywhere else they've really, really struggled. So Carolina will try and protect the home field tonight in an important game against the Cavaliers. We're going to take a timeout, come back. You'll hear from Jeff Saturday, Ronald Curry coming soon, all kinds of great stuff for you when we return to Keenan. Carolina, Virginia, and Chapel Hill tonight from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Begins to set just in front of 7 o'clock. Our pregame show is brought to you by Reach Jewelers. The official Reach Jewelers kickoff time is 7:40. Reach Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. That's Reach Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. Before we head over to Jones and Jeff Saturday, let's pause 10 seconds for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Man, always have a great time here as we move through the Reese Jewelers pregame show, getting you ready for Carolina's upcoming opponent. In this case, it's Virginia, and we always have a wonderful time talking to Jeff Saturday, helping us break things down. Jeff, great to talk with you again, and you know, if you look at last week's game, it looks pretty, 59-17, more than 600 yards of offense. A lot of guys played. There's a lot to like there for the Tar Heels, and yet there's also some very clear areas that the Tar Heels need to improve. How beneficial, though, is it to get a nice win? You're feeling good. Lots of guys played, but then you can turn on that tape and say, all right, guys, here's a couple things that we really need to get better in.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a better Sunday/Monday than when you know you didn't play your best and you still put up all the numbers and won by a huge margin, right? Like those are the good days, Jones. Like you get up in there, you're like, yeah, I'm going to take some lumps, but at least I'm taking them in the win category. So that's exactly what Mac and the entire staff felt like. Is that ultimately we left a lot on the bone and still came away with a victory like that. You'll teach guys, the guys who got in. You're hoping that helps us for the longevity of this season. That whenever they have to come in and spell guys or possible injury or whatever, that now they have they've kind of learned some lessons. And so to your point, I think these honestly are the greatest days when you come off that, and especially for a game like tonight. The ability to kind of get healthy, get guys a little fresh, not play the entire fourth quarter, hoping that plays benefit in warm nights early in the season.
So I don't think Carolina has run the ball as effectively, and I'll use the term in the traditional run game, as much as it would like to here early in the season. And this is kind of a two-part question, Jeff. One, how can the Tar Heels be more effective, in your opinion, running the ball? And then secondarily, how big of a weapon can Sam Howell running the football from the quarterback position be, with that caveat of, please, Sam, be smart and slide when it's time to slide out there on the field?
No, you're 100% right. So here's my thoughts on run game for Carolina, right? Is everything has been built off of Sam here in the past, right? You lose two, not just good, but special running backs to the NFL. You lose receivers to the NFL, right? So you've lost a significant portion of your offense. So the timing of our offense and the passing game probably has dominated most of your practice. The one thing I would say is with all the RPOs that we run, there is a time for call it and run it. And what I mean by that is when you just line up, and it doesn't matter what defense they give, you are going to go run downhill at this group. I mean, you're going to try to impose your will on their will and physically fatigue and beat up that defensive front seven. I think a lot of times with RPO, and this is not just for our offense, but for all who run it, is it gets kind of cute, right? You're always reading that backside. You're always seeing if Sam can pull it, maybe grab a couple yards. Well, there's a lot to say for, 4-yard body blows as a game progresses and how those mount up when you get into the fourth quarter. And so as I'm looking at it, especially with a new, with new running back, and to your point of the run game, sometimes we're not blocking it well, sometimes we're not running it well. So everybody's kind of taking turns, but I think the more they work together, the better everybody will be. And as far as Sam, man, I could not agree with you more. Like it is a tremendous weapon, not only at this level, but you're seeing it progress up into the NFL. But man, you got to get down. Like you cannot take unnecessary shots. And when in doubt, live to play the next play. Like I love that extra 5 yards, not from my quarterback. I want that from my running back, from my receivers and tight ends. I don't want that from my QB. Wherever you think first contact is coming, bro, unless it's the last play of the game, get down and let's live to play the next play. And so, but honestly, I'll be honest with you, gentlemen, this is a huge game tonight. I mean, look, like, from a recruiting perspective, you want to win this, right? Coastal perspective, you got to win this. So there's a lot on the line for us. Here's the best part. When you're playing somebody you don't like, and let me tell you, if you're a heel, you don't like the Cavs. So you don't like this group. There's a lot at stake. There's a lot of fun. It just puts more emphasis on how you play, and it gets you that little extra bit of motivation, man, to be able to kind of rub it in somebody's face for those recruiting wars. So really tonight, man, huge game, and can't wait to see us take this thing on.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Jenny Sasser of North Duplin Elementary in Mount Olive. Her project, A Blast from the Past, is sponsored by Tri-County EMC, based in Dudley. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
Jones Angel here, thanking you for staying tuned to our friends in Rutherford County. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Every sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need. right here in the Triangle. It is the South's oldest rivalry. It's the Tar Heels and Cavaliers, and tough to think about this matchup without thinking about the great Ron Curry, who was a decorated two-sport star coming out of high school in Virginia back in the late 1990s. While he played both football and basketball for the Tar Heels, his arrival to Chapel Hill wasn't exactly guaranteed.
My recruiting process was kind of crazy. I think Carolina was one of the only teams that kind of stuck around once I committed to UVA. I made it open that, I was committing to UVA, but, my options were still open. Everybody assumed that I was going to UVA. Carolina was really a basketball decision. I had planned on coming there and just playing basketball. I almost went out of high school to play basketball and, was advised to, go to Carolina. Well, not go to Carolina, but to go to college and, play, a couple years of college and improve my stock. Because at the time, when coming out of high school, I was right out of the lottery, as far as the mock draft. So, I decided to go to Carolina because at the time, it came down to them being top 5 in football and basketball. Mm-hmm. And the plan was to really just to go to Carolina and redshirt in football and playing basketball. And just so happened Oscar Davenport gets hurt the 4th play of the first game. And it was like, okay, you still want a redshirt or do you want this opportunity of playing quarterback? And obviously it was, hey, let's play. And it was just, it went from there and, came out, didn't have a great year my freshman year in basketball, then end up being hurt my sophomore year. So, just a trickle-down effect of things that's happened. And then, college didn't go quite the way, they had planned as far as, getting in and out and, having the success that you would like to have. But at the end of the day, it all worked out the way it was supposed to.
That's former Tar Heel Ron Curry with us here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show as we send things down to Lee Pace for today's field report, brought to you by Breakthrough Physical Therapy, the choice in North Carolina for keeping you in the game of life. Lee, as the players break up into position groups down on the field, what do you see? Anything stick out to you?
Well, 2 things stand out, Dave. Number one is De'Ami Brown is here. Unfortunately, he's turned pro and is now with the Washington football team. Also, Hakeem Nicks is here. He's going to be honored later as a Keenan legend. He's here with his young son and enjoying mixing it up with the Tar Heels and the coaches. Taking a quick look at the offensive line, Joshua Izudu is dressed out. Brian Anderson is dressed out. We do not know how much they will play or whether they'll start. It's good to see Ja'Quarius Conley back on the field. He does have his left arm in a cast. Jay Bateman said that he actually put him out to play some in the second half last week to get a feel for playing with his left hand in essentially a boot, protected from an injury last week. Also, number 29, Storm Duck, is playing tonight. And with Day-Day Hollins out last week, I assume that we might well see the debut of Storm Duck for this season. A key part of the Tar Heels that 2 years ago essentially took one the field away, so the Tar Heels are very anxious to get him back on the field.
All right, that's good stuff from Lee Pace down on the field in the Breakthrough Physical Therapy field report. We'll take a quick timeout and come back as Jones begins his 2-part conversation with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. That comes your way after this on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
At the Honda Summer Sales Event, one summer adventure leads to another. Start with a new Honda and be on your way to desert treks, lakeside getaways, and mountain paths so remote you need an actual map. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% APR on the 2021 Honda Accord and 0% APR on the 2021 HR-V or Pilot.
Shop the Honda Summer Sales Event today. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
See dealer for financing details.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID Rapid-19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
WCAB. Reach Jewelers pregame show continues from Kenan Stadium. Virginia in town to take on the Tar Heels, and Jones is standing by with Coach Brown for this installment of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire, innovative technology, driving confidence. For a dealer near you, go to continentaltire.com.
Inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. Carolina preparing to host Virginia in the oldest rivalry in the South. And, Coach, another big division matchup early in the season for your team. What have you seen this week from your guys as they have prepared for this key Coastal Division clash?
Jones, they're excited about this challenge tonight. This is a good team. It's our oldest rivalry. It's two teams that have great kids that live a lot alike. The two universities are so similar, and it's going to be a fun game because they're good. They've started out so well this year. They've dominated two opponents. They haven't just played them. It's the same team we played last year that came down to a fake punt at the end of the game where we were trying to win a 3-point game. So you've got to give them a lot of credit for what they've done. The last two games with them have been very competitive coming down to the last drive. But I thought last year they were more physical than we were. And that's something that we've got to address tonight.
Coach, in the aftermath of the Georgia State win, you said you might be up all night trying to figure out how Carolina could be more consistent running the football. How has that process gone this week as you look for improvement in that area?
Guys are trying hard. We've had a tough deal with injuries with our offensive line. We've had Azudu banged up. We've had Brian Anderson banged up, and they haven't been able to practice a lot. They haven't been able to play, and that's two of our best players. So we just got to keep working. And in your third year, I've told the coaches, don't talk about injuries. Just talk about what we're doing well. So those offensive linemen have to just compete. And they've got to fight because Virginia's got 7 starters back from defense that we played against last year. They held us to 93 yards last year rushing, and we're not as good running the ball right now as we were last year. And we do know that part of it's those two great running backs. They had a lot of yards after contact, so we've just got to continue to get better.
Coach, Carolina has numerous talented young players, and we had the pleasure of seeing a lot of them on the field last week against Georgia State. How do you and your staff know when a player is ready to take a larger role for your team?
It's based on production, totally. That's what we've told the guys. You earn your right to play in practice, and then when you get in the game, if you don't produce, if you don't stir things up, if you don't make a difference, you're not going to continue to play. And it's harsh, but we take care of all of them off the field. We love all of them off the field. We want to have all of them graduate, and we want to help them extend themselves to a better life when they get out. But on Saturday, man, it's who can win the game. And there'll be 5 to 7 plays that make a difference in this ball game. And it's amazing. That's how hard this sport is, that we'll play for 3.5, 4 hours, and 5 to 7 plays will be what we'll look at the end of the game. We've told guys, you be on the positive side of 5 to 7 of those plays, and we win the game.
You talk about it's a lot, how important you feel and to the team in total. How do you try and foster confidence from the head coach?
The truth. Life's about facts, and a lot of people don't want to hear it. Life's about self-evaluation. A lot of people don't want to do that. And I've always been harder on myself than anybody else. And that's what I want to teach our guys. You correct your own mistakes. You grow up. You don't sit and make excuses ever about anything, but take facts, and it's not an excuse if it's a fact, and you fix it. And we're not as confident a football team right now as we need to be. And that first week's game hurt us. Last year we knew we were going to win at the end of the year. We felt good going into games, and right now we've got to continue to grow, and this will be a huge part of that tonight.
Carolina and Virginia coming tonight in Kenan Stadium. We'll talk a little bit more about the Cavaliers a little later in our pregame show.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Pre-game show. Keenan Moments, presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels.
Football rivalries ebb and flow over the years. Certainly the Tar Heels' most bitter rival in the 1980s was Clemson. Then in the 90s, the University of Virginia became one of Carolina's most intense games. Carolina was coming off a 10-2 season in 1996 and was 3-0 when Virginia came to Kenan Stadium in late September 1997. Virginia spurted to a 20-3 lead, but early in the third quarter, a native of Virginia planted a dagger into the Cavaliers' hearts. Dre Bly, a sophomore from Chesapeake, whipped the ball from a Virginia receiver and sped 17 yards for a touchdown, igniting what was a furious Tar Heel rally.
Here's Brooks under pressure, intercepted, Dre Bly, touchdown Carolina! Virginia made two mistakes on that play. The first one was throwing into coverage, but Aaron Brooks was under heavy rush. Nick, the second mistake was throwing it in Dre Bly's area.
Carolina dominated the second half and rolled to a 48-20 triumph, setting the table for an 11-1 season and number 4 national ranking, the high water marks in the Mack Brown 1.0 era. Fortunately for Carolina this week against Virginia, both Mack Brown and Dre Bly are still on the sidelines.
That is tonight's Keenan Moment, presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels. Let's catch up with Virginia head coach Bronco Mendenhall, who's in his 6th season at Virginia. In the previous 4 years, Mendenhall has gone undefeated against the Tar Heels. Last year, the Cavs outscored Carolina 44-41, and the UVA head coach sees some carryover offensively from that Tar Heel team to this one.
It's very similar with different personnel. The scheme is well thought out. It's very well coached. And I think, like every team every year, right, you learn about maybe the impact of losses personnel as you go versus different matchups. And the running game and the running backs from a year ago, the receivers from a year ago, the personnel was very strong, and I think it's still strong, but it is different, right? But the system is more similar than different than it was, which I think was the intent of your question.
That's not good. So that's like official, so we can go ahead and say that.
And that is Virginia head football coach Bronco Mendenhall. Couple of late-breaking injury pieces of news. Tyrone Hopper and DJ Jones are out of tonight's game. On the offensive line, Brian Anderson, Jordan Tucker are all available to play, and Cedric Gray will be starting at the inside back Tar Heels. That is a coach's decision, so some big personnel moves right there for the Tar Heels, some within Carolina's control and others very much out of Carolina's control. We'll take another break and come back with a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard when we come back after this from Learfield.
For any surface in every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high-performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking at tire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply. This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
WCAB. Back in Kenan Stadium, it is the Reach Jewelers pregame show. Get to some scores here on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard in just a moment, but right now we're a little more than 15 minutes away from kickoff presented by Geico. And 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Student section packed once again behind the west end zone here in Kenan Stadium as the remainder of the fans begin to find their seats here for the South's oldest rivalry as we get things started here on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. In the ACC, a pair of 7:30 games are about ready to get underway. Of course, there's our game, Carolina and Virginia. The other is Furman and North Carolina State. Some earlier finals from the ACC. West Virginia beats number 15 Virginia Tech 27-21. It's Michigan State thumping Miami and South Florida 38-17. Western Michigan surprises Pittsburgh 44-41. Syracuse thumps Albany 62-24. And BC beats Temple 28-3. Clemson and Georgia Tech were delayed for quite a while right around halftime, and now with 8:49 left to play in the third quarter, Clemson leads Georgia Tech 7-3. The Jackets have the ball deep in their own territory, but the 6th-ranked team in the country only up 4 right now in Death Valley. Clemson 7, Georgia Tech 3. Another final to report, Wake Forest has bested Florida State 35-14 as the Demon Deacons move to 3-0 in the 2021 campaign. Over to top 25 action at the top of the pile today. Alabama tested in the swamp by Florida. The Gators closed to within 2 at 31-29 with 3:10 to play in the fourth quarter. Attempted a 2-point conversion, didn't get it. And so the final score from Gainesville, Alabama 31, Florida 29. Number 2, Georgia, off to an early 7-0 lead against South Carolina between the hedges. A little less than 3 minutes into that matchup. Oklahoma and Nebraska met up today in Norman, and the Sooners get the 23-16 win over the Cornhuskers. Iowa defeats Kent State 30-7. Number 7, Texas A&M shuts out New Mexico 34-0. It's Cincinnati 38, Indiana 24. Ohio State in the process of closing out Tulsa 41-20 Buckeyes with just over 90 seconds to play in the fourth quarter. Purdue falls at Notre Dame. The Irish beat the Boilermakers 27-13. Coastal Carolina with a win over Buffalo 28-25. And Michigan at the Big House beats Northern Illinois 63-10. That's a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard and those ACC scores brought to you by Lee's 24-hour towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. We've got to step aside for just a moment, but when we come back, Jones continues his two-part conversation with Coach Brown in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. We've got keys to the game, starting lineups, and plenty more. We're under the lights on a Saturday night in Kenan Stadium for the South's oldest rivalry from Learfield.
At BMW, we made the ultimate range of SAVs. And because each of the 7 X-Range sports activity vehicles flawlessly balance dynamic power, spacious size, and sleek design, you can choose from a fleet that fits perfectly into your life. Like the versatile and bold X1, the unbelievably powerful X3, or the luxurious X7. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there.
Test drive at one of your local North Carolina BMW centers and take advantage of exclusive offers.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stop. At the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mack Brown. Catch the excitement this fall on Bally Sports South.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
WCAB Rutherfordton.
The Reach Jewelers pregame show rolls along here in Chapel Hill as the band gets ready to take to the field here. Carolina and Virginia not too far away from getting things kicked off for the 126th time. The Tar Heels trying to snap a 4-game skid to the Cavaliers and win for the first time since 2016. Those topics, of course, may very well be up for discussion with Jones and Coach Brown in another installment of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire, innovative technology, driving confidence for a dealer near you. Just go to ContinentalTire.com.
Carolina and Virginia set to meet for the 126th time. I am inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with the head coach, Tar Heels, Mack Brown. And, Coach, you referenced this earlier. Virginia comes in really playing some impressive football. 85-14, the combined final against William & Mary and Illinois. What have been some of the points of emphasis this week when you see a team playing at such a high level?
Biggest thing is that we need to be a better us. You can't worry about your opponent. Last week, I was so proud of our team that people would not think Georgia State would be a good team. And there were teams across the country that either had great wins in their opener or disappointing losses that didn't play in their second week. And they had a lesser opponent. Our guys did. They came back to work. So our guys want to play. Now they've got to understand tonight, we know Virginia's good. and they've off to a great start. I can't imagine they're not ranked higher than they are. People just aren't watching. But this will be a great test again for us tonight. We've had a great test on the road with Virginia Tech. We had a tough opponent, Sun Belt opponent in Georgia State, who's been to 3 bowls in the last 4 years and beat Tennessee a couple of years ago and plays with a lot of confidence. And now we've got a team that's as hot as anybody in the country here Saturday night. So this will be a good test for us tonight to see how much we've improved.
Virginia appears to be very multiple in what they do defensively, and seems like that would stress the communication aspect on your offensive line, which is something you've talked about a lot. How important is that communication up front against a team that could be bringing a bunch of different personnel?
It's very, very important. Plus, you have to make yards on first down because they're so multiple on third down. And if you get in third and long, they're going to give you some looks you haven't seen. And with experienced players, 7 guys started against us last year and held us to 93 yards rushing. So we know we've got our hands full tonight.
Last thing, Coach, Brennan Armstrong, quality quarterback, tough guy, has great numbers so far this season. What's the challenge in slowing him down?
Challenge in slowing him down is that they've rushed for 210 yards last year, and they've got the same 5 offensive linemen back. So that's part of it. They've got the same running backs. They've got 8 of their 11 starters back from last year, and he's good. When they lost games last year, he wasn't playing. When he played and he was healthy, they had a chance to beat everybody. So he's really, really a good player. He's an outstanding game manager. He takes care of the ball. He can run it when he needs to. He can get out of the pocket and throw it down the field. But he is also an excellent drop-back quarterback. We're going to see 2 really good quarterbacks tonight, and it should be fun for the country to watch.
Big one tonight in Kenan, Carolina, and Virginia. Coach, as always, thank you for your time, and best of luck.
Thank you, Jones.
That's round 2 of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with Jones and Coach Brown. Last year's final went the way of the Cavaliers, 44-41. A lot of familiar names and faces in the 2021 episode of Carolina and Virginia. We'll introduce you to our keys to the game, and then the kick between Carolina and Virginia from Learfield.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big with huge savings on your favorite Honda model. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today. Jones, I'm going to go with halftime adjustments because I look at how these teams have scored and defended in the second half. Carolina's outscored its opponents 28-0 this year in the third quarter. Virginia's plus 38 after intermission.
Tell you what, Dave, I'll give you my keys in just a second. Let's break, though. We're going to get the national anthem here in Kenan Stadium. So we'll take a quick break, let you listen in on that, then we'll continue with our keys to the game. Tar Heels with the national anthem. Let's get back to our keys to the game. If you're scoring at home, Dave went with halftime adjustments. I'm going with Carolina's ability to play fast defensively. With all the shifts, motions, personnel groups, Virginia wants to make you sit there and think instead of just go play. And Brian, the Tar Heels, they just go play, don't overanalyze things. They can fly around and have success.
And that's funny. My key to the game is kind of piggybacking off of that. Don't get mesmerized by all the movement on both sides of the football. We know on offense, Virginia going to give you a bunch of motion, a bunch of shifts. Just handle it. Same thing on defense. Get settled in. At some point, they're going to snap the ball, and your key is going to be where your key is. Read your key and play fast.
Let's go down the sideline and Lee. Lee, how about you?
Well, once the Tar Heels accomplish what you, Jones, and Brian talked about, the next thing is to go tackle in space. Do it with precision, do it effectively, and do it consistently. That's one of the things that a running quarterback really challenges you on. Brennan Armstrong was a boatload last year for the Tar Heels to handle. When he gets in the open area, they got to nail him quickly and efficiently.
Those are our keys to the game, brought to you by Honda Dealers of the Carolinas. And that'll wrap things up here for the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Just a couple of minutes between now and when Carolina and Virginia get things kicked off, which means we still got the coin toss and a few other items to get to, Jones.
All right. By the way, one other final in the ACC. Duke just finished off Northwestern 30-23. Duke led big at halftime, 30-7. Northwestern came back. Blue Devils hold on for that one. We've got Carolina and Virginia, though, coming here in Kenan Stadium. Still a couple minutes before kick. Let's go to the starting lineups. We'll start with the offensive side for both teams. For the Tar Heels, Sam Howell just had a birthday on Thursday, coming off that game with 352 yards passing and 104 yards rushing. Just the second Carolina player ever to go 300-plus passing, 100-plus rushing in the same game. The graduate transfer from Tennessee, Ty Chandler, the running back. 3 receivers. We anticipate Antoine Green, Emery Simmons, and Josh Downs. Garrett Walston, the veteran tight end. Left to right on the offensive line. And now, as Dave mentioned, we did get the official words here a couple minutes before kick that 3 offensive linemen are available but not going to start. That's Brian Anderson, Joshua Izudu, and Jordan Tucker. So we anticipate seeing Awesome Richards at left tackle, Ed Montelis at left guard, Kieran Johnson at center, Marcus McKeithen at right guard, and William Barnes at right tackle. We'll confirm that when the Tar Heels come out. Now for Virginia, as the Tar Heels now coming out of the west end zone. Brennan Armstrong, talked a lot about him. The redshirt junior from Shelby, Ohio, is the 2-time ACC quarterback of the week. He's won it both weeks thus far. He's the starting QB for the Cavaliers. Wayne Taulapapa, senior out of the state of Hawaii, is the running back. Dontavian Wicks and Billy Kemp, the fourth, the 2 receivers. Going to see a lot of Keaton Thompson, number 99. He's a Mississippi State transfer. Virginia just lists him as an FBP football player. They don't really have a position for him. He'll play some quarterback, some receiver, some running back as well. We mentioned the big tight end, Jelani Woods, the Oklahoma State transfer. left to right on the offensive line. 132 career starts for the Virginia offensive line. Ryan Nelson at left tackle, Joe Bissinger at left guard, Olusegun Olawatimi, the center, Chris Glazer, right guard, and Ryan Swoboda is the right tackle. Two teams going out to meet at midfield, and that will also include the UNC Health Kid Champion, Caleb, who's an 11-year-old. Caleb loves fishing, the beach, video games, playing the drums. His mom's homemade dumplings are his favorite. I like that, Caleb. And when he grows up, wants to be a chef or a veterinarian. He's our kid champion tonight, brought to you by UNC Health, dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds and to help keep you in the game and at your very best. Let's listen in to the referee, Stuart Mullins, as he officiates things for the coin flip.
What is your call? Heads. Oop, and it's tails. North Carolina has won the toss and deferred first choice of options to the second half. Virginia wants the football. Which way are you going to kick, men?
So Virginia's going to get the ball first. We gave you those offensive starters for both teams a moment ago. Defensively for the Tar Heels, we anticipate up front Tamari Fox, Raymond Vahasek, and Miles Murphy. Murphy named the defensive player of the game for Carolina in that victory over Georgia State. 4 linebackers on the outside, going to be Tamon Fox and then either Des Evans or Chris Collins. The inside backers, Jeremiah Gimmel. And then you heard Dave say, officially we've heard Cedric Gray will get the start instead of Eugene Asante. That is a coach's decision at one of the inside backer spots. So Gray, the sophomore from Charlotte, scheduled to get his first career start. The corners, Tony Grimes and Kyler McMichael. Mac Brown has said that McMichael played his best game as a Tar Heel last week. Jaquarius Conley and Trey Morrison are the safeties. If Carolina's in the nickel, you'll see Don Chapman at that position. So Virginia's going to get the ball first. They have scored on each of their first 2 possessions this year, 1 touchdown and 1 field goal. They'll be returning the kick from right to left. And back there to return, Paris Jones for the Cavaliers and also Mike Hollins. Hollins will be at about the 3 or 4 yard line on the far hash. Jones will be on the near hash a little bit farther up around the 10. Jonathan Kim, the kickoff man for the Heels, has kicked it off 12 times this year, and all 12 have been touchbacks. Electric atmosphere here in Kenan. Sold out crowd. Big one tonight in Chapel Hill, and here we go. Kim boots it away deep, end over end. And Kim's going to be 13 for 13 as far as kickoffs and touchbacks. So Virginia will start on its own 25-yard line. Cavaliers going right to left, as we said. Just taking one more peek here at the defense for the Heels, see if there's any changes. Kamen Rucker will get a start for Carolina. So the sophomore from Hartwell, Georgia, is going to be at the defensive end spot instead of Tamari Fox for the Heels. Everybody else that we told you is out there. Carolina is in the nickel, so Chapman is out there as the nickelback. Armstrong out of the shotgun, quickly throws a little screen near side. An immediate hit by Morrison, but bouncing off of that is Thompson. And he's able to move forward until eventually Miles Murphy chases him down at the 32. Brian, Carolina made first contact on the attempted tackle. It was actually McMichael, not Morrison, at about the line of scrimmage, but he couldn't bring him down. Yeah, Virginia gained 7.
I'm sorry, that's exactly what Lee was talking about in the previous situations. You have to be able to get the ball carrier down.
Carolina blitzes off the edge with Grimes. He's picked out of there. Pass over the middle, caught by Thompson at midfield. Stiff arms Morrison down and is banged down to the 40-yard line of the Tar Heels. So back-to-back plays where Carolina has had the opportunity to make a and could do so. That one gains 18 yards. So Virginia has gone 2 plays off its own 25 to the Tar Heel 40. Ball on the far half. The Cavaliers go right to left. Armstrong with Taulapapa beside him. Brings Jacob Rodriguez in motion. Now hands to him. Rodriguez through the line of scrimmage. Crosses the 35. Cedric Gray with the tackle at the 34. Gain of 6. And that is, Brian, an example of what we talked about. Rodriguez, the freshman, went in motion, kind of circled back to the tailback spot behind Armstrong, and was handed the football, gained 6 yards.
Yeah, Carolina right now, Virginia is trying to go at a decent pace, so Carolina needs to get a call in and be able to sit on it. Don't try to wait till the last minute to get the call in. Allow the guys to be able to see formations and have some time to have a thought process.
Armstrong will turn and hand off on second and about 3.5. It is Devin Darrington, the sophomore, who gets close to the first down marker, but stopped shy by Jalil Taylor. It is a gain of 2, and it will bring up 3rd and 1. Virginia converting 43% of its third downs this year. Carolina allowing 37%. And that includes forcing Georgia State just 5 of 17. Opponents 5 of their last 24 on third down against Carolina. Keaton Thompson comes in motion, fakes under center, and now a flag comes down as Virginia snaps, and I think that was a false start. So Thompson came in motion, stopped under center like he was going to get the QB sneak.
Offense, 5-yard penalty.
And it is a false start on Bissinger, so he stopped. We saw him do that last year against Carolina. He stopped under center on 3rd and shorts, 4th and shorts. He stopped and then continued in motion, but then there was the false start on Bissinger, and that makes it 3rd and 6 instead of 3rd and 1. First possession of the ball game, no score. 12:25 to go first quarter. Virginia with the football. Carolina crowd trying to be a factor. Remember, this is the first road game for Virginia this year. First time they've played in front of a crowd. Armstrong to throw. Goes down the far sideline, lobs it way up in the air, and it falls through the hands of the intended receiver. Jaquarius Conley was defending on the play. I believe it was Duntavian Wicks, the sophomore receiver for Virginia, who was the intended man for the football, and just had it slip through his hands. So it will be 4th down, and Virginia's going to keep the offense out there.
And you see why Conley has a chance to be such a really good player, because he's a physical tackler. He has a physical presence, but yet he can cover receivers outside wide.
Virginia 1 of 3 on 4th down this year. Carolina opponents are 2 of 4. Tar Heels with a late sub. Trying to get Tamari Fox on the field late, and because of that, they take a timeout as Fox was running onto the field as the ball, right before the ball was snapped. And Carolina takes a timeout for this big 4th down play. We'll take a timeout as well. 12:07 to go. Big moment early in the game. Virginia going for it, at least they were before this timeout, on 4th down. Still scoreless, first drive of the game. Virginia looking at 4th and 6 when we return from Learfield.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Jenny Sasser of North Duplin Elementary in Mount Olive. Her project, A Blast from the Past, is sponsored by Tri-County EMC, based in Dudley. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
6 for Virginia, no score. First possession of the game. 12:10 to go first quarter. And our game sponsor tonight, Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. And the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Put down your phone while driving. Let's have a hands-free NC. Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee, we mentioned Tamari Fox was trying to run on late, but that was only part of the reason Carolina took that timeout.
Yeah, Jay Bateman and Tommy Thigpen both approached Cedric Gray, the middle linebacker, or one of the linebackers who had not gotten off the field in that personnel group. So Cedric getting his first start tonight. He needs to pay more attention to the calls coming in and out.
So it will be 4th and 6. Virginia still with the offense on the field. Armstrong in the shotgun with the back to either side, and looks like some motion as when Armstrong clapped his hands, a receiver went forward.
Full start.
Keith Thompson, who was in the slot side, and he started moving before the snap. The Carolina crowd playing a role, and Brian, that's going to force, or at least going to show Virginia now to punt. Now, they faked a punt 2 years in a row against the Tar Heels.
Yeah, and I doubt they'll fake in this situation, but give the credit to the Carolina crowd on that play, making a lot of noise, making it hard for the communication of the Virginia, especially up front.
So the punter, Jacob Finn, boots it end over end, a little bit of a pooch punt. It's going to hit at the 10 and then check up. It will actually improve for the Tar Heels as it rolls back near the 20. And so Carolina will have the football to start things off at the 18-yard line. We gave you the offensive starter for the Heels. Let's give you the defensive front for Virginia. The listed starters: Adib Atariwa, Jameer Carter, Mandy Alonzo up front, Noah Taylor listed at the X position. The three, which is kind of a hybrid linebacker defensive front man. 3 linebackers: Nick Jackson, Hunter Stewart, Elliott Brown, Fintrell Cypress III, and Anthony Johnson. The corners: Joey Blunt, Nick Grant are the safeties. So Carolina will start on its own 18-yard line, going from left to right. Howell is going to keep it himself on the first play, coming to the near side. Howell over the 25 and is wrestled down by a couple different Virginia defenders, including Devontae Cross, close to the 30-yard line. It will be a gain of 12 and a first down for the Heels.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Carolina approaches this. If they try to come out throwing, or will they try to establish the run game early on?
Going to give you those offensive lines one more time because we get the official word as Howell pulls it out of the belly of his back, goes to Antoine Green, who brings it in at the 40. Will spin forward to the 41 for a gain of 11 and another first down. Fintrell Cypress defending. So that O-line left to right is going to be Awesome Richards, Ed Montelis, Q Johnson, Marcus McKeithen, and William Barnes. So 3 normal starters for the Heels: Azudu, Anderson, and Tucker, dressed and available but not starting tonight. Chance is going to come up to the right of Howell. This is 1st and 10, no score. Carolina's first possession after forcing a punt on Virginia's first ball. Howell under pressure, lets it go and downs the intended receiver, but incomplete. Howell was under heavy pressure, let it go just in time before he was popped by Nick Jackson, preseason All-ACC member at one of the linebacker spots for Virginia. So 2nd and 10 off the Tar Heel 41. Clock stops on the incompletion. 10:55 to go in the first quarter.
Yeah, Downs had a deep over, but it was he stopped as if he didn't think he was getting the football, but Sam went to him.
Howell, quick hitter to Downs near side. Downs with a lot of space. 35-30 coming to the near sideline. Downs may go. 10-5, give it to him. Touchdown, Carolina. That pass was only about 9 yards in the air, but goodness gracious, Josh Downs did the rest.
Yeah, what Carolina is realizing, Virginia's playing off so much that they're giving them all the short stuff, and Sam did a good job of getting the ball to Josh Downs immediately and let Josh do what he do with the football in his hand.
59 yards, Howell to Downs. That is the longest pass play of the season for the Tar Heels. It is already touchdown number 3 on the year for Josh Downs. Extra point is up and good. And with that pass, Sam Howell passed Bryn Renner in the Carolina record books as far as total offense. Passes the former great Carolina QB into 4th place all-time in that category. And he does it in pretty impressive fashion to Downs for 6. So Heels add the extra point, 7-0, 10 to go in the first quarter. Carolina 4 plays, 82 yards, 1:14 off the clock. Heels early from their field.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mac Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Scoreboard 7-0, 59-yard touchdown pass from Howell to Downs. Downs already now with 17 catches on the year. He came into this game with the 16 through 2 games. That was the most through 2 games for a Tar Heel since Jaworski Pollock had 18 in 2 games back in 2003. And I tell you what, Brian, you get Downs out in open space. Buckle up, dude. He's wild out there.
Absolutely. He's like a true slot guy, very quick in space, but he has the speed, as he just showed, to score from out deep. And that's a great way for Carolina to start this game on offense.
Another touchback as Kim kicks it through the back of the end zone. Let's go down to our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace. Lee, what's up?
Well, Josh Downs got a hearty congratulations from Deami Brown, who is in town tonight. The Washington football team has already played, so he's got the night off and is watching the game. Did Josh need a little bit of medical attention? Fact is, he had a splash of blood across his back of his jersey, and that second #1 on his number 11 jersey needed some rubbing alcohol and towel. Fortunately, it's not Josh's own blood. I don't know where the blood came from, but he's all clean and spit and polished and ready to go back.
Armstrong to throw, plenty of time. Now he'll scramble out of the pocket to the far sideline, chased out of bounds there by Conley. He'll get a couple on the scramble. Asante is in now for Carolina after Gray started. Asante's now in there with Gimmel. Gain of 2 on the scramble for Armstrong. So it is 2nd and 8 for Virginia. 10:25 and counting. First quarter, Tar Heels up early, 7-0. And I believe Carolina was offside. There was movement up front. Vahasek, question is, did he go first or was he drawn off?
Offside with contact. Number 51, defense. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
So a couple big penalties on Virginia in their first drive, and now Vahasek picks one up. Coming into this game, Carolina, through 2 games, had only been flagged an average of 4 times for about 40 yards. Virginia right in that area, too, 5 for 48 through 2 games. But that's an important one. Makes it 2nd and 3 instead of 2nd and 8. And Armstrong is going to roll out and try to throw. He's being pressured, and Rucker can't bring him down. Armstrong able to get out of the grasp of the Tar Heel defender and sneak out of bounds over the 30. It will not be enough for the first down as he came towards the Tar Heel sideline. Out of bounds right about the line of scrimmage, actually, so no gain on the play, and it will bring up 3rd down.
But once again, those are the plays you have to make when a game you expect is going to be close. It's a big difference between 3rd and 3 and 3rd and which would have been about 8. Armstrong in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. 3rd and short.
has time to throw. He's going to uncork one deep, has a man there, and Wicks able to bring it in at the Tar Heel 25. He had gotten a step in front of Jaquarius Conley. Conley tackled him after the catch, but an explosive play down to the 19. And Conley pounds the ground in frustration after he gave up the 49-yard pass. So Virginia, Brian, off its own 32 to the Tar Heel 19 on the big play.
Yeah, and that's the danger when you play zero coverage like that. You have no help across the board. It's just you and your man, and Conley got beat trying to play that stack what Virginia does. So Conley had to play off and wait for his man to clear so he wouldn't get picked.
Virginia 9 of 10 in the red zone this year. To throw Armstrong. Comes near side, caught by Wicks, cuts back at the 15, and then multiple Tar Heels. Gimmel and Gio Biggers, two of those Carolina blue uniforms that dropped Wicks at the 12, but it is a gain of 7 on the play. And Virginia can get a first down at the 9 without scoring. 7-0 Carolina, 8:30 to go, first quarter. Virginia punted on its initial drive. Carolina hit a 59-yard touchdown pass. Howell to Josh Downs. Armstrong to throw. Hands off, little inside handoff, ball's on the deck. Both teams pile up. Let's see.
Carolina got it.
Carolina has the football. Who's going to come out of there with it? Des Evans, the sophomore from Samford, brings in the loose football. Virginia got a little too cute. Tried the little motion inside handoff. It was dropped to the ground, and Evans scooped it up. Chris Collins was there to help make the handoff uncomfortable for the Cavaliers and knock it free. So Collins with the forced fumble and Evans with the recovery. For Collins, it's his first forced fumble. For Evans, it is his second career fumble recovery. Comes at the 8:16 mark of the first quarter.
And UVA tried to run a little read option, and Collins was the read guy, but he got penetration so quickly that he blew up the mesh.
So Carolina has the football. They'll start on their own 18-yard line after the fumble, and they'll keep it on the ground. Chandler, a little stutter step, and now he's off to the races. Pounds over a Cavalier down to the 35-yard line. Joey Blunt on the wrong side of the graduate transfer from Tennessee, Ty Chandler, as he gains 17 on the run.
And a big hole for Chandler, but what I like is him ducking his shoulders and finish the run physical.
Carolina will keep it on the ground again, and not much this time for Chandler. Gets a couple, but is dropped by Ben Smiley III, a sophomore from Chesapeake, Virginia. The officials...
The previous play is under further review.
Okay, so something is under further review. It had to be Chandler's 17-yard run, I suppose. Well, don't know. I guess we'll all find out together when we come back. It's going to be a Honda Dealers of the Carolina visit under the hood. Score big on a new Honda. See your Honda dealers in the Carolinas today. Well, we do know this. Tar Heels are up 7-0. 7:50 to go in the first quarter, and they have the football. Where and what the down is, unclear. Heels up from Learfield.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
Lee's 24-hour Towing is family-owned and operated since 1995. We provide fast and reliable towing, recover service, and roadside assistance for Durham and Orange counties in North Carolina. No matter the day or time, our dispatchers can schedule service, and our towing operators are happy to assist your needs. Our promise is to offer fair and affordable pricing for all of our towing and recovery services. Our well-trained and certified operators will provide you with the highest level of customer service experience. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Officials are still going under the hood, presented by Honda Dealers of the Carolinas. I think it might be for potential targeting at the end of the first run by Chandler. That 17-yarder. Joey Blunt made the tackle. There was the crown of the helmet involved. Let's break 10-second station ID. Maybe we'll have the answer when we return. Heels up 7-0. Currently 7:50 on the clock. Carolina up a touchdown early on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Prior to the second down play, replay blazed the field. Therefore, the second down play did not happen. There is no foul for targeting. We will have first down and 10.
So the official, Stuart Mullins, the referee, was just explaining while you were going through that station ID that the 2-yard run by Chandler is not going to count because the officials blew the play dead before that. So it'll be first and 10. And also that there was no targeting on, which I think there was certainly some helmet involved, but it didn't check all the boxes for targeting.
No, it definitely didn't. And at some point, helmets are going to touch. So, if they're going to start calling that a target, it's going to be very hard to play defense.
So it's 7:42 and counting. Tar Heels first and 10 back at the 35-yard line with the 7-0 lead. And they will hand off again to Chandler, starting to the far side, bounces off a tackle. Chandler steps through, down the near sideline, dragged down from behind by Joey Blunt, but not until Chandler gets into Virginia territory. Let's see where he stepped out. They'll say at the 37 of the Cavaliers. So 28 yards on the run for Chandler, who's popped off a 17-yarder and a 28-yarder on the two official plays of this drive. Carolina up 7-0. Howe claps his hands, snap a little low. He's able to scoop it up off the turf. Boy, all day to throw. Lets one go. Downs, end zone, lays out, brings it in. Is it 6? You're darn right it is. What a catch by Downs. The diving grab in the back right corner of the end zone.
Hey, Jones, listen, if that catch stands, that is that's a special catch either way, but it will be a special touchdown. What a catch. Outstanding.
Boy, it was great protection up front. Downs laid out on that back line. And let's wait and see. They're going to review it because it's a scoring play. And they'll probably want to take a good long look at this one because it was very close.
And the protection was great. Sam had time to stand back there and do what they call pat the baby a couple times and then just drop a dime in there.
Official still looking. Peter Voss, the replay official tonight.
Oh, yeah, that's a catch.
And, oh, yeah, let's go. It's been confirmed.
Oh, yeah.
Touchdown, Carolina, 37 yards. Howell to Downs. That's 2 for that combo tonight. That one comes at the 7-minute mark. And now the whistles blow.
Ruling on the previous play of completed catch for a touchdown is under further review.
Well, now they're going to take a longer look at this one. If it stands, here's Carolina's offense so far on 7 plays. 12 yards, 11 yards, incomplete pass, 59 yards, 17, 28, 37. That's pretty good. And I tell you, we're looking at it, Brian, on the big screen here in Keenan. I think it's going to stand because I think it's a catch with its elbows down.
Yep.
But also,
they don't have anything to overturn it with.
Right. I mean, the theme so far this year has been you need an act from above to overturn a call. And this one, even without the Carolina blue shades on, I think this one's going to stand.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think now the question is, did he use the ground in any way to help him cradle it? I don't think so.
Because I think his forearm is actually on the ground and in between the ground
After further
and the
review,
football.
the ruling on the field stands.
Yeah, it does. Touchdown, Howell to Downs. Already touchdowns of 59 and 37 yards between those two. Downs having himself a quarter. 2 catches, 96 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And as Brian said, that one was as attractive as it can get.
That was special. That was
fully
special.
laid out
Absolutely.
for the score. Atkins to try to add the extra point, which he does. So Carolina goes 82 yards for the second consecutive scoring drive. This one takes 3 plays and a minute 16 off the clock. So almost identical drives. 4 plays, 82, 114. 3 plays, 82, and 116. So with 7 minutes to go in the first quarter, it is now 14-0 Carolina. Lee Pace, this has been impressive thus far from the Heels.
Well, Brian Anderson, Josh Pazudu, who are both very active and engaged, even though they haven't played, are among the first to greet this offensive line as they come off the field for giving Sam Howell so much protection. Just an outstanding atmosphere down here in the bowl, Jones, reminiscent of the Miami game 2 years ago when Miami came for the first home game of the season, Mac Brown's return, and just an electric atmosphere. That's exactly what it feels like tonight.
Carolina kicking off again. Tar Heels averaging over 23 yards per play on 7 plays thus far. As Kim kicks it off, it will be another touchback. 164 yards already for Carolina. Now, Virginia has 96. They've had a couple of big pass plays, but their drives have been derailed, one by a couple of penalties, and then, of course, the fumble where Collins forced it and Evans recovered inside the Tar Heel 20, and Carolina made that turnover turn into points. So, 14-0, hot start for Carolina. 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. Storm Duck is on the field for the first time for Carolina. Armstrong to throw. Time to do so, and falling to his seat and making the catch at the 41 between the hash marks is Thompson. He has been one of the favorite targets of Armstrong here early in the ball game, and that one gained 16.
And he has been the target, and Carolina has to find a way to get him out of the flow of the game, because right now he's the only thing that UVA has really consistently that Carolina hasn't had an answer for.
So the 2 corners are Grimes and Duck right now for Carolina. Armstrong to throw again. Again caught over the middle. This time it's the big tight end, Woods. He had Gimmel right on his back at the 45. As soon as he caught it, he was dragging across the field from right to left. It's a gain of 4. 2nd and 6. Heels up 14-0. Cavaliers going right to left with 6:13 and counting to go first quarter. Ball on the 45 on the near hash. Armstrong claps his hands, looking for the screen. Doesn't do it. Instead goes deep over the middle and just overshot his target. Thompson had a step on Chapman and was there, but Armstrong's throw too high. He gave that little pump fake on the little screen or swing pass and then tried to go down the right hash and just missed the target. That brings up 3rd down.
And that definitely was a miscommunication in the Carolina secondary, because Thompson was wide open, but the errant throw saved Carolina.
Virginia, 2 receivers stacked far side. Armstrong in the shotgun with the back Mike Hollins to his left. 2 tight ends on the near side of the line. Armstrong to throw. Caught. First down, right at the marker by Grant Mish, the backup tight end. And I think that's going to be enough. It will, to the Tar Heel 47 for the first down. It gains 8. Cavaliers now 2 of 3 on 3rd down. And, Brian, they have really been attacking that middle portion of the field with their pass game.
And they did this last year also. A lot of crossing routes. You know, at Virginia, you're going to get a lot of crossing routes. That was basically what they call a mesh route, when the 2 inside receivers from each side kind of cross over the middle. And Carolina right now is struggling between the hashes on defense.
Hollins the back. Now he's going to exit, go wide right. So empty backfield for Armstrong. Pressured there. Armstrong lost the ball when he was hit. I think Virginia was able to fall on it this time. Rucker, the man who popped Armstrong right in the belly as he was in the pocket. But the Cavaliers do recover the loose football, but it is back over the 50-yard line. 55, Olusegun Olawatimi, the center, recovered the loose ball. They'll put it with the nose of the football right at the 50. So the fumble loses 3 yards. They'll bring up 2nd and 13. Heels up 14-0. Armstrong claps his hands, gets the snap, looking to the near side. Now he's going to scramble out, throws down the sideline. Caught there, and an immediate tackle made by Duck as he takes down Rashawn Henry at the 45. 3-yard line, gain of 7. It'll bring up 3rd and 6. I think Virginia thought that the Tar Heels were offside, and so they snapped it early. The play kind of took a second to get going. There was no flag on the play, but it does gain 7 yards. So Virginia, who's converted back-to-back 3rd downs, 2 for 3 in this first quarter, will try to do it again. Heels up 14-0, though. An offensive explosion here early. 3 receivers bunched to the far side. Armstrong to throw. Heels rush just 4. Boy, wide open man out of the backfield as Hollins makes one Tar Heel miss. Another miss, has more than enough for first down as he stood up around the 25-yard line. Gained 18. First man to miss was Duck. Then Asante came in. He couldn't make the hit either. It was going to be a first down regardless of the tackles. And Hollins was wide open coming out of the backfield. Ends up gaining officially 19 on the play, and that's 3 straight 3rd downs Virginia has converted, including 2 on this drive.
And Jones, that was Asante's man. They ran that running. I don't know if you remember, they got us last year on that same play with Chad Surratt, the running back out of the backfield.
Jet sweep to Kemp, and I'm not sure how he got through all the traffic as he stretched to the right side. It looked like 3 or 4 Tar Heels were around him, but got blocked up, and then Kemp, put his foot in the ground, got all the way down to the 5-yard line. That play looked like it was going to gain about 3 or 4, and it gains 19 instead. Now it's 1st and goal. Heels up 14-0, making a late sub as Chapman comes off. Heels get another backer, Cedric Gray, onto the field. 1st and goal for Virginia. Armstrong in the shotgun. He's going to keep it on the ground to Thompson, barreling into a pile, and is down to the 1. Coming off the bottom is Cedric Gray. He, more than anything, just kind of caught Thompson and dragged him down. Gain of 4 to the 1. 2nd and goal. Virginia trying to move quickly here on the 2nd and very short. They'll hand off and touchdown. It was Taulapapa who got the handoff and scores his first touchdown of the season from a 1-yard out. So Virginia, a couple of big 3rd down conversions on the drive. Get into the end zone for the first time at the 2:27 mark of the first quarter. It's now 14-6 with the extra point on the way.
And here's what I don't like about what I'm seeing right now. Carolina is getting the calls in way too late. Virginia is on the ball, and Carolina defenders are standing up looking towards the sideline to get the call. You got to get these guys a call and let them play and live with the results, but at least let them have the opportunity to get lined up and play football.
10 plays, 75 yards. Extra point was good. 4:33 off the clock. Virginia on the scoreboard to make it 14-7 with now 2:27 to go in the first quarter. All right, let's go to Dave real fast. Just want to check some scores. Mentioned that Duke game had just gone final. Clemson and Georgia Tech were close at last check. Dave, what's going on out there on the scoreboard?
Well, Clemson has been wallowed in a 7-3 advantage for what feels like the better part of the second half. The Tigers now have a little bit of breathing room in Death Valley against the Yellow Jackets. It's now 14-3 Clemson, 6:52 left to play in the fourth quarter in that matchup. Meanwhile, at the top of the top 25, if you missed it earlier today, Florida gave Alabama a huge scare in Gainesville. The Tide, though, holds off the Gators 31-29. Florida missed a 2-point conversion with just more than 3 minutes to play in the game.
Armstrong already has thrown it 12 times. He's 10 of 12 for 164 yards. Howell 3 of 4 for 107 yards. As the kickoff is end over end and will be fair caught at the goal line by Caleb Hood, the young running back for the Heels. Boy, I tell you, it is a hot, steamy night here in Chapel Hill. It's not, you've heard this before, it's not so much the heat, it's the humidity, but it feels it's soupy tonight in Chapel Hill, plus full house here in Kenan Stadium. A lot of energy, although Virginia quiets the crowd on that last drive, getting on the scoreboard with the 1-yard touchdown by Taulapapa. So we'll see if the Heels, who have been so hot offensively, can answer. They'll start on their own 25, still going from left to right. Howell in the shotgun. Claps his hands. He'll pull it, throw it, caught. Joffrey Brown steps through a tackle. He may go. He's the fastest on the Tar Heel team. You are not catching him. Touchdown, Carolina. Well, all right. Joffrey Brown hadn't had a catch through 2 games. What should you do with your first catch of the season? How about you take it to the house, young fella?
Racket. And right now, Carolina's just taking advantage of the softness in the UVA secondary. They're playing off so far. All those, the quick hitches, the quick slants, all that is there. And Carolina's exploiting that right now.
You talked about, Brian, a play that happened last year in the Virginia game. We talked that play happened last. Joffrey Brown
yes, it did.
had a 76-yard touchdown, almost that exact looking play.
It was the same play, quick slant.
Yeah, last year in Charlottesville as the PAT is up and through by Grayson Atkins. So the Tar Heels have run 8 plays and have 21 points and 239 yards. We're not out of the first quarter. 2:16 to go in the quarter. Carolina now up 21-7. That drive was just the one play, 75 yards, and took 11 seconds off the clock. Joffrey Brown, his personal best 100-meter is 10.55. I don't think he needed to run quite that fast because once he caught it, there was nothing but green grass. He hit the brakes at about the 20 because he knew there was nothing but the end zone in front of him at that point.
Yeah. Once a guy like Joffrey gets out in front of you, you might well get the field goal block team ready because you're not going to catch it. And this is happening against a Virginia team who is only giving up 155 yards in the air per game. And Carolina right now is just doing whatever they want to do in the passing game.
And Virginia grinds, couple third downs. An impressive drive, don't get me wrong. 10 plays, 75 yards. And then just like that, Tar Heels answer. One play for the score. So kicking off again. Kim. You know it. Out of the back of the end zone. I'm telling you something about Kim. I know we talked. They're hitting out of the end zone. They're hitting in the out-of-bounds area past the end zone almost every time as he continues to be terrific in what he's asked to do. Let's go to Lee Pace down on our sideline. Lee, what's up?
Well, during that media timeout in short Carolina offense, Jay Bateman had his ball cap turned around backward and was furiously drawing on a grease board in front of the safeties and cornerbacks. Then went over and talked to Cedric Gray and Asante and several of the linebackers, and obviously he was not happy. We'll see if anything he said to them makes a difference X and O-wise here.
Virginia will keep it on the ground on first down, and not much there. Don Chapman was the first Tar Heel to make contact on the play. Morrison involved on the stop. Also Kevin Hester in there as well. It will be a very short gain. He'll give one to the ball carrier, who was Mike Hollins. 2nd and 9. Tar Heels right now averaging a point every 7.6 seconds of possession. They've had the ball 3 times, 3 scores. 21-7 Carolina, late first quarter, $140 and counting. 2nd and long for Virginia. Armstrong again keeps it on the ground, and again, not much doing. Cedric Gray, also Jabari Ritzie, the talented youngster, involved on the tackle. It'll be a gain of 2 out to the 28-yard line. And now it's time to see if the Heels can get off the field on third down. Virginia failed on its first third down, but has converted 3 in a row since then. And they've been third in a hefty amount. This is third and 7 for Virginia.
Yeah, Carolina, you feel right now your offense is doing whatever they want. You can get a stop here, you can really open up the scoreboard a little bit.
Heels rush just 4, but again a first down on third down, and again over the middle. This time it is Kemp who brings it in at the 40. He'll fall forward to the 42, a gain of 14 on the play. So Virginia continues to pepper the middle of the field, particularly on third down. That catch was made in front of the Tar Heel nickelback, Don Chapman, to move the sticks. Game clock down to 32 seconds. Again, a late sub by Carolina. They have too many players on the field, I believe. Armstrong kind of caught in the backfield. Now he scrambles forward. There are no flags down.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, there is. Yeah, way in the back. Okay. I was about to say, I thought for sure that the Heels had too many players on the field. Although
illegal substitution. Yeah. More than 11 players on the field. Defense. 5-yard penalty. 2nd out.
And Brian, to your point earlier, right now, the Tar Heels, to your point, are subbing extraordinarily late.
Replay, first down.
And I see Jay Bateman and Coach Brown what they're going to argue is UVA made a substitution,
Right.
so we have a right to make
Which
a
is
substitution.
true, yeah. That's absolutely accurate. As the game clock will expire here in the first quarter. So what a wild 15 minutes of play as Carolina puts up 239 yards of offense and 21 points. Now it's not like Virginia's not moving the ball. They've got 185 yards, including 178 through the air. But a key turnover, a couple of big penalties have hurt the Cavaliers and have helped the Heels to a 21-7 lead through 15 minutes. We'll all catch our breath, come back for quarter two here in Keenan. Heels up by 14 from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There's nothing better than the mouth-watering barbecue of Backyard Bistro. It's hellaciously good. And this season you can see for yourself at the concession stands at Keenan Stadium. With award-winning barbecue highlighted in Cary Living Magazine, Destination America TV, and WRAL.com as a Voter's Choice winner, Backyard Bistro is the fastest-growing caterer in the Triangle. Try it out at your next Carolina tailgate or drop by the restaurant in Raleigh off Interstate 40. Backyard Bistro. It's hellaciously good.
Window World, America's largest exterior remodeler and a proud partner of UNC, provides exceptional quality windows, siding, doors, and more. They're headquartered right here in North Carolina and have enhanced over 100,000 homes across 30 counties for over 25 years. Improving your largest investment with energy efficiency products and creating amazing curb appeal is what they do best. From Raleigh-Durham to Rocky Mount, down to Fayetteville and beyond. Call, click, or visit Window World, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, today.
What a wild first quarter in Chapel Hill. Tar Heels lead it 21-7. Virginia, though, has a 1st and 5 after the penalty near midfield. Let's take a look at the stats from that first quarter presented by Duncan. America runs on Duncan. The Tar Heels run on Duncan, and a lot of offense. 239 yards for Carolina, 182 passing, 57 rushing. Virginia has 185 yards, 178 through the air, just 7 on the ground. Listen to this time of possession, 12-19 for Virginia, 2:41 for Carolina. Normally that would be bad, but the way the Heels are scoring so quickly, it just shows you how potent they were in the first 15 minutes. 7 first downs for each team. Third down conversions, Carolina has not faced a third down yet. Virginia is 4 of 5, including 4 in a row. Okay, Cavaliers now going left to right, and they have a new man in there at quarterback. It's Keaton Thompson. He'll go with the jet sweep to Kemp, and he is wrapped up. Conley, Gimmel, Duck came in late as well, and there will be actually a loss of 1 on the play back to the 46-yard line. But remember, that was 1st and 5, so even with the loss of 1, it brings up 2nd and 6. Virginia again now going left to right. Ball on the near hash with the Heels up 21-7. Armstrong back in, and now a very deliberate job by the officials after a Virginia sub to block the snap and allow Carolina to sub. Quick hitter down the far sideline, and now a trick play but incomplete. Virginia threw it to Wicks on a little bubble screen. He then tried to throw it down the numbers to Jelani Woods, but it was incomplete. Carolina had recovered, but Woods still had some space. If that one was on target, it at minimum would have been an explosive play. Third down, another big third down. Can Carolina get off the field? 21-7 Tar Heels. 3rd and 6 for the Cavaliers. Armstrong claps his hands. Now he's going to ease up. Look to the sideline. Steps back into the shotgun. Play clock at 1. Armstrong gets the snap. Carolina does not bring pressure. Armstrong, now he's caught in the pocket, takes off, dives. He's going to be short of the first down at the 50. And let's see what Virginia wants to do. The scramble gains 4. It will bring up 4th and 2. And here comes the punt unit. But, Brian, as we mentioned, Virginia has faked a punt 2 years in a row against Carolina. This is certainly the area of the field that it could potentially happen. Carolina's keeping its defense on the field because of that, other than Josh Downs, who's back to receive.
And right now, you're just making sure that they punt the football.
And stay on side. And Virginia does punt it away. Another short end-over-end kick. Downs will get out of the way. Hits at the 16, and then is down at about the 14 by the Cavaliers' Chase Chalmers. So Carolina will have the football with a 21-7 advantage. 13:28 to go, second quarter. Let's go back to our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. That's Lee Pace. Lee.
Jones, it's great to see number 29, Storm Duck, back on the field for the Tar Heels on that first down. He was involved in the tackling. He just exploded up off the ground. That was his first real live contact, and it's kind of like, I'm glad to be back. Then on third down, he got nose-to-nose with Jelani Woods, who's got a good 6 inches on him, big number 0, and he got right in his face, hands all over him, and protected him, and Woods was not a target on that play.
2 receivers to either side of the formation. Howe pulls it, fakes the throw. He'll take off. Boy, he slipped through some tacklers and made something out of nothing there as he crosses over the 20 to the 23. It'll be a scramble gain of 9 for Howe. Wanted to go right initially, thought better of it, and then did some nice job stepping through a tackle or two to get some positive yards. And there's a Virginia player who is down. Sitting is Aaron Falmui, a junior defensive lineman. That will take us to a commercial break. By the way, those reports by Lee, brought to you by the Pinehurst Resort, the first anchor site of the U.S. Open. History is made in Pinehurst, one moment at a time. Tar Heels up 21-7, 13:06 to go. Second quarter, Carolina looking at a 2nd and 1 when action resumes from Learfield.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
WCAB. 13:06 to go, second quarter. Tar Heels 21, Virginia 7. Heels have the football, 2nd and 1 on their own 23-yard line. All of us on the Tar Heels Sports Network want to send a big happy birthday message to Ryan Oakley. Celebrating the big 1-2 tonight, the best way possible. He's here in Kenan Stadium cheering on the Heels. Thanks for being here tonight, Ryan, and hope you have an awesome birthday. It's been an awesome start. Carolina with 248 yards of offense and a 21-7 lead. Hey, whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance. Having a home is hard work, so get a quote at geico.com. It is easy. Howell's going to be in the shotgun. Let's see who's out there with him. Joffrey Brown, wide right. Slot right's going to be Downs. Wide left, Green. has a man to either side of him in the backfield. Now, one of those men, Morales, will leave it. So Chandler, standing to the right, is the only back there. He'll get the football and power forward. I think it's going to be enough for the first down. It will indeed. He needed the 24, and he got the 25. So Bullies forward for a pair. Nick Jackson, the talented linebacker, leading tackler for Virginia through 2 games, made the hit. First down.
And Jones, we've called a lot of ball handlers' names, but we haven't necessarily called out the offensive line, who's done a great job so far early in this game.
Howell looking for a deep shot. Rips one down the far sideline. Ton of hand fighting down there. Is dropped by Joffrey Brown, but multiple flags come in. I think it's going to be a pass interference on Virginia's.
Pass interference. Number 23, defense, 15-yard penalty, and an automatic. First down.
And for Carolina, that's good, Fintrell Cypress, but that was a touchdown. Joffrey Brown, who already has one tonight, just could not bring it in after the contact. That is one Joffrey's going to catch more times than not, but did not bring that one home. Carolina will take the 15 yards, though, to the 40-yard line.
And even though there was contact, he had time after the contact to get himself together, to get his stride back and make that catch.
Hood in the game, gets the handoff, coming near side. He's over the 35, carries a couple of Cavaliers into the Tar Heels sideline. And Caleb Hood, good forceful run. Anthony Johnson comes up from his cornerback spot. It's a gain of 6 to the 46. Carolina with the 21-7 lead. 12:05 and counting second quarter. Hood will stay in. The freshman from Rockingham out of Richmond Senior High School. 2nd and 4. Howell's going to throw it this time. Deep in the pocket. Wide open. Downs. Got it. Tripped up as he makes the catch. Inside the Cavalier 20. Blunt able to save another touchdown. But another big play for Downs. He's already over 100 yards in the ballgame.
And listen, Downs is running good routes. But when you throw the ball that accurate, there's not a whole lot that a defender can do. All he can do pretty much is tackle the catch.
37 yards on the catch. Downs 3 catches, 133 yards. Howell to throw again. Now he'll run. And he's tripped up at the 15. Kind of an awkward fall, but he pops up okay. Taken down by Nick Jackson. And let's see, it's going to be about a 2-yard gain, I believe, for Howell. They will mark it at the 15, so it is 2nd and 8 at the Virginia 15. Heels going right to left. 21-7 lead, trying to move with some pace. Snap is high. Howell has it. Dumps it off flat. Drop. Morales had it in his hands right at the line of scrimmage, but he could not cradle it in. So that's 2 drops on this possession. I'm not even sure Morales, there was a Virginia defender coming up. He would have gotten some positive yards. Don't think it would have been a huge play. But that is 2 drops on this drive for the Tar Heels. Howell has 2 incompletions, and they've both been dropped. Well, one of them's a drop. The one to Brown, of course, didn't count due to the penalty.
Yeah, Jones, if Morales catches that ball, that's definitely a first down. There was nobody close enough. If he catches, for one, he jumped and didn't have to, and that's what threw him off.
3rd and 8. This is the first 3rd down Carolina's faced. Howell rolling out to the right. Still looking down the field. Comes back across his body. Had Downs, but couldn't get enough mustard on it. He short hopped, but there is a flag down on the play.
I think he was over the line of scrimmage.
The line of scrimmage was the 15. Howell extended that play for a long time, drifting out to the right. Getting a look at the replay, and it was close. Was. I think if the flag stands, it
illegal forward pass beyond the neutral zone. Number 7, offense. 5-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, plus loss of down. 4th down.
So that will push the field goal attempt for Grayson Atkins back a bit. Going to mark it at the 19-yard line with the penalty. First 3rd down for Carolina. So Atkins off the right hash will try from 36 yards away. Snap back, spot down, kick is up, and it is good. So Carolina has to settle for 3 but they do extend the lead. It's now 24-7 with 10:47 to go in the second quarter. So Carolina puts 3 more on the board. Tar Heels up 17 from Learfield.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
At BMW, we made the ultimate range of SAVs. And because each of the 7 X-Range sports activity vehicles flawlessly balance dynamic power, spacious size, and sleek design, you can choose from a fleet that fits perfectly into your life. Like the versatile and bold X1, the unbelievably powerful X3, or the luxurious X7. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there.
Test drive at one of your local North Carolina BMW centers and take advantage of exclusive offers.
10:47 to go in the second quarter. The North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads Tar Heels 24, Virginia 7. That's brought to you by Farm Bureau. Farm Bureau Insurance, helping you is what they do best. That last drive, 8 plays, 67 yards, 2:41 off the clock. Atkins with the field goal. Atkins is now 3 of 4 on the season. And dating back to last year, he's made 13 of his last 16 field goals. And Brian, you wanted 7, but the Tar Heels do get 3 more on the board, and they'll be kicking off here up by 17.
And in a weird way, it was good for them. And what's crazy is it was a sub-3-minute drive, but that felt like a long drive. And but at least it gave Carolina defense to get down, sit down, get some water, and to go over some things on the board and make some corrections.
That 2:41 equals the entire time of possession for the whole game prior to that possession for Carolina. The Heels have had the ball 4 times, 3 touchdowns, and a field goal. Kim, this one will hit at the 10, a little low squirrler. It's going to roll into the end zone. So he mishit that one a bit, but it's kind of like when you just come up a little bit if you're hitting your 3-wood out of the fairway or something and scoots along the ground, ends up great. That's what happened there for Jonathan Kim. It will be another touchback.
Well, the football understands what he do, so it just went ahead in the end zone for him.
This can't be right. This is Jonathan Kim. I got to be a touchback. So Virginia will start again at its 25-yard line. Every possession for the Cavaliers has started right there at the 25. 10:47 to go. Heels up in the second quarter. Heels up 24-7. On Virginia. Armstrong, who has already thrown for 178 yards. He's going to throw yet again. Here comes pressure. Steps out of it, being chased from behind by Evans. He'll throw it down the field, but incomplete as he rolled out to the left with big old Evans, who already has a fumble recovery to his credit tonight, was breathing down his neck. It'll be incomplete, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Don Chapman was blitzing off the right edge of the defense. He has to stay outside. If you're the outside guy, you can't allow that quarterback to get outside.
Clock stops on the incompletion, 10:40 to go, second quarter. Armstrong with 2 men to his left out of the shotgun will turn and hand it off, and not much there for Mike Hollins. The 5'9 sophomore out of Baton Rouge. It'll bring up 3rd down. Jeremiah Gimmel asking for noise from the Carolina crowd. Kevin Hester, reserve D lineman, made the hit for the Heels. This will be 3rd and 7 from the 28-yard line. Carolina has Kamari Fox, Jalil Taylor, Kamen Rucker as the front 3. Heels still looking to the sideline. Play clock down to 8. Armstrong checks a wristband on his right wrist. Play clock down to 2. Claps his hands, gets the snap. He'll bring pressure. Armstrong throws it before it gets there. Complete for the first down and a lot more as a stiff arm allows Kemp to get over the 50, crossing the Tar Heel 40, down to around the 39. Well, they'll say down at the 40-yard line. A gain of 32 as Virginia continues to hit some big plays in the pass game. Armstrong now with 210 yards passing. Howell has 219. Gimmel was the man pressuring. He hit Armstrong, but a beat too late.
Yeah, we were in man coverage, and Trey Morrison was 3 yards behind the mark the gain and backpedal quickly. You got to slow your tempo if you're going to get that deep.
Armstrong trying one deep and diving for the touchdown is Dontavian Wicks. He was able to get in front of Kyler McMichael and made a diving grab in the front left corner of the end zone for Virginia's second touchdown of the night. For the passing yards in this game are astronomical. Armstrong now with 250 yards, 13 of 16, and a touchdown. Howell is 5 of 7, 219 yards, and 3 touchdowns. That drive for Virginia took just 4 plays. Carolina again had the Cavaliers in a 3rd and long. But Virginia converts and eventually scores. Extra point. Boy, that wasn't real attractive, but it did go in for Justin Dunkel. As it looked like that one may scoot to the right, but it was able to head between the uprights for the Cavaliers. So 9:13 to go in the second quarter. More offense, 24-14. Carolina's lead is 10 from Learfield.
At the Honda sales event, one summer adventure leads to another. Start with a great offer on a new Honda and be on your way to remote beach weekends, deep forest discoveries, and sunsets next to a campfire that you built yourself. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% APR on the 2021 Honda CR-V, Ridgeline, or the all-new 2022 Civic.
Shop the Honda Summer Sales Event today. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Exclude Civic Type R. See dealer for financing details.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
24-14. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, Clemson leading Georgia Tech 14-6. 7 seconds left in the game. Clemson just stopped Georgia Tech at the goal line, going in to draw to within 2. So the Tigers have the football, and now a safety, Jones, has just been called. Make it 14-8. A free kick coming Georgia Tech's way with 7 seconds to play.
We'll get you updated when that one goes final here. As Dave told you, 24-14. Carolina with the lead, 9:13 to go in the first half. As the kickoff, end over end, will be another touchback. Hood will watch it go over his head. So the two teams have combined for well over 500 yards of offense. Carolina with 296. Virginia with 263. And again, the big number for Virginia, in addition to all those passing yards, is third down. 5 of 7 on third down, and we had said Carolina, after allowing Virginia Tech to go 6 of its first 6 on third down, since that point, the rest of the Virginia Tech game, the Georgia State game, Opponents were 5 of 24. That was about 21% on third down. But Virginia's hit some big ones tonight. Carolina moving off its own 25. They'll be going from right to left, and they'll keep it on the ground with Hood. And he is met at the line of scrimmage by Aaron Falmouy. Maybe a yard on the play for Hood to make it 2nd and 9, and let us go to Lee Pace on the sideline. Lee.
Well, Joshua Izudu is in at left guard, and big Jordan Tucker is in at right tackle. So the Tar Heels are getting at least 2 of those 3 former starters who did not start tonight in the lineup. They've been battling some sort of injuries this week.
Q Johnson, Lee, still at the center position for the Tar Heels. So 2nd and 9 after the 1-yard gain. Howell out of the shotgun is going to throw. Virginia rushes 4. Howell comes out of the pocket. He'll come down the near sideline and is shoved out of bounds. Q Johnson's helmet came off, but he did the smart thing. He did not continue to compete on the play. If you do so, it is a penalty. So Johnson just stood still. That will prompt Brian Anderson to come on the field, though, because Johnson has to leave with the helmet off. Howell in total gained the first down on the scramble. He got out to the 35, so he gained the 9 yards. It was 2nd and 9 on the play.
And what a smart play by Q, having the awareness, understanding that if I continue to play, it'll be a penalty, and just dying and stand still. Great awareness.
So Anderson's first snap is clean to Howell. Play action to Hood. Finds his tight end Walston in the flat near side. And he gets a couple of yards out to the 39 for the Tar Heels senior. Actually, super senior out of Wilmington. Noah Taylor with the hit for Virginia. Taylor, the redshirt junior, listed as the X position for Virginia's defense. 2nd and 6, Carolina up 24-14 in what has been a busy first half in Chapel Hill. Heels keep it on the ground. Hood, near side, over the 50. Hood, the freshman, to the 40. Steps through another tackle. He's down to the Virginia 36-yard line. Explosive run this time. 25 yards on the ground for the Tar Heels.
And once again, good blocking up front. Hood makes a good catch right there, a good cut against the grain, but he's clear for 15 yards before he even has to do anything.
That's the longest run of Hood's young Carolina career. DJ Jones unavailable tonight, so Hood in that pure backup role behind Ty Chandler. Carolina at the Virginia 36, 1st and 10. Howell going to pull it away from Hood. Dance in the backfield. Howell makes a man miss and gets ahead to the 31. It looked like he was doing the electric slide or something back there. Slide to the left, clap a little bit, twist yourself and move forward. And hugging for air, I think it was Nick Jackson who couldn't squeeze him. So the run by Howell gains 5. Howell is alone in the backfield on the 2nd and 5. Looking one-on-one to the left. Wants Antoine Green. The ball, though, overshoots everybody, including Anthony Johnson, the man defending on the play. There's another helmet off, and there's a flag down. Q Johnson's helmet is off again, and the flag is back there where the line of scrimmage was. So this, well, let's just see. Johnson is heated.
Personal foul, face mask, number 94 defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. Number 69 does not have to leave the game for one play because his helmet came off as a direct result of the foul.
I was worried, Brian, that was going to be what we just talked about, that maybe Johnson had continued after the helmet came off, but Aaron Falmouy ripped the helmet off with the face mask, and so the penalty is going to move it to the 16 of the Cavaliers. Carolina up 24-14. 6:31 on the clock, going right to left. Ball on the near hash as Howell's in the shotgun. Chandler back in. He'll be to his right. 3 receivers to the right. 1 Olsen to the left. Howell, quick hitter to Downs. Downs spins away. Downs at the 10. Tripped up inside the 5. He's like a little road runner with beep, 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 beep. 1st and goal, Carolina. Good block by Walston in front.
And Downs does a great job, very similar to Daz Newsom with their ability after the catch. They can run good routes, but if you just get them the ball quickly, don't worry about the routes. Just let them do their thing.
1st and goal from the 5. 6 minutes to go, first half. Chandler to Howell's left. Howe keeps it himself. Looking to the left and intercepted in the end zone. Ventrell Cypress going to come down the near sideline. Howe, the last Tar Heel to be able to stop him. Cypress has to slow down because of Howe. And eventually Olsen and Chandler chase him down as now a late flag comes in at the end of the play.
There is a flag on the play as well.
Let's see what the flag is.
After the play was over, sportsmanlike conduct, intercepting team, number 23, his first of the game. 15-yard penalty, first down.
So a critical turnover for Carolina. Howe throws the red zone interception. Virginia, that is for them the first turnover that they have forced in the red zone. First time the Tar Heels have turned it over in the red zone. Virginia has still not allowed a touchdown in the red zone this season. They did give up the field goal earlier to Carolina. 66-yard return for Cypress. He then got the taunting penalty at the end of it. So Virginia's going to take over at the Carolina 49-yard line when it's all said and done. Armstrong, again, a wide open receiver in the middle of the field. Wicks, who's had a huge day, brings it in at the 31. Falls forward to the 30. It'll be a first down for Virginia.
And going back to the interception, Sam has played way too much football to make that throw. You're in field goal range. If you have to be conservative. You have points almost guaranteed. Play conservative and kick the field goal. That's a win.
Pressure coming, and Armstrong goes down. Couple of Tar Heels, Taman and Tamari, a brotherly meeting at the quarterback. Drops Armstrong back around the 40-yard line. It'll be a loss of 9, officially marked at the 39, so a sack, loss of 9. It'll bring up 2nd and 19 for Virginia. Second and long. Armstrong, plenty of time to throw. Comes down the near sideline, and there's a lot of fighting between Wicks and Duck. And it is going to be a reception for Wicks inside the 10. As Brian told you, it looked like the sophomore may have pushed up, but no flag on the play. As Virginia now trying to take advantage of the turnover. Gains 31 on that one to the 8.
Jones, that wasn't even close. Like, if you're going to allow receivers to do that, good luck playing DB. I mean, he literally turned around and put his hand in his chest and pushed off.
Armstrong rolling out to the left. Going to throw to the end zone and incomplete. Grimes was locked up with Rashawn Henry. And incomplete on the pass. Taman Fox applying some pressure on the play. It'll be 2nd and goal. So the Tar Heels were up 24-14 and knocking on the door, 1st and goal, before throwing the interception in the end zone for Howe. It is his 4th interception of the season. He had just 14 coming into the year in total. Armstrong already with 300 yards passing in the ballgame. Hands off to Talapapa, and Miles Murphy whipped the block and dropped him down. Back over the 10. It'll be 3rd and goal for the Cavaliers around the 11-yard line. What a big play by Murphy to force a 3rd and long. Heels bring in 4 substitutes for this 3rd and long but goal to go situation.
Yeah, for Murphy, that was just good get off. Once you get off the ball that quick, they were trying to block him with the guard, but he got off the ball too quick and was able to cross his face and get the tackle for loss.
Play clock at 6. Armstrong in the shotgun. Carolina crowd making noise. Heels will rush just 3. Armstrong to the end zone. Incomplete. Here comes the flag. Morrison was defending Woods, the tight end, and looks like he'll get the pass interference. Officials talking about it.
Pass interference, number 2. Defense. By rule, the ball will be placed at the 2-yard line with an automatic first down.
You know what? I said Morrison. The official said Chapman. I actually think it was Grimes.
Yeah, it was Grimes.
It was Morrison came in late and complained to the officials, but it was Grimes defending on the play, 20, and not number 2. Virginia now first and goal at the 2, can get within a field goal here if they punch it in after the critical interception on the other side by the Heels. Keep it on the ground. Thompson is stuffed at the 1. It will be second and goal. Tamari Fox first contact. That clock continues to run. 3:21 and counting with the Tar Heels up 24-14, but Virginia 1 yard away. North Carolina was on the doorstep of a 3-score lead. 2 tight ends on the right side of the line as Virginia trying to punch it in the east end zone. Armstrong is going to throw. Rolls out to the left. He'll throw to the end zone. Gracious, just camped out with nobody around him for the touchdown is Jelani Woods.
And Jones, that's what happened when you allow the quarterback to break the pocket. Every time that happens, the defense is going to break down on the second level because guys start thinking, okay, do I need to come up to force the quarterback or do I stay with coverage? And it's just that little bit of hesitancy that causes guys to get wide open like that.
So now Virginia back within a field goal, assuming that this extra point is good. 7 plays, 49 yards, and 2:44 off the clock after the interception by Fintrell Cypress III, which, by the way, was his first career interception. So Carolina led at one point 24-7, but Virginia scored 14 unanswered. Armstrong now with 301 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first half. Howell has 234 and 3 scores, but also a big interception. Carolina still with the lead, but Virginia with the momentum from Learfield.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown! Oh, man!
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it! Touchdown!
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Carolina is a world-class university because of its students. It is competing with other universities nationally and within North Carolina to recruit the very best scholars to become Tar Heels. To do so, it set the bold goal of raising $1 billion in student support, and together we can meet this challenge. Join us in supporting scholarships at Carolina by visiting campaign.unc.edu.
4 to go. Virginia scored 14 straight. Tar Heels lead down to 3, 24-21. A reminder about syncmygame.com. If you'd like to listen while you watch TV, easy instructions on syncmygame.com. Let's break 10 seconds. Station ID down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Tar Heels up 24-21. All of us on the Tar Heels Sports Network would like to send our condolences to the family of Mike Miller, who passed away at the far too young age of 45 after a multi-year battle with cancer. Mike was born in Toledo, Ohio, but moved to Charlotte, attended Charlotte Catholic High School, and eventually made his way to Chapel Hill, where he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration and a Master of Accounting degree as well. In addition to his professional career, Mike had a passion for supporting families navigating the challenges of childhood cancer. The thoughts of the entire Tar Heel family are with all who cared for Mike, especially his wife Jada, his parents Paul and Diane, his brothers Mark and Matt. Heels will receive the kickoff with 2:54 to go in the first half. There have been 654 yards of offense in this game. Tar Heels 351, Virginia 303. Each team has turned it over once, and those have been huge turnovers. Both teams turning it over in the red zone, as the kickoff will be a touchback. So, Brian, again, 2 turnovers for each team, each in the red zone. That's really been about the only thing that stopped these teams.
No question. And I thought coming in this would be a defensive type of game, but boy, was I wrong.
Virginia has 3 yards rushing. 3. but 300 yards passing. Carolina has 234 passing and 117 on the ground.
And here's the thing, Carolina has given up some plays physically, but there's been a lot of just wide open guys that they have to get cleaned up.
Still 2:54 to go here in the first half. Heels have 2 timeouts. Virginia has all 3 of its first half timeouts. Play clock getting low. Howell claps his hands. Pressure on the way. Howell steps out of the pocket. He's into the secondary. Howell angling to the near sideline, trying to work his blockers as he's knocked out of bounds near the 45 by Joey Blunt. They'll, in fact, mark it at the 45, so a scramble gain of 20 for Howell. Howell has 58 yards rushing now, in addition to his 234 yards passing. He is Carolina's leading rusher. Chandler has 47, Hood with 32. Chandler's the back in the game, standing to the right of Howell. And he will get almost a draw handoff, has some space, crosses the 50 near side. A couple of Virginia players combine on the tackle.
Gain of 6 on the run.
Gain of 6. Elliott Brown, the first Cavalier there, along with Antonio Clary, a reserve safety. The ball at the Virginia 49, 2nd and 4. Again, the clock, 1:56. Virginia with 3 timeouts, Carolina with 2. Heel scheduled to get the ball to start the second half. Howell bubble screen to Downs, far side. Steps through a tackle. Downs at the 40, trips up. The turf got him a bit, slowed him down. That's about the only thing that can tonight, and eventually he's caught from behind at the 34, gain of 15.
Yeah, he did a good job. He picked up the first down, but I saw what he was trying to do. He was trying to get out of bounds to stop the clock, but wasn't able to quite get there.
Clock stops momentarily to move the chains, but now running again. Although, honestly, Carolina wouldn't mind that clock running, as they want to be the last one with the ball here, I think.
Absolutely.
In the first half, up 24-21. Howell to throw. Time to do so. Now pressure comes, and he's slung down. First time tonight that Virginia's gotten to him, and it's Aaron Falmouy who takes him down back over the 35 at the 37. It'll be a loss of 3. And somebody took a timeout. Not sure which team did so.
Timeout, North Carolina.
Tar Heels.
Their second of the half.
So Carolina will have 1 remaining. Take that timeout with 1:20 to go. And a 24-21 lead. Downs, 5 catches, 159 yards. That is a career high for him. For Virginia, Dontavian Wicks, 5 catches, 146 yards, and a touchdown for Wicks. That comes off a game where he had 2 scores in the victory over Illinois a week ago. Downs has now gone over 100 in 2 of the first 3 games this season. Again, Armstrong, 16 of 20 for 301 yards and 2 scores for Virginia. Howell, 8 of 11, 249 yards and 3 touchdowns for Carolina. Each quarterback has been credited with a turnover. Howell, the interception. Armstrong was given the fumble early in the game, with both quarterbacks turning it over in the red zone. 24-21, Carolina. 1:20 to go in the first half. Again, Heel's scheduled to get the ball to start the second half. So they have some work to do here. 2nd and 13 off the 37-yard line. That sack by Falmouy, his first of the season. It's going to be the rookie Hood standing to Howell's left. 4 receivers in the formation. Virginia brings an extra pressure. Howell out of trouble, stretching to the far side, and he is hit. The Carolina sideline wants a targeting foul or a late hit, as there was heavy contact up on the Tar Heel sideline as Howell was going out of bounds. But there is no flag down. Ended up going out of bounds at the line of scrimmage, the 37. They're showing the replay here, and you hear the groan. It was number 4, Elliott Brown, who hit Howell late, but no flag. Howell did get out of bounds, stop the clock. But now Carolina facing a 3rd down and 3rd and long, 13 at the Virginia 37-yard line. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Howell to throw. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to try one down the sideline. Hood out of the backfield. Can't quite get there. at the goal line. And now what do you do if you're Carolina? Ball at the 37. 4th and 13. There's a Virginia defender down, Noah Taylor.
Official timeout for an injured player.
So, Brian, this is a tough spot here. 1:06 to go.
Yeah, it is.
4th and long. And if you punt, you're not gaining a ton of field position unless it's just a great one, which certainly Kiernan is capable of. It is so long, though. 4th and 13. I mean, this is really just every box of indecision is checked here on this one on what to do.
And this should have been a two-play decision. So if you knew you were going to go for it on 4th, be a little more conservative, either run the ball or quick passing game on 3rd down, move the chains a little bit, give yourself a more manageable sticks, and then go for it on 4th. But where it is right now, it's hard.
Drew Little and Ben Kiernan are out there snapping and kind of going through the motions as if it will be a punt. But, well, let's see. Atkins is going out. So it may be door number 3 of a long field goal attempt. Kiernan, the holder, out there. So it is going to be a 54-yard field goal attempt.
And that would be my choice, to be honest with you.
His career long is 55. His being Atkins. That came as a member of Furman against Western Carolina in 2019. Snap back, spot down. Atkins' kick is away, and it is no good. It had enough leg, but just a hair to the right. So the 55-yard kick is missed, and the Tar Heels, after scoring on their first 4 possessions, have now failed to score on their last 2, and Virginia, with 3 timeouts and 1:01 on the clock, can tie or take the lead going into halftime in a game that you feel like the Tar Heels have controlled to this point.
Yeah, negative plays on a series is drive killers all the time. And that sack was the big play, the difference right there between a good and no good field goal.
Armstrong, he has been lights out. And another completion to the 40, turning up the field and getting to midfield. Laying the shoulder into the tackler, Cedric Gray, was Mike Hollins out of the backfield. It is a gain of 13 for Virginia, right to the 50. Clock at 48 seconds. Again, Cavaliers have 3 timeouts. So they are in no pressure in that regard, as another strike by Armstrong. Between the numbers and the hash far side to the 39-yard line. That one's to Rashawn Henry for a gain of 11. Boy, I mean, this is about as perfect as you can play quarterback from Armstrong, as he has just 4 incompletions. And he has a clean pocket to throw again. Trying for the end zone and overshoots Henry this time. Grimes was defending. Also, Cameron Kelly had joined from his safety spot late to try and help on the play. So Armstrong now 18 of 23, 325 yards and 2 touchdowns. He does have a fumble in the first half. Clock stops 28 seconds on the incompletion.
This is where you need your pass rushers in the game. Somebody need to step up.
Tar Heels have not brought extra pressure very often. They do bring 1 extra man this time. Armstrong steps out of it, and his pass is incomplete as he had to throw quickly to Kemp on the near numbers. And the throw was a little low. Bohasic applying the pressure. That brings up 3rd and 10. 22 seconds to go in the half. Tar Heels up 24-21. Virginia, though, has scored 14 straight points. That's the first time all night that Armstrong has back-to-back incompletions. He is alone in the backfield on 3rd down. Dumps it off and caught at the 25. Another first down to Wicks. Got his pins taken out underneath him on the catch. Well, that's a gain of 15. Virginia will take a timeout. It's first. And Cavaliers now 6 of 8 on 3rd down. So, Bryant, going into halftime, for Carolina, regardless of what the score is. It's going to be third down, and it's going to be doing something to get Armstrong off rhythm, whether that's pressure or something different in the secondary. But he has crushed them in between the hash marks in particular all first half long.
And not only that, but you look at the scoreboard, whether Virginia scores here or not, you feel like as many numbers you put up, you still underachieve because the score shouldn't be this close as well as Carolina has played. But Carolina has just given up way too many things, too easy. Like that completion right there in that situation was way too easy.
Virginia's run the ball 15 times for 3 yards. They have passed it 27 times for 339. Ball at the 24, 17 seconds left. First and 10. Armstrong fakes the bubble screen, comes near side to Kemp, and a great job by Cedric Gray.
Yes, it was.
To beat a blocker and roll down Kemp for a short gain at the 21. Timeout, Virginia. Clock down to 11 seconds, so maybe 2 plays left for Virginia in the half. Let's go to our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace. Lee.
Boy, this Virginia offense is taking the Carolina crowd out of it. Standing here in the west end zone looking up at the student section. A lot of glumness here now. A lot of kids just sitting down, sort of shell-shocked over what has happened here in the second quarter. Mack Brown's going to have a fascinating 15 minutes in the halftime, particularly with the defensive staff just figuring out what they can do to try and corral Brennan Armstrong. And also very frustrated with the offense, as prolific as it was early on, having that big interception there from Sam Howell, and then struggling there in that last possession.
Yeah, Tar Heels scored 3 touchdowns and a field goal on their first 4 possessions. Interception and missed field goal on the last 2. North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard shows Heels still leading 24-21. Cavaliers in field goal range at the 21-yard line. This is second down. 2nd and 7 for Virginia.
Carolina, be ready to defend the end zone right now, Carol. If I'm Virginia, I take a shot.
Yeah, really, again, with 11 seconds, not a lot of time. Heels rush just 3. It is going to be a shot to the end zone. Grimes defending. Ball brought in. Touchdown. Kemp, left side of the end zone. That ball was dropped in beautifully by Armstrong.
And Jones, listen, you have to understand football. Understand that that's probably the last play that Virginia has. They're already in good field goal range. So the only thing they have to do, they're playing with house money. Take a shot in the end zone. You have to understand that as a defender.
He got 1 foot down. It was a pretty throw and catch as Virginia has stormed back down 24-7. But 3 consecutive touchdowns on the final 3 possessions of the half. And with the extra point, it's going to have the Cavaliers with the lead, assuming nothing crazy happens on this kickoff. It is now 28-24 Virginia. And it is absolutely the pass game that is hurting the Tar Heels. I mean, we can't tell you this anymore. 364 yards passing in the first half for Brennan Armstrong. The Cavaliers, as a team, have 363. They had one other player, Thompson, throw a pass that lost a yard. But 21 of 27, 3 touchdowns, 364 yards. I mean, he's on pace to throw for more than 700 yards in this game. The total offense, Carolina at 389, Virginia at 366 in total. But now, for the first time tonight, Virginia has the lead, and it's at 28-24. So Carolina led 24-7 after the field goal. Virginia went 4 plays, 75 yards, 94 seconds, Armstrong to Wicks. Carolina then threw the crushing pick in the end zone after the 66-yard return. Armstrong to Woods for 1 yard, completed a 49-yard drive. Kickoff is fair caught by Carolina on the sky kick. And then after Carolina misses the long field goal,
there was a fair catch signal given by rule of the ball.
Virginia goes 7 plays, 63 yards in 55 seconds. And Armstrong, again, his 3rd touchdown of the quarter. This one to Kemp from 21 yards out. Game with 6 seconds left, so just perfect execution at the end of the first half clock. Carolina has given up 175 yards and 21 points in the last 10:41 of the ball game. Carolina, will snap and hand off, keep it on the ground to Chandler here for the final play of the first half. Chandler does push forward for a couple of yards out to the 20, and that will be the end of the first half. So Carolina, after really dominating, it felt like the first half, is going to go in down. There's also Virginia player down. It is Joey Blunt, one of the starting safeties for Virginia, one of their defensive leaders, down and injured. And he has multiple medical personnel around him at the end of the half. So Carolina had the big lead, 24-7. Tar Heels had it at 24-14, 5 yards away, but that interception in the end zone changes the entire game. And it will be Virginia with the lead on a 21-0 run to end the half. They lead at 28-24 going into the locker room from Learfield.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
My dad used to say that.
Sure, yeah. It's from Geico.
Yeah, whenever I would ask my dad for life advice, he'd sit me down and say, son, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more. And look at me now, a well-adjusted adult with a drawer full of plastic bags I'll never use.
Okay, I'm confused. Was your dad a licensed Geico agent?
Nah, he was just a real good dad.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
At the Honda Summer Sales Event, one summer adventure leads to another. Start with a new Honda and be on your way to desert treks, lakeside getaways, and mountain paths so remote you need an actual map. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% APR on the 2021 Honda Accord and 0% APR on the 2021 HR-V or Pilot.
Shop the Honda Summer Sales Event today. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
See dealer for financing details.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophy awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcast rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of North Carolina and Learfield.
Halftime in Chapel Hill, Carolina trailing Virginia 28-24. Dave Nathan again with you inside Kenan Stadium for the Wells Fargo halftime show. We've got stats coming up, and there are plenty. Lee's going to talk with Hakeem Nicks, but first things first, to look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Again, Virginia leading Carolina 28-24 at the break. Meanwhile, over in Raleigh, North Carolina State shutting out Furman 38-0. That game is at intermission. Duke holds off Northwestern to win 30-23. Wake Forest blasts Florida State and Winston-Salem 35-14. Clemson holds off Georgia Tech in a wild last minute. It's 14-8 the final. Georgia Tech kicked a field goal to go from down 14-3 to down 14-6 with just over a minute to go. Then gets the onside kickback. Can't punch in a touchdown inside the 5, but as Clemson takes the football back, Georgia Tech gains a safety. That makes it 14-8. Clemson has to kick it away to Georgia Tech, and the game eventually ends. The Tigers beat the Jackets by 6. Syracuse pounds Albany 62-24. Pittsburgh upset at home by Western Michigan 44-41. Michigan State routs Miami 38-17. West Virginia knocks off Virginia Tech 27-21. It's Boston College 28, Temple 3, and last night it's Louisville beating Central Florida 42-35. In the top 25, number 1 Alabama scared in the swamp. Florida had a chance to tie the game at 31 with 3 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the fourth quarter. A 2-point conversion failed, and the final score reads Crimson Tide 31, Gators 29. Staying in the SEC, Georgia up big on South Carolina 33-6 with just over a minute gone by in the third quarter. It's number 3 Oklahoma beating Nebraska 23-16. Oregon off to a 17-7 lead against Stony Brook just before halftime. Number 5 Iowa blitzes Kent State 30-7. Number 7 Texas A&M shuts out New Mexico 34-0. Cincinnati by 2 scores, beating Indiana 38-24. Ohio State routs Tulsa at the Horseshoe 41-20. A whiteout in Happy Valley with Penn State leading Auburn 14-10 at the half. Notre Dame pulls away from Purdue and wins 27-13. It's Coastal Carolina 28, Buffalo 25. A final. Tulane and Ole Miss delayed that game scoreless early on in the first half. Arkansas 45, Georgia Southern 10. And Michigan big over Northern Illinois at the Big House, 63-10. The Wolverines win. Our score here at the half in Chapel Hill sees Virginia down 24-7 with 10:47 to go in the second quarter, now up 28-24 at halftime. We're back with Lee Pace and Hakeem Nicks when we come back from Learfield.
Customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
Hi, it's Jones Angel. Thanks for staying tuned to our friends here in Rutherford County. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Wells Fargo halftime show. It's Virginia 28, Carolina 24. We'll get a look at stats in a bit, but right now let's send things back down to the field. Lee Pace standing by with one of the all-time Carolina great wide receivers.
Here at Kenan Stadium with Hakeem Nicks, the outstanding receiver from 2006 to 08. Hakeem, good to see you. What brings you back to Chapel Hill?
Oh, man, just being back in the good atmosphere around the Tar Heels, man, and being honored tonight as a Tar Heel legend. Just wanted to being able to get back to the program and being here and showing my presence.
2006 to 2008, you lauded up 181 career catches, 28 TDs, or 21 TDs. What stands out in your most about playing here on the field in Kenan Stadium?
Oh, man, just, so many plays, so many football plays, man. This is where it began for me, to head to get me ready for the NFL. That all started right here, man. So just being back right now and reminiscing about all those things I did and those plays I made on this field, man, it feels good.
Any one game or one play stand out in your mind?
I think we all can remember that bowl game against West Virginia, the Monty Car Care Bowl game, that behind-the-back catch. That probably stands out the most.
Well, how about that one at Duke at Wallace Wade Stadium where you caught it off your head? I still cannot believe that catch. One hand on your helmet going out of the end zone.
Oh, yeah, that was probably that one. That probably led up to the behind-the-back catch. That was just, a great focus on my part and me just, coming down with the ball.
A great 7-year career in the NFL with the Giants. What's your most outstanding memory there, Hakeem?
Oh, man, Super Bowl. Yeah, that Super Bowl year. And just, all my teammates that I played with over the course of the years who I developed relationships with.
What are you doing now? You still in Charlotte?
Yeah, I'm down in Charlotte now, man. Raising kids, taking care of the family.
Well, good deal. Well, you recently made a nice donation to the Tar Heel football program, and your wide receiver's name is now known as a Hakeem Nicks receivers room. Why did you do that, and why give back to the program?
Man, just to give back to the same program that gave me the opportunity. Like I was sharing with the recruits not too long ago, Carolina was the only one that kind of took a chance on me with their scholarship offer before my senior season even started. So that was just a way of me giving back and staying connected to the program.
And you stay connected with guys like De'Ami Brown, who you were just chatting with. What have you seen with him early in his NFL career?
Man, I see a bright future. I think he's going to have a long, solid career. He's in a good situation in Washington where he'll get plenty of opportunities.
Right. Good deal. Well, great to see you here, and don't be a stranger in Kenan Stadium, Hakeem. The great Hakeem Nicks.
Thank you, Lee Pace, for that interview. As Carolina trails Virginia at the break, it's the Cavs 28, the Tar Heels 24. We'll take a look at our first half stats when we come back after this from Learfield.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
Carolina is a world-class university because of its students. It is competing with other universities nationally and within North Carolina to recruit the very best scholars to become Tar Heels. To do so, it set the bold goal of raising $1 billion in student support, and together we can meet this challenge. Join us in supporting scholarships at Carolina by visiting campaign.unc.edu.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
(28-24), Virginia leads Carolina. It's the Wells Fargo halftime show. Let's run through our stats presented by Duncan, which is why grabbing a coffee is the most important game day ritual. Usually when you hold a team to 3 rushing yards, you feel like you've done pretty well. Well, Virginia's carried 15 times for 3 yards, but has passed for a boatload. Brendan Armstrong, 21 of 27 for 364 and 3 scores. Sam Howell of Carolina, 8 of 12, passing for 249, 3 TDs, but a costly interception that really swung this game back in favor of Virginia. Remember, the Tar Heels were up 24-7 early on in the second quarter, but it was the Cavaliers scoring 3 consecutive TDs to take a 4-point lead into the halftime locker room. Other players in the stat column: Ty Chandler, 5 carries, 59 yards. Sam Howell carries 9 times for 55. And Caleb Hood, 3 carries for 32 yards. Through the air, Josh Downs, 5 catches, 159 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Chaufrey Brown with 1 75-yard touchdown catch. Antoine Green, 1 catch for 11 yards. Garrett Walston is also figured in with 1 reception for 4 yards. For Virginia, again, we said the rushing attack was virtually non-existent. Rodriguez, 2 carries for 9 yards. Thompson, 2 for 5. Mike Hollins, 2 for 4. And Devin Darrington has 1 catch for 2 yards. Armstrong again leading the way as Virginia's receivers. Dontavian Wicks, 6 catches, 161 yards and a TD. Billy Kemp has 6 catches for 88 yards and a score. Thompson, 3 catches for 51 yards. Hollins with 2 for 32. It has all added up to a Virginia 4-point lead at the half of 28-24. That'll wrap things up here on the Wells Fargo Halftime Show, brought to you by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. We'll send things back over to Jones and Bryan for the play-by-play of the game's second half as Carolina in comeback mode, set to get the football when the third quarter begins. It's Virginia 28, Carolina 24 at the break from Learfield.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply.
At the Honda Summer Sales Event, one summer adventure leads to another. Start with a great offer on a new Honda and be on your way to remote beach weekends, deep forest discoveries, and sunsets next to a campfire that you built yourself. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get 1.9% APR on the 2021 Honda CR-V, Ridgeline, or the all-new 2022 Civic.
Shop the Honda Summer Sales Event today. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Exclude Civic Type R. See dealer for financing details.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherford.
Whether it's 200. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Both well over 300 yards of total offense in the first half, as we're closing in on the start of half number 2, with Virginia on the strength of 21 straight points in the final 9:13 of the first half. Virginia will have the lead going to half number 2, 28-24. Let's get to the trusted choice of the game, brought to you by the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. They want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Put down your phone while driving. Let's have a hands-free in-seat. To learn more, find an agent near you. Visit trustedchoice.com/GoHeels. And Brian, this one isn't rocket science. Carolina's got to figure out a way to stop Brennan Armstrong. I mean, 364 yards passing. He's on pace for 728 yards passing. The record, by the way, against Carolina passing yards is 479. Dave Brown of Duke did that back in 1989, so that is in danger at the moment. And Brian, Carolina's got to figure out a way to slow him down because he just hadn't done it.
No question. That's more than in danger. That's going down tonight. Yeah. So Carolina, one, has to keep him in the pocket. And then secondly, we got to get communication on the back end. We got to get the calls in early. I know I keep saying it, but that is an important part for a defensive player, to be able to get the calls, to be able to see formations, to be able to think about motions and adjustments. And they got to get the calls in, and they got to communicate on the back end.
Now, look, Armstrong's been good. I mean, came off a game last week.
And he's been really good against Carolina.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
So.
Last year he threw for 3 touchdowns, ran for 66, had 66 yards and a touchdown as well. Last game against Illinois, he had 405 yards passing and 5 touchdowns. You go back to last year, his last 6 games, he's averaging 347 yards passing with 18 total passing touchdowns. Also has 6 rushing touchdowns in that time period.
Yeah.
So he's been really good.
Oh, yeah.
But this has been a lights-out performance in the first half.
And that's why those things that I talked about, keeping him in the pocket, getting the communication on the back end, is important, because he is a good football player. And when you don't do things correctly, good football players and good football teams are sporting.
Caleb Hood is going to return this kickoff from the 3. Comes between the numbers and the hash near side as the heels go left to right. Does get over the 25 to about the 27, maybe 26. We'll see where they mark it. It is going to be the 26-yard line where the Tar Heels will start this drive. We talked a lot about third downs in the first half, a number to keep your eye on as well. Virginia was 6 of 8, including converting 6 of their last 7. Carolina was just 0 of 2, didn't even have very many third downs, and did not convert. So Heels going left to right, trailing for the first time today. They have not scored since the 10:47 mark of the second quarter. They'll start on the ground. Positive yards coming in the near side for Chandler, gains 4. Cohen King comes and make the hit. Joey Blunt, by the way, who was injured on that final play, is back out there for Virginia at one of those safety positions. 2nd and 6. Johnson, the center, filling in for the available but not 100% Brian Anderson. Again on the ground. Chandler again positive yards. Chandler steps through a tackle at the 50. Chandler cuts back at the 35. Chandler, his jersey being dragged from behind as he takes the Cavalier all the way to the 10. Ty Chandler, explosive, aggressive, powerful run to get Carolina in the red zone.
Yeah, and I like the way Chandler running through contact, but on that play you see Emory Simmons downfield blocking, and I love to see receivers block downfield. You don't know where the ball is necessarily because your back is turned, but he just kept working and didn't worry about that until the whistle blew.
60-yard run for Chandler. Another handoff. Chandler tried to spin through a tackle as he came near side, but it is a clean tackle by Cohen King at the 6. 2nd and goal. So it is goal to go here for Carolina. It's at about the 6.5. Now on the near hash as Carolina goes to the east end zone. 3 receivers to the far side. Howe, kind of not a clean handoff to Chandler as he's able to get to the 5 on the play. Hunter Stewart with the stop. But now a big 3rd and goal here from the 5. Carolina has to score unless there's some kind of penalty in the end zone on Virginia.
And once again, if you're Sam, take care of the football. You have the fortune of the whole team in your hand. Don't try to make a play out of nothing. Be happy with a field goal.
He is going to roll to the right, dump it off Walston. He'll walk in for the touchdown. Walston with his first score of the season puts the Tar Heels back on top.
And I love the play call, and a good conservative play call. If the tight end is open, it's an easy throw. If he's not, Sam will tuck it and run.
First 3rd down conversion of the game for Carolina is a valuable one as Walston hits pay dirt. His 4th touchdown as a Tar Heel.
And what a great answer, though, right?
Yeah, that's right. Coming out of the locker room.
Absolutely.
Extra point is good. And let's not forget Ty Chandler. He's the one who did a lot of work on that drive. He's now over 100 yards for the first time in his Carolina career as he has 128 on the ground. 31-28, Carolina by 3. Let's see if the Tar Heel defense can get a stop. Neither defense has had a ton of stops tonight as Carolina back on top. Heels by 3, early third quarter from Learfield.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
12:50, third quarter. Carolina comes out of the gates with a touchdown to get the lead back. 31-28. That's Hal's 4th touchdown of the game, his 6th time as a Tar Heel with 4 or more. Game sponsored tonight, Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Trusted choice, Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Put down your phone while driving. Let's have a hands-free in C. Jonathan Kim about to kick off. After he does so, we're going to head down to the sideline, get a word from Lee. Carolina had those reserve offensive linemen in the game again. Tucker, right tackle, Anderson center, and Izudu left guard did not start. We have seen all of them sparingly in the game. The Carolina offensive line has played well, though, as the kickoff will be a touchback. And Lee, those reserve offensive linemen have done the job to this point for the Heels.
No doubt, Jones, it has been a long time coming, but we have been delighted to see the final emergence of William Barnes here, highly recruited offensive tackle out of Orlando, Florida. I tell you what, playing for Jordan Tucker tonight, he has been loud, he's been effective, he's been emotional. He was jawing at a Virginia player coming off the field there. Jordan Tucker is pulling for him. Tucker was coming over and pounding on his shoulder pads here the last few minutes, and Barnes is really lit. He's excited, and he's in the moment right now.
Tar Heel defense got to get lit. They've given up a ton of yards. Armstrong to throw again, and yet another completion. This time to Kemp at the 35. Here comes a flag.
There is a flag on the play.
Going to see there is a face mask, I think, but I'm not sure which player it was on. It might be on Kemp.
Personal foul. Face mask. Offense. Number 4. 15-yard penalty. First down.
Yeah, so I mean, Kemp was trying to stiff arm the Tar Heel defender. I think it was Morrison, yes, who was defending on the play, and Kemp got his hand up in the face. And as an offensive player, I mean, you'll see that every now and then.
Yep.
But if you hold and don't let go, they're going to get you.
Yep.
And they did there. That'll move the ball back to the 19 after the penalty.
And you can keep that hand there, but the difference is he grabbed the face mask. If you got an open hand, you can do that.
1st and 16 after the yardage is docked from the Cavaliers. Heels bring some pressure.
Got to stay outside.
Armstrong scrambling out of the pocket, and he is able to get to the Tar Heel sideline around the 20. So it ends up being a short scramble gain of about a yard for Armstrong. Tar Heels trying to just get him uncomfortable. He had 364 yards in the first half. 14 completions of 11 or more yards. 6 of 21 or more. 4 of 31 or more. 2 of 40 or more. 2nd and 15. Heels up 31-28. Virginia with the football, moving right to left. Little inside handoff to Hollins, and he's met by Gimmel after a couple of yards. Armstrong drifted to the left, gave the kind of counter inside handoff to Hollins going to the right, and Gimmel hawked him down for a gain of 4. And Brian, another third down. We talked about it all first half. Virginia 6 of 8 in the first half, 6 of their last 7. They converted lots of 3rd and 7 and 8. This is 3rd and 11. Heels need to get off the field.
And your success on third down as a defense usually correlates to your success on the scoreboard. And if you want to keep teams off the scoreboard, you have to get off the field on third down.
Can Carolina do it? Armstrong, pressure coming, throws that hit. It bounces off the hands of Chapman, incomplete.
And if he catches that clean, that is a house call.
To Monfox with the pressure from behind Armstrong. And Chapman, the junior from San Diego, looking for his 4th career interception, but could not hang on. And you're right, Brian, just looking at it, had he brought it in, his momentum was heading towards the end zone. That would have been a house call. But as it is, hey, Tar Heels forced a punt. They'll take that too.
Yeah, that's a good thing too. Hey, I'll correct Lee. William Barnes, he's an Apopka kid. And Apopka are proud people, so they want to hear William Barnes from Apopka, not Orlando.
Carolina gets some good pressure on the punt. Downs is going to have a chance for his first return as a Tar Heel. Coming to the near side. Downs at the 40. Downs at the 50. He's at the Cavalier 40, and that first return is an explosive one as he gets it into UVA territory. And, boy, everybody meeting one another on that Tar Heel sideline after Downs was taken down at around the 35. And, I mean, Carolina's just been begging for a return from Downs. And not that he's done anything wrong. There just hasn't been an opportunity for him to really get any space. But that time he did, and he returned it nearly 40 yards, 39 yards on the return, as they mark it at the 37 of Virginia.
And then the second half kind of starts like the game started out. Carolina doing good work on both sides of the football, get a big return by Josh Downs, put the offense in great field position. Let's see if they can capitalize on it.
10:48 to go in the third quarter. Carolina 31, Virginia 28. Howell to throw. Time to do so. Simmons open in the end zone. The pass just a hair too long. He had a step on Anthony Johnson, but just a little too far from Howell. Second down.
And the coverage was good, and as a defender, that's what you want. You want the offense to have to make the perfect throw, especially on the long ball, and give Virginia credit on that.
Yeah, Simmons had a little bit of space, but it wasn't much. As Brian alluded to, Anthony Johnson, the Louisville transfer, wasn't far behind. Howell wanted to make sure he got it far enough that Johnson couldn't get to it. Howell pulls it from Hood, dumps it off to Walston near side, and he's tripped up at the 31. Gain of 6. And so we'll bring up a 3rd and 4 at the Cavalier 31-yard line.
Good job by Josh Downs blocking on the perimeter. Allows Walston to gain an additional 5 yards.
Ball on the near hash as the Heels go left to right at the Virginia 31. 3rd and 4. Carolina 31, Virginia 28. Heels trailed 28-24 at halftime despite leading a large majority of the first half. Looking for a 3rd down conversion here. They'll try to do it on the ground, and they do so with Caleb Hood. Well, an early call. Yeah, they do give it to him. He got right to the 27, which was the line to gain. And Hood will move the sticks. And there's a Virginia player down.
Officials timeout for an injured player. Media timeout.
So the Virginia injury is Anthony Johnson. You hear some boos coming down. I think that Carolina crowd a little frustrated thinking maybe this isn't a true injury, but never want to do that when somebody's down. They are stretching out Johnson's right calf. It will send us to a full timeout. 31-28 Carolina. 9:57 to go third quarter. Heels have a 1st and 10 on the Virginia 27 when we return from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim... Jim.
We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mac Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice independent insurance agents to urge you and your families to put down your phone. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
9:57 to go, third quarter. Tar Heels 31, Virginia 28. Carolina will be looking at a 1st and 10 at the Cavalier 27-yard line. Jones Angel, Brian Simmons here with you. Dave Nathan, you've heard from Dave, of course. Lee down on the sideline. Jody Zorgner, our statistician. Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. John Essick in our studio. Tar Heel Sports Network team is here with you for this big game in Chapel Hill. It's been a good one. Carolina led 24-7 in the first half. Virginia, though, scored the final 21 points in the first half, had a 28-24 lead at halftime. Carolina has taken the lead back and has the ball 1st and 10. Moving from right to left, ball in between the 2 hash marks as the Heels go towards the east end zone here in Kenan Stadium. Hood is the back, standing to the left of Howe. Howell's going to fake it to the freshman. Look down the field. Walston almost brought it in. Nice defensive play by Devontae Cross. Flashing in front of Walston and knocking it away inside the 5. A good defensive play there by the veteran super senior, one of those guys who came back for the extra year. Devontae Cross, born in Raleigh, grew up in Allentown, Pennsylvania, made his 27th consecutive start for Virginia tonight.
And you don't say this much about Sam, but that ball was just a little bit late. Walston was open at the top of the route, and Sam held it just a half second too long.
Tar Heels keep it on the ground this time, and Hood tripped up after a short gain, gets to the 25. To a gain of just 2. Joey Blunt came up from the safety spot for the hit. So another big third down here. Carolina was 0 of 2 on third down in the first half, already 2 of 2 in this half, including a conversion earlier in this drive. 31-28 Tar Heels. Well, they'd love to keep this drive going, not have to settle for a field goal attempt. At the 25 of the Cavaliers, Howe will empty out the backfield, fakes the throw to Hood, now he'll scramble. Howe coming in the near side, cuts back and has the first down over the 15. And there is that improved rushing ability of Howe paying enormous dividends as another Cavalier is down.
Officials timeout for injured player.
As Howe, scrambling out of the pocket, is able to get the Heels an enormous third down conversion. 10 rushes for Howe for 68 yards in the game. And that one was big. 13 yards on 3rd and 8. The Virginia player down is Noah Taylor. While they attend to him, we'll take another break. 8:51 to go in the quarter. Heels still up 31-28 from Learfield.
Established in 1995, Lee's 24-Hour Towing is a family-owned and operated small business in Durham and Orange County, North Carolina. We have the equipment and experience to handle all size vehicles, whether it be your motorcycle, car, truck, SUV, family recreational vehicle, or even a tractor-trailer. We're prepared and available to upright, winch, and tow them all. We provide lockouts, jump starts, fuel deliveries, battery replacement on site with complete diagnostic equipment, and much more. Lee's 24-Hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
It's a new season. Get ready for more men's and women's college sports excellence. Trophies will be awarded in June to schools who take the top spot in the 2021-22 Learfield Directors Cup. The premier award recognizes one winning institution in all competitive divisions. Follow your favorite team's progress as seasonal standings are announced at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at directorscup.org. The crowning achievement in college athletics.
Like a last-second touchdown to beat your rival, or the play that you can remember like it was yesterday. Penn Station East Coast Subs fuels your passion for greatness with a menu featuring an array of mouth-watering grilled submarine sandwiches, fresh-cut fries, and hand-squeezed lemonade. Let Penn Station Subs make every day feel like game day. Penn Station East Coast Subs is happy to serve you with 6 locations right here in the Triangle. Come see us in store or order online. Penn Station East Coast Subs. It's all about good taste.
8:51 to go, third quarter. Tar Heels 31, Virginia 28. Heels have the ball first and 10 on the cap 12. Let's break 10 seconds. Station identification down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network. Again, 31-28 the score. Carolina, we've talked so much about the passing yards of Virginia, Carolina's offense in total. Brian, Carolina kind of quietly now, 234 yards rushing, including 88 here in the second half already. It was something Carolina had worked on, wanted to improve on, and that rushing attack has been much better this evening.
No question. They had almost 250 yards at the half, and what you really like is Todd Chandler at the half was averaging almost 12 yards a carry, and Caleb Hood was averaging almost 11 yards a carry. Yeah. Those are Javonte Williams and Michael Carter type numbers.
All right, first and 10 at the 12. Ball on the near hash as the Heels go left to right. It will be another run. Hood bounces to the outside, cuts back at the 10, lowers his shoulder, and he's down to the 7 or the 8-yard line. A couple Cavaliers, including Nick Jackson, drive him down. Tell you, Brian, Caleb Hood. Elijah Hood was a pretty good one. Caleb Hood's an exciting young back, man. I mean, even that run there showed some wiggle and some power.
No question. For a back that's 230 pounds, he showed the lateral quickness and agility to make a defender miss and avoid that contact in the backfield. That's why I think he's going to be a really good football player.
2nd and 6. He'll be the lead blocker for Howe this time, and Howe over the 5. They'll mark him down between the 4 and the 5. So let's call it 3rd and 3 from the 5. Carolina can get a first down at the 2 without scoring. Let's quickly go to Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter.
Well, Jones, you made the very points I was going to make. Just that speed and that burst and that power, and good job blocking in front of there with young Caleb Hood. And I noticed you've already done one Elijah, so you're one up on me, Jones.
Yeah, that's right. When you got so many good Hoods. All right, big one here. 3rd and 3 from the 5. Heels keeping on the ground. Hood, touchdown! Carolina just pounded his way in for 6. I don't care what you call him. That was impressive.
Yep. And you see what defenders, when you have a 230-pound back coming at you, you got to make a decision. And that defender decided to go really low, and it didn't pay off for him. And that's the problem when you have big backs that can make you miss and run over you.
And you make a business decision at some point, right?
Yep.
It's a big dude coming at you. First touchdown of Caleb Hood's career. The extra point is good as well. And, Brian, there's a long way to go in this game, of course. 38-28 now. It felt big that Carolina punched that in for 6 instead of having to settle for a field goal there.
Right.
A field goal, even if you make it, it's still just a 6-point game.
Yep. But I just like holistically how Carolina has come out of the tunnel. You know, they come down, score a touchdown, defense gets off the field, big punt return, and now they come out on the second drive and score more points. You couldn't ask for anything more. Good job at halftime in the locker room by the coaches and the players.
That's the longest scoring drive of the night for Carolina, even though yardage-wise it's the shortest. 9 plays, 37 yards, 3:22 off the clock. And all set up by that 38-yard officially punt return by Josh Downs. And eventually Caleb Hood gets his first touchdown as a Tar Heel. 38-28. We're going to check in with Lee in a second, but let's get This kickoff from Jonathan Kim first. 7:26 to go in the third quarter. High end over end kick. Going to be another touchback. And Lee, what's going on that Tar Heel sideline?
Well, Jones, Caleb Hood is one of 6 Tar Heels whose fathers either played for and or were recruited by Mack Brown during his first era at Carolina. Errol Hood set up a nice gym, essentially a gym in their backyard during COVID because they couldn't play, couldn't go to the high school, couldn't work out, and kept Caleb and his brother, gave him an opportunity to work out. They had a parachute to run on, a bungee cords, all sorts of weights. So that's why he's so thick as he's come into Chapel Hill this fall.
38-28 is Virginia on first down. A throw to Hollins, makes the catch out of the backfield, but then he is quickly upended by Grimes on the far sideline for a short gain. It will be of 2 yards in total to the 27. So 2nd and 8. Tar Heels 4 of 4 on third down in this half after going 0 of 2 in the first half. It's Virginia with the football right now, though. Armstrong, pressure coming, steps through the sack attempt, throws down the field and caught by Wicks. Chapman is eventually going to drag him down short of the 50. It was Des Evans who had a clean shot on Armstrong and could not bring him down, and instead Virginia gains 22.
And Desmond missed the easiest sack he's probably going to get all year.
And trying to get one of those Food Lion sacks. Sack to give back. Heels have gotten one tonight. But you're right, not going to be much easier than that one as far as just a free run to the QB. Armstrong looks to the near sideline, quickly fires, caught, and scooting out of bounds for Virginia. Is Ira Armstead. He's listed as a quarterback on Virginia's depth chart. Gain of 6 to the Carolina 45. 6:09 and counting. Heels up 10, 38-28. Armstrong will dump it off in the flat, far side to Jacob Rodriguez. He's chopped down at the 43-yard line. Morrison, the first Tar Heel there. Another Virginia player is down. It's Wicks, but he is now up and walking to the sideline. It'll bring up a third down for Virginia. 3rd and 2 from the 43. Armstrong now over 400 yards. He's 26 of 33, 405 and 3 touchdowns. Howell is 10 of 16, 260 and 4 touchdowns. Chandler 128 yards rushing. Downs 159 yards receiving. Wicks has 183 receiving for Virginia.
And Carolina right now, unless you get a big -yard play, be ready to play 2 downs here. It wouldn't be surprisingly if Virginia decides to go for it on 4th down if they don't get it on 3rd.
3rd and short. Armstrong claps his hands, flags down. His pass is incomplete, but I think Carolina was offside as they crept into the neutral zone when Armstrong clapped his hands.
Offside. Defense. Number 10. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
Well, Des Evans had a big fumble recovery early in this game. This particular drive has been a learning experience for the the sophomore out of Sanford. Gets the offside infraction there. Missed a sack earlier in the drive as well. He's going to do a lot of good things for the Tar Heels, though. Let's see if maybe he can do it here on the next play or two. 5:43 to go, 3rd quarter. Armstrong cocks and throws and caught on the near sideline. Rashawn Henry, despite some pretty good coverage by McMichael, he'll be inside the 20. Long, tough throw by Armstrong, and not bad coverage. Armstrong continues to be surgical in the pass game. That one gains 21.
Has time in the pocket, and that's a long throw from the far hash
to the near sideline. Yeah, Virginia going right to left. Ball on that near hash now at the 17. Going towards the students who are trying to make some noise here to bother the Cavaliers. 38-28, Carolina, Virginia threatening though. Armstrong to the end zone and incomplete. Defending was Cedric Gray up from his linebacker position against Malachi Fields. Conley was applying some pressure on the play for Carolina. 2nd down and 10 from the 17. That's just the 8th incompletion for Armstrong.
And that's good coverage by Cedric Gray. If you want to play in today's football, you have to be able to cover tight ends and running backs out of the backfield if you want to play linebacker.
2nd and 10, pressure coming, and that forces the incompletion. Kamon Fox came off the edge, made Armstrong throw it faster than he wanted, and he skipped it to the intended receiver. Bring up 3rd and 10. So this is from the 17. Virginia needs the 7 for the first down. Clock stopped on the incompletion, 5:05 third quarter. Tar Heels have outscored Virginia 14-0 this quarter after trailing 28-24 at the half.
Carolina's played a lot of man coverage in this situation. Right now, don't be surprised they got the 7 out wide away from the trips.
Armstrong looks that way. He's going to throw to him and incomplete. Really tough assignment for Grimes, but he did a great job defending on the play.
Great job. You got in those situations as a defender, you got to be alert and what you call hot. You know you're the hot player. They put trips away. They split out the big, tall tight end. You know they're going there, especially with the ball on the hash. A lot of field to have to cover. They decided to run the slant. I thought they would go to the fade in the corner of the end zone.
3 straight incompletions for Armstrong once the Cavaliers got down to the 17. Justin Dunkel, 2 of 4 on the young season for field goals. This will be 35 yards off the left hash, and he rifles a line drive through for 3 points. So Virginia does get 3 to make it 38-31 with 4:57 to play in the third quarter. Every play of that drive, other than the field goal, was a pass. 39 total passes for Virginia in the game compared to 17 rushes in the game. So the kick, 34 yards officially by Dunkel, completes a 9-play, 58-yard drive in 2:29. Let's check in with Lee, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee.
Interior defensive line is gathered around 10 here now. Jones, I count 7 guys. Tamari Fox, Kevin Hester, Miles Murphy, Jaleel Taylor, Ray Bahasic, Keenan Rucker, and Jabari Ritzy. All 7 is playing those 2 or 3 interior guys, so nobody should wear down too badly here in the second half. As you said, Jones, it is warm. It's in the mid-70s right now, high humidity, and Tar Heels do have that luxury of having had a lot of guys to spin in and out on that very important defensive front.
Touchback on the kickoff. Lee, is it as kind of still as far as the weather? I mean, it feels so still and sticky up here. Does it feel that way down there?
Well, I checked the temperature just a little while ago. It's actually cooler than I thought it was. It's about 71 degrees right now, but it does feel like it's very dense air, and that's where all the humidity and the stickiness is coming from.
Field goal for Virginia. Each team has 1. Those are All-State Good Hand field goals brought to you by Allstate, and they'll contribute to the General Scholarship Fund on every field goal this year. Thank you, Allstate. All right, Tar Heels have it at their own 25 with now a 7-point lead. Howe going to quickly throw down the near sideline, and Chaufrey Brown never looked back at Howe. And the throw ended up a little behind Brown because he didn't know it was coming his way. 2nd and 10. Howe now 10 of 17, 260 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 big interception though. Tar Heels were up 24-14, had a 1st and goal at the 5. Howe threw an interception. Fintrell Cypress III picked it off. And Virginia controlled the rest of the half, taking a 28-24 lead into halftime. Carolina now up 38-31. Stretch play to the left. Chandler cuts up the field. He's going to be really close to the first down at the 35. Fintrell Cypress, the man we were just talking about, gets the tackle. And it's going to be, I think he'll be not even half a football. No. Short of the first down, so 3rd and less than a yard. Heels keep it on the ground, and they do pick up the first down. I believe that was Chandler again in there. It was. So he advances the ball to the 35. 9-yard line. That's another third down conversion this half, where the Heels are now 5 of 5 in that category in the second half.
And the offensive line is looking like the offensive line that everybody expected coming in this year, with bringing everybody back. A big, strong, physical line. They're starting to get movement and taking over the football game.
And remember, they've done it with some subs in this game. As Chandler hit in the backfield, he really had no chance that time. Did a good job just to fight his way back close to the line of scrimmage. It'll be a loss of 1 back to the 38. Pretty good job by Chandler, honestly, not to lose 4 or 5, as he was popped after he was handed the football by Noah Taylor. Clock moving, 3:35 to go third quarter. Tar Heels 38, Virginia 31. 2nd and 11 for Carolina. Heels going left to right, ball on the far hash at their own 38. Again on the ground, Chandler, more room. Chandler into Virginia territory and pushed out of bounds. Here comes a late flag, multiple late flags. That came in where the tackle occurred.
That'll be another face mask on. It'll be on Virginia.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, 15-yard penalty, first down.
That's a big one now, because that's the big yardage plus the face mask call. The face mask on Antonio Clary. Ball moves forward to the 26. So it was a 21-yard run plus the 15 yards on the face mask. And there's another Virginia player injured. It's over there by the Virginia sideline. I can't quite get a look at who it is.
Officials timeout for an injured player.
I think it's 29.
Yeah, and that's Joey Blunt, who's been down a couple of times. Remember, he was the man injured right near the end of or on the final play of the first half. So the run plus the penalty has Carolina.
The face mask foul was on number 14.
Carolina has the ball at the 26 now. Virginia, 7 penalties for 85 yards. This is a team that came in through just 2 games, of course, but averaging 5 penalties and about 48 yards. And they've had some big ones. I mean, had a drive derailed by a couple of false starts early in the game. Had a key, remember, a face mask on an offensive player that pushed them back. And that one helps Carolina move farther down the field.
Yeah, and when you get a team to 2nd and long, 3rd and long, and you allow them to run for the first down, that is a killer for a defense.
Tar Heels now with more yards rushing than passing in this game. 280 on the ground, 260 through the air. They're going to add to it with Hood. Left side, Hood at the 15 and tripped up as he nears the 10 on the far sideline. The freshman a little slow to get up, but he does jog back towards his teammates. And that's a 15-yard run for Hood. So the rushing numbers, Chandler now with 162, Howell with 71, and Hood with 62. That's 295 in total. 1st and 10 at the 11 for Carolina. 2:30 to go third quarter. Tar Heels up 38-31. Hood stays in the game. He's standing to Howell's right. Howell pulls it away from him, rolls to the right side. Howell makes a man miss and is tripped up from behind by Taylor at around the 5-yard line. Antonio Clary was whiffing as he tried to hug down Howell after he got out of the pocket. Gain of 6. Heels can get a first down without scoring at the 1.
Right now, Carolina's just taking their time on offense, letting some of this clock run down.
38,
good job.
38-31, Brian. Clock is at 1:46. Chandler now in, and he'll get the football. Chandler, it's the 1. Chandler to the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina. Tar Heels have an offensive lineman, Hugh Johnson, very slow to get up, but he does eventually make his way to his feet as Chandler hits pay dirt to make it 44-31 with the extra point upcoming.
Yeah, great statement drive right there. You basically ran the football. Obviously, Carolina got a little help on the penalty, but they ran the football down Virginia's throat to score a touchdown.
Brian, 8 plays, 7 of them were runs. 1:40 to go. Lineman Hugh Johnson very slow to get up, but he does eventually make his way to his feet as Chandler hits pay dirt to make it 44-31 with the extra point upcoming.
Yeah, great statement drive right there. You basically ran the football. Obviously, Carolina got a little help on the penalty.
As a Tar Heel caps the 8-play, 75-yard, 3-minute and 17-second drive. And Brian, again, I said it at one point during that drive, you feel like this has been offensive fireworks through the air, and some of that is obviously true.
Yep.
But the Tar Heels now with 306 yards rushing, 260 passing for 566 total. Again, Chandler with a Carolina career high 167, Howell with 77, Hood with 62.
Yeah, and for Virginia, it has been in the air, and Carolina started out hot with the first 21 points in the air, but since that point, they have run the football really well, made a concerted effort to do so.
Another touchback.
And Ty Chandler hasn't been bad, obviously, the first 2 games, but I think when they signed him, this is the back and this is the production that they were hoping they got.
I'll tell you what, the Carolina crowd has been in it tonight. They were almost stone silent for that entire offensive drive for Carolina, which, of course, you want. Now the Heels need them to make a little noise. 45-31. Carolina with the lead. Virginia, though, with the football. Armstrong looked a long time deep. He throws and intercepted. Conley, he did it with one hand. Gets the pick. There is a flag down. Back at the 30. Conley.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Number 52 offense. Penalties decline. The result of the play was interception. First down.
You know, Brian Armstrong's barely made any mistakes tonight. He stared down the receiver going down that far sideline. I believe it was Woods, the tight end.
Absolutely. I was going to say that, and Conley did what a smart safety does. If the quarterback is going to stare it down, I'm going to run that way. And Conley did a great job. And what I like about it, don't go to break it up. Don't go to make the tackle. Go to make the play and make an interception, and Conley did that.
The ineligible downfield is declined. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, intercepting team. Yard penalty. First down.
Well, all of it was good until the Tar Heels celebrated a little too much.
Let them live.
The foul was on number 4. It is his first in the game.
So I assume that's Morrison, who was on the field, not Hood coming off the bench. So that will move it back to the 30 instead of at the 45 where the interception was made. So Conley, that's his second pick of the season, second pick of his career. And I'm telling you something, this dude can ball.
Yes,
Conley,
sir.
And he's got that left hand taped up after an injury last week. Mac Brown has sung his praises from his toughness all week long. Heels now will keep it on the ground. That's Josh Henderson in the game, and he's tripped up as he tries to cut back over the 30, gets one. Aaron Falmouy gets the stop. So Henderson, the junior from Pennington, New Jersey, comes in. Carolina without DJ Jones. British Brooks a little slow this week as well, and so Henderson's scheduled to be the third back. And he gets another handoff here, trying to stretch to the near side. Cuts up and can only get another yard to the 32. So it'll be quickly a 3rd and 8 for the Tar Heels. Falmouy has to come off the field. He lost his helmet on the play. Carolina up 45-31, but looking at a 3rd and long now with 50 seconds to go in the third quarter.
And once again, if you're Sam, be smart. No unnecessary risk. No need to gamble. A punt here is not a bad play. Your defense just had a great play. Punt, and then just play it over again.
Virginia crowding the line. Heels hit a screen to Downs. Downs has enough for the first down. Down the far hash. He just caught the little screen and weaved his way through traffic for an enormous conversion. Boy, Downs, he was quiet. I mean, he was, as another Virginia player is down, Downs was lights out in the first half. Makes a big catch here. That is his 6th of the day for 173 yards. As another Virginia injury with 26 seconds left in the third quarter. Let's go down to Lee.
Well, a jovial atmosphere, as you can imagine, down here on the defensive side. Jaquarius Conley, to your point about Ed Armstrong just standing, holding, waiting. He actually got up and mimicked for his teammates with a bottle of Gatorade, showing them what they did. And just in terms of him looking down the receiver, Conley had said all I had to do was just go follow his eyes.
Previous play is under further review.
So you may have heard...
Plays being reviewed for possible targeting.
Okay, so Stuart Mullins saying that this could be a possible targeting foul at the end of that play. And this one's a little closer, Brian.
No, that's definitely targeting.
The Virginia defender trying to get a read here who it was. I think it's Noah Taylor, but that's unconfirmed. Ducks his head. And drills Downs in the back of the head. We're going to get a better look here on a different replay we now see. It's actually number 9, not number 7. That's Cohen King. Number 9, a reserve linebacker or a reserve nickelback. And now with targeting, there's got to be a bunch of things. Was there a crown of the helmet involved? Was it contact to the head and neck? I can tell you both those answers are yes. The other question is, did he launch himself at a defenseless player?
Yeah.
And that's the more questionable part of this, I think.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it was to the back of Downs' head with the crown of the helmet.
And I don't know, at first it looked worse than what it is, and I don't know if the intention is there, but the fact that he ducked his head is what's putting it in question. He definitely didn't launch himself, and Downs was falling down, so it'll be interesting to
After
see.
further review, there was targeting on the play by number 9 defense. He is disqualified from the game. 15-yard penalty, first down.
So the officials go under the hood, presented by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big on a new Honda. See your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today. And that turns out to be a big call because King, the backup nickelback, now out of the game. And that moves the ball into Virginia territory for Carolina to the Cavalier 43. And again, another big penalty on Virginia. 8 of them now for 100 yards. And Brian, I mean, we said it on the last one where there was a face mask. And these have been some big,
those are big
flags.
Yeah, those are explosive plays.
Yeah.
When you get those penalties, those are explosive plays. And listen, we can debate about the target penalty or not, but the rule is there for a reason. And having been on the field twice where a teammate of mine has broken their neck, it is it's a necessary thing. So,
all right, Carolina, once the ball was spotted, the clock ran. Tar Heels let it go to the fourth quarter. Tar Heels up 45-31. 15 minutes to go in Chapel Hill from their field.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel state through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
In the game, great news. The movement experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy can help you find relief and results and keep you off the sidelines. With over 20 convenient locations across North and South Carolina, contact Breakthrough Physical Therapy today at www.breakthrough-pt.com to see a physical therapist. Breakthrough Physical Therapy, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics and trusted choice for keeping Tar Heel fans in the game.
Start of the fourth quarter here in Chapel Hill. Carolina has extended a lead now, 45-31 on Virginia. Elsewhere around the ACC, North Carolina State and Furman coming down the stretch in Raleigh. Under 6 minutes to play, NC State 45, Furman 7. There was a compelling game in Clemson earlier today. The Tigers hold off the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets and win 14-8. Also Wake Forest with a big win over Florida State, 35-14. Duke was up by as many as 27 against Northwestern. The Blue Devils win over the Wildcats, Jones, 30-23.
Hey, Dave, third quarter has been good to Carolina. Outscored Virginia 21-3 that third quarter. They've outscored opponents 49-3 now in the third quarter this season. Quick check of the Duncan stats has the Heels with 578 yards. Virginia 433 through three quarters. A reminder that every sack in the Heels have one is a sack to give back. Food Lion is a proud partner of Carolina football. Will donate up to 30,000 meals to Interfaith Food Shuttle this season. Let's cheer on sacks to give back, because every sack's 1,000 meals. And got to cheer sacks all year long for multiple reasons, but especially because Food Lion is helping those in need. All right, fourth quarter, so Carolina now going right to left here in the fourth. Howell pulls it away from Henderson, wraps around the left side. He's at the 35. He'll just jog his way out as here comes multiple flags in. Morales was blocking in front, and I think he's going to get some kind of illegal block.
Yeah.
As, boy, Howell had a huge game.
Personal foul, illegal block below the waist. Number 88, offense, 15-yard penalty, first down.
So that's going to be a spot foul for Morales. So Howell had jogged out of bounds around the 30. He would have been out at the 27 officially. So the ball moves back to the 42. So all said and done, Carolina actually gains a yard in the exchange. But loses another big run from Howell. So it is first down. As a draw to Henderson. A lot of room up the gut. Henderson makes a man miss at the 35. Still churning the big fella. Gets inside the 30. Good hard running by Henderson. Getting his opportunity here. And he plows ahead. And another Virginia player is down.
And this Virginia defense is starting to look like and tackle like a tired team right now.
Officials timeout for an injured player.
Well, the crowd is really getting frustrated.
Media timeout.
With the amount of Virginia injuries. As after almost every explosive play, a Virginia player is down. And certainly don't think it's anything nefarious. I think a lot of it looks like they've been cramps, and it is a hot night, but Tar Heels getting a little frustrated with it. Elliott Brown, the injured man. We need to take a break. 14-17 to go. Heels up 45-31 from Learfield.
For any surface in every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID Rapid-19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
With the football, we'll give you the full explanation on the LS Tractor ground stats in a little bit. LS Tractor sponsoring those ground yards this year for Carolina, and it has paid dividends tonight. 338 yards rushing for Carolina. Heels at 608 yards of total offense. 1st and 10 at the Virginia 28, going from right to left. Ball on the near hash. Downs comes in motion. Powell's going to hand off to Chandler, who's back in. Goes left side. Just kind of pushes the pile. Not an explosive run, but he gets 4 yards to make it 2nd and 6. Chandler has been really impressive. Brian, you mentioned him earlier. Now 171 yards rushing.
Yeah, and if you can gain 4 yards on first down, that's a productive, good play. But what I like about Chandler is how hard he's run, physically running through tackles. You know he has the speed, but I like to see him break tackles, and he's done that tonight.
Howell going to pull it away from him this time, and now Howell will run. Howell at the 20, caught from behind as he crosses the 15 to the 10. Noah Taylor able to chase him down, but Sam Howell gains 14 with his legs. He's now over 100 yards rushing. What is this new world, Brian, where Sam Howell is rushing for 100 yards every game?
This is crazy. 2 years ago, you'd have never thought that, right?
That's now 2 different Tar Heels over 100. 1st and goal from the 10. Tar Heels up 45-31. Trying to be smart in the red zone. Howell claps, looks to the sideline. Got to hurry. Play clock's at 5. Tar Heels going to have to take a timeout as the play clock had gotten down to 1. And Howell clapped his hands with about 9 or 10 seconds on the play clock, then looked to the sideline and didn't get the call. So, and by that I mean just didn't get the call from the sideline. He never then kind of acknowledged it and tried to set it up. He just kept looking over there. So Carolina takes the timeout with 12:48 to go. Up 45-31. Let's go to the sideline and Lee Pace. Lee.
Well, Brian Anderson is in at center for the Tar Heels on this offensive possession. Kieron Johnson went into the treatment tent after coming out after that last touchdown. Yeah. That's now 4 Tar Heel offensive linemen in 3 games that have had to miss some time because of injury. So last year, the Tar Heels just about went through the entire year on that O-line, almost injury-free with the exception of Brian Anderson at one point. But other than that, we're going to have to see what happens the rest of the year.
Lee, it's been an impressive performance by that line, as we've talked about. I mean, you've got Chandler with 171, Howell now with 107. That is, if it stands, if he keeps at that number, would be a career high for him, breaking what he did last week with 104 against Georgia State. So it's still 1st and 10. And goal to go from the 10 for Carolina. Ball on the far hash as they go right to left with a 45-31 lead. It's going to be a speed option. Howell keeps it himself, cuts back. Multiple Cavaliers trying to take him down. He just won't go down. Finally, forward progress is stopped at the 5, and here comes the flag. Nick Jackson was holding Howell up. And I think the officials are going to throw the flag on the whistle blowing and Jackson not stopping the tackle attempt, I think. But let's wait and see. Don't want to early call that for you.
It's a late, the defender comes in there really late and kind of dives into the pile.
After the play is over, personal foul, late hit, number 8, defense.
Yeah, you're right, Brian.
After this is to the goal. Automatic first down.
So that's a different player, Darius Bratton. Not Nick Jackson, who had hold of Howell at the end of the play. It's going to be Darius Bratton who picks up the personal. And a couple things that does is it moves the ball, of course, to the 3. But it gives Carolina another set of downs, too. So now it's 1st and goal from the 3-yard line. Clock moving at 12:25. Heels up 45-31. Howell started in the shotgun. Now he's going to go under center. Gets the snap. Fakes it to Chandler. Has Morales wide open. Had to slide down, but he took it off the turf for 6. It wasn't the prettiest throw of Sam Howell's career, but daggum if it doesn't count for 6 more.
Absolutely. Great play calling. You know they're going to be, the defense is going to be hunkered down expecting to run, and you call a rollout, and the tight end's wide open. Great call.
5 touchdowns now for Howell. Morales, that is his first touchdown of the season, 2nd of his Carolina career. Also the 2nd tight end to catch a touchdown tonight, because Garrett Walston has one as well. What an impressive drive for the Tar Heels. Remember, that drive started with the Conley interception. It feels like a month or so ago. 9 plays, 70 yards, 3:20 off the clock, which in this game is a long drive time-wise. 12:13 to go. We'll take another break. 52-31. Carolina with the lead. As a quick side note, 9 times a Tar Heel quarterback has thrown 5 or more touchdowns in a game. No big deal. Howell has 3 of the 9. Tar Heels up 21 from Learfield.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janet King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janet King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to janetkingrdu.com. Janet King, the king of clean.
Tar Heels 52, Virginia 31. Sam Howell now 5 touchdowns, 273 yards passing, and 112 yards rushing. Chandler with 171 yards on the ground. Hood with 62, Henderson 16. That's 361 yards rushing. Virginia had allowed 105 yards on average through the first 2 games on the ground. 634 total yards of offense for the Tar Heels. Kim ready to kick off. Line drive. That one is yet another long ball and yet another touchback. So Virginia starts on the 25. Be interested if we could find time of possession in this half. Carolina has had the ball he's had it over 14 minutes in this half thus far. Meanwhile, Virginia has only had it about 5. And those are estimates, but Carolina's had the ball a bunch here in this half. 4 possessions, 4 touchdowns for Carolina, who's up by 21, but Virginia has the ball. Plenty of time to throw for Armstrong. Complete over the middle to the big tight end, Woods. Asante quickly takes him down, but it is a gain of 19 on the play to the 34-yard line. And this game isn't over. A lot of time.
Yeah,
11:55 and counting. Carolina's up 3 scores, but Virginia has shown the ability to be explosive offensively.
Yep.
They'll run it, and Vohasek gets the hit. I kind of chuckled. Vohasek's back was to the runner. He had actually been spun around a little bit as the play started. He just reached a big left arm out and grabbed the ball carrier and sat him down. That was some impressive strength for Ray Vohasek, stopping that run after a gain of 5.
Yeah, I know we haven't said his name a lot, but Vohasek's a really good football player that plays hard. He's strong. He's explosive for a big man.
Armstrong a little behind his receiver and off the hands of Thompson. Chapman had another chance at a pick after it bounced off Thompson's hands, but just couldn't quite maneuver his body to the point that he could cradle the tip ball. But it does bring up a 3rd and 5. Virginia 6 of 10 on 3rd down, 0 of 2 though this half. This is a big one here, 11:13 to go. Heels up 52-31. Armstrong alone in the backfield. Claps his hands, now will ease up. Makes a signal to his receivers. Play clock down to 4. Now he'll get the snap. Pressure on the way. Armstrong dances out. Gimmel coming after him. He gets it out of his hands and caught far sideline Woods for the 1st down. Really impressive throw there by Armstrong on the move for the 1st down. Chapman defending in the secondary. First 3rd down conversion in the second half for Virginia. Moves it to the Tar Heel 43, a gain of 13. Clock moving, 10:50 to go. Heels up 52-31. Virginia has all 3 of its second half timeouts. Carolina with 2. Fresh set of downs for the Cavaliers. Heels rush just 4. Armstrong trying to go deep and overshoots everybody. Morrison was defending on the play against Rashawn Henry inside the 10.
And to me, this is the point of the game. If Carolina, if you like a bunch of your defensive linemen, you should be rotating those guys that have fresh legs so they can get after the quarterback.
Right now in there, Brian, Taylor, Tamari Fox, so just 2 down linemen. Well, Rucker's out there too for Carolina. Heels crowding the line of scrimmage here on 2nd down. Cavaliers will run it, and getting caught from behind by Conley is Jacob Rodriguez. He gets a couple, though, over the 40 to the 38. Gain of 5 and another 3rd and 5. 10-17 and counting, 4th quarter. Got to figure this is 4-down territory at this point for Virginia, down
Absolutely.
3 scores.
Absolutely.
As Carolina subs out Tamari Fox and Taylor, brings in Vohasek and Miles Murphy. 3rd and 5. Virginia on the ground, and Conley makes the hit on Darrington, short of the 1st down at the 36, gain of 2. I tell you, Brian, every second I see Jaquarius Conley, more and more impressed by that youngster.
Absolutely, and I can hear it in your voice, that Jacksonville pride.
Yeah, he's a Jacksonville boy. Like that, too. He's out of Northside High School.
Yes, sir.
The Monarchs down there in Jacksonville. All right, big 4th down here. This is 4th and 3. Keaton Thompson is in at quarterback. Now he'll get out of the area, and Armstrong, who is set up as a receiver, will come in. Play to the quarterback spot. Play clock at 5. 4th and 3. Heels up 21, trying to get the ball back. Armstrong to throw. Thompson wide open. Has the 1st down. Fighting for extra yards over the 25. And spun down at the 24. So he gains 12. And some kind of miscommunication got to be in the secondary there, because Thompson was alone dragging across the middle. Also, Chapman's helmet came off, so he'll have to exit. Gio Biggers will come in for him. 8:53 to go. Armstrong now at 465 yards passing. That's 14 off, the most ever against the Tar Heels. He'll now set up as a wide receiver on this play, as Keaton Thompson will get the snap. Goes to the right. Now he's going to take a step back and throw, and it is off the hands of Grimes, trying to make a diving interception in the end zone. The intended receiver was the tight end, Jelani Woods. But Thompson's throw too far. Grimes laid out to try to make the pick. Just couldn't quite get it. So the clock stops with 8:36 to go. 52-31 Tar Heels. Virginia is on the Carolina 24. Moving left to right. Ball on the far hash.
Yeah, that I'm looking at the replay. That's a catch that Grimes, he got to make that one.
A tight end to either side of the line for Virginia. Armstrong alone in the backfield. Has time to throw and complete at the 15. To his tight end, Woods again. He's upended by Grimes. It'll be a yard shy of the first down to the 15. Wicks, the leading receiver for Virginia tonight. He has 7 for 183. Kemp 7 for 97. That's the 5th catch for Woods for 41 yards. Late subs by both teams. Officials don't let Virginia snap it until Carolina answers the sub. Keaton Thompson sets up under center. Now he'll back up. Well, now he's going to set up in the shotgun as Armstrong, the quarterback, goes out to receiver position. And Thompson going to run on 3rd and short, has the first down. He is popped hard by Biggers. Also, Cedric Gray involved in the tackle. So it's enough for the first down. Just a ton of movement, motion, guys sliding into different positions on that particular play for Virginia. It did take some time to do all of that. 7:30 and counting, with Carolina up 52-31. Virginia now 8 of 13 on 3rd down. They've converted a couple in this drive and a 4th down. Armstrong fakes the pitch. Now he'll toss it out to Kemp. He makes a man miss at the 5, dives for the pylon, and I believe he stepped out at the 2 on the dive. So it will be 2nd and goal from the 2-yard line. Clock continues to run. They'll mark Kemp out at the 3 officially. And that clock's still moving. As now Virginia is asking for something from the officials.
Ruling on the field is a touchdown.
Whoa. Well, now they have said it is a touchdown for Kemp. He had one official saying touchdown.
Nah, he's short.
And then another.
Ruling on the previous play of a touchdown is under further review.
So one official called a touchdown. Another said Kemp was out. And now they're going to go under the hood. Brought to you by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas, and check it out. 6:53 is where the clock has stopped. 52-31, Carolina with the lead. Brian, you've seen the replay. Any thoughts?
Well, originally I said he was out of bounds, but I don't think there's enough evidence to show it's one of those ones. Whatever was called on the field, I think they're going to stand with it.
It's really close.
It's really close.
As Kemp plants his left foot to reach out for the pylon.
I just don't know if it's enough there to overturn it.
52-31. Let's go to Lee on the sideline. Lee, anything from down there?
Nobody's overturning any rulings anymore. It always goes with what's on the field, and he said they need to change that and just start from scratch if you're going to do a replay.
6:53 to go, as again, this is a check of the replay. Under the hood, presented by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big on a new Honda. See our Honda dealers of the Carolinas today. Replay official is Peter Voss. Taking a look at this one. 52-31, currently the score on the scoreboard. Let's find out if that stays or not.
The ruling on the field stands.
So, Brian, you're right. They're going to say it stands.
Yeah, just wasn't enough there, in my opinion.
So, 6:53, Kemp going to get a rushing touchdown on that because the pitch from Armstrong. Well, they're going to say it was a pass.
It was a forward pass.
It was a pass. So that's going to be another touchdown for Armstrong. His 4th.
Yeah, 2 missed tackles on that play. Chris Collins had a chance to bring down Armstrong.
Virginia's going to go for 2 here. Currently down 15. The drive, 12 plays, 75 yards. 5:20 on the clock. 2-point play. Armstrong looking to his left. Boy, a wide open receiver. Gracious.
Yeah.
And they get the 2. That's Jelani Woods, who sneaks in the front left corner to make it now 52-39.
The flag.
The officials.
They're going to call a pick.
Yeah, there is a flag. You're right, Brian. There may be an offensive pass. You think perhaps offensive pass interference.
Yep, because he was basically blocking. Yep, Wicks was blocking.
There is a flag on the 1-yard line.
There is no foul for offensive pass interference. The try is good.
So I think that was obviously what was discussed, but does not hold up. So 6:53 to go. Virginia with the touchdown and the 2 gets within 13. And we'll see if they try something tricky on the kickoff or boot it away to the heels. Carolina up 13 from Learfield.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
There are 2 words synonymous with flavor: Penn Station. Just those 2 words probably triggered your taste buds and started your mouth watering.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
The crew.
I don't know, what is he? Okay. He's waiting for all the different music and the sounds to stop.
The crew erroneously started the clock after the touchdown. Please reset the game clock to 7-11. 7-11.
Okay, so the clock now going to move to 7-11. And Carolina setting up in case there is a onside here from Virginia. Stuart Mullins.
Please reset the clock.
Stuart Mullins probably the happiest dude here in Keene that the music finally faded down.
Please reset the game clock to 7 minutes, 11 seconds. It was erroneously run by the crew after the touchdown. 7-11 on the game clock, please. Thank you.
All right, so we'll see if Virginia tries an onside here. Carolina has 8 men up at the line, 2 kind of 10 yards back and then downs deep. And it is just going to be a little squib kick. Carolina's got to go get on it, but they'll let it go out of bounds. And that'll give Carolina good starting field position at the 35. As Dunkel tried to kind of hit it in between downs and where all the Tar Heels were and hope for a good bounce.
He was trying to hit it a little softer than that, and he got a little too much on it.
So, Tar Heels will have it at the 35. 7:11 still to go. Tar Heels up 52-39. Virginia with 3 timeouts. Carolina has 2. Simmons will be wide right, down slot right. Justin Olson wide left. Morales as a wing on the right side of the line. Chandler in the backfield with Howe. It's been a confusing couple of minutes here as everything's been adjudicated in Chapel Hill. Howe going to keep it on the ground with Chandler. Over the right side and gets a couple to the 38, gain of 3. Carolina will let that clock run. Aaron Falmouy with the stop. 52-39 Tar Heels. Virginia scored a touchdown and got the 2 to make this a 13-point game after the Tar Heels had gone up 52-31 early in the fourth quarter. Chandler standing to Howell's left. Walston will be a tight end on the left side of the line after he goes in motion. Morales on the right. Again on the ground. Chandler makes a man miss, cuts up the field, and is able to get just 1 to the 39. So it'll be a big third down here, 3rd and 6.
Chandler on the carry, gain of 1 on the play.
Clock running, 6:08. Tar Heels trying to balance that tightrope of burning clock and staying aggressive. Up 52-39.
Look for Josh Downs right here in the slot, the number 3 receiver on the left side of the formation.
Heels going right to left, Brian. Ball on the far hash, big third down. Howell is going to throw. Lets it go, and there's your man down. First down and more. He's into Virginia territory and taken down over the 40. So, Brian, just as you said, I mean, that's a pretty good option if you need a big completion.
And you could tell by the formation and the way Virginia was playing it, that they were giving that away, basically. And Josh does a great job of an option route, whereas the defender's inside, he cuts it out. If the defender leverage would have been outside, he would have went across the field.
25 yards for Downs. Howell now at 298. Downs at 198 receiving. 5:08 and counting on the clock. Virginia does have 3 timeouts. First down, though, now at the 36-yard line of the Cavaliers. Howell will dump it in the flat. There's Downs again. Over the 30, and he'll jump forward close to the first down marker. Needed the 26, and he might be a yard shy. It will be 1 yard short at the 27. Carolina up 52-39 with 4:38 and counting.
And what I like about this, run the football, and when you want to pass it, conservative, basically long handoff type passing.
2nd and short. Ball on the near hash as the Heels go right to left. Chandler is the back, standing to the right of Howe. He's going to get the football. Has the first down as he ducks his head, crossing over the line of scrimmage. And inside the 25 to the 22. The clock will stop momentarily and now run. 3:58 to go and counting. At some point, if you're Virginia, you wonder if the timeouts are going to come into play.
You would think if you think you have a chance to get in the game or win the game, you should start using them. Because I always say the time is more important than timeouts. Having timeouts and no time left does you no good.
Chandler now at 180 yards rushing. He'll get another chance. Coming to the left side over the 20, a stiff arm gets him over the 15. Knocked out of bounds late, and here comes a flag. Chandler had tiptoed his way on the line, and then coming in late for Virginia. 27, there's 2 27s. Langston Long, I believe the man who, yes, it is Long, who I believe. Oh,
for a late hit out of bounds. First down.
Well, never mind. But it is a first down and still more than 2 minutes on the clock, so the clock will stop for a moment. But will wind again on the official whistle, which just occurred. So it is moving. Tar Heels happy to burn some clock here. 3:19 and counting. 52-39. Carolina now with 381 yards rushing, 688 total offense. Hood now in the game. He gets the handoff, protects the football, and dives forward between the 6 and the 7. And now Virginia takes its first timeout.
Timeout, Virginia.
With 3:02 to go. There'll be a gain of 4 to the 7-yard line for Hood. So 2nd and 6. Carolina can get a first down without scoring at the 1. 52-39 Carolina. 3:02 to play from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
52-39 Carolina, 3:02 to go. Tar Heels have 2nd and 6 on the Virginia 7. What a night for LS Tractor to sponsor the Tar Heel rushing attack. LS Tractor commends the powerhouses and workhorses that clear the path and fight for every hard-earned rushing yard. And just like Carolina football's rushing attack, LS Tractor is proud to get your ground game going by offering landowners unparalleled strength, horsepower, and traction with their quality built and reliable tractors. Learn how you can experience the LS difference and do more for less by visiting lstractorusa.com. Find a dealer near you. Carolina, 239 yards rushing. That's in the second half. More than 8 yards per carry in the second half in the game. They have outrushed Virginia 385 to 26. 52-39 Tar Heels. 3:02 to go. Virginia with 2 timeouts remaining. Carolina can get a first down without scoring at the 1. As the Tar Heels have it 2nd and 6 from the 7. Howell will have Chandler to his left. Simmons was in the backfield. Now he's going to go out wide right. A tight end on either side of the line. And Carolina keeps it on the ground with Chandler. Right side, outruns the defender and runs his way in for 6. Carolina has absolutely pounded the ball down Virginia's throat the entire second half.
And nothing makes an offensive coordinator or a head coach, for that matter, more happier than to see your football team come back in the second half, but do it by running the football.
2:57 to go. Well, what a night for Chandler. 198 yards and 2 scores. Extra point is up and good. And Brian, there was, well, I tell you what, we need to take a break. Let's do it. We're going to take a quick timeout. Carolina up 59-39 from Learfield.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man. throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Hey, Tar Heel fans, when you love your house, you want to take it all the way. Are you dreaming of a bathroom refresh, kitchen upgrade, new home gym? A refinance with Rocket Mortgage can turn your home's equity into cash to cover that renovation. It's good! Get in the game at rocketmortgage.com. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage provider of UNC Athletics.
Rocket. Call for cost information and conditions equal as a lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
To the end zone for another touchback. So Virginia will have it with 2 timeouts at 25. 2:57 to go. Brian, what I was going to say before that break is there was some talk this week from Virginia. Mandy Alonso, one of their defensive players, about how they had been more physical than the Tar Heels. They had worn down the Tar Heels the last couple of years in games that the Cavaliers have been able to win. Carolina now with 246 yards rushing in the second half tonight. Armstrong, completion over the middle. Another tough throw for him. Got it in between Chapman and Asante to Rodriguez, and he's down at the 41 for a gain of 16. Armstrong, by the way, has thrown for more yards than any player ever against Carolina. It's going to be marked at the 42, so gain of 17. He's thrown for more than any player ever against Carolina. He's at 500 yards. First player ever to throw for 500 against the Tar Heels.
Wow.
And he dumps it off as a screen. Going to the far sideline and eventually pushed out of bounds is Ronnie Walker Jr. That will stop the clock momentarily with 2:28 to go, because, again, that clock does not stay stopped when you go out of bounds until you're under 2 minutes. Gain of 8 on the play. And it's 2nd and 2. Heels up 59-39. Virginia does have 2 timeouts and 2:15 on the clock. Carolina brings some pressure. Virginia picks it up nicely. Armstrong rolls out and complete. Man. That one is to Malachi Fields at the 41 of the Tar Heels, a gain of 9.
Hey, going to your statement about the Virginia players, sometimes as a player, you don't need to say everything you think, right?
Right. That's right.
Just be quiet, especially the week of a game.
Yeah, Tar Heels heard about that a little bit. 1:44 to go. Armstrong under heavy pressure, spun down, came in Rucker. It's another sack to give back. Food Lion Feeds just donated 1,000 meals for our neighbors in need here in the Triangle.
30-second timeout.
And Virginia's going to take a timeout with 1:34 to go. That'll move the ball back to the Carolina 46. So Cavaliers have 1 remaining, 94 seconds to play. And, Brian, I mean, Carolina in good position to win. I tell you, dude, Armstrong's a heck of a player, though, for Virginia. He's had a great night, although one of the bigger plays of the game, that interception where he made a mistake, stared down his receiver, and Conley got the pick.
Listen, Sam made a critical interception also.
That's
like
true.
good players going to make mistakes. Being a good player doesn't eliminate you from making mistakes, but he is a good football player. His arm is stronger than what I thought it was, what I gave him credit for, but his mobility in the pocket, he's athletic outside the pocket. You could tell he has very good leadership for his team. He's a very good college football player. And I don't say that disrespectful because I haven't studied him to know what he is in terms of a prospect, but just from what I see here, he's a very good football player at this level.
517 yards and 4 touchdowns. Howell has 307 yards, 5 touchdowns, and 112 yards rushing. Armstrong a throw and caught inside the 20. Down at the 19 is Rashawn Henry. So remember, every yard here is a new record against Carolina as far as yards past 4. Clock moving at 1:25 to go. It's now 544 yards passing for Armstrong. That's a career high for him, too. I was guessing that you knew that, but I'll tell you that officially. Armstrong to throw again. Flushed out of the pocket to the left side. He's just going to have to throw it away. Asante was coming up from in front of him. Tamon Fox chasing from behind. The incompletion stops the clock with 1:08 to go. 59-39 Carolina. Again, some of these individual standouts. Chandler, 198 yards, 2 scores. Downs, over 200 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns. Howe, 307 passing, 112 rushing. For Virginia, Wicks, 7 catches, 183. Kemp, 8 catches, 106. Cavaliers have been held to 21 yards rushing, while the Heels have 392.
Very similar to the Virginia Tech game last year, right?
Yep. Yeah, lighten up the scoreboard. Armstrong in the flat. And a good open field tackle by Rucker as he trips up the running back Hollins. And I think Virginia may have used its last timeout. There's a Tar Heel down. I believe it's Jalil Taylor was shaken up. And as Virginia uses its last timeout, let's go down to Lee, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter.
Well, among the many players and coaches really enjoying this last few minutes of this game, Jones is, of course, Dre Bly, a native of Virginia, who is really leading the effort of the Tar Heel staff to get back into the state of Virginia on a consistent basis recruiting-wise. Of course, he led the recruiting of Tony Grimes, the outstanding sophomore now, cornerback out of the same Virginia Beach area that Dre came from. And right now, Carolina's got 2 commitments from Virginia Beach, and the 3 top targets on their list still are from Virginia Beach or Richmond.
Lee Taylor just now to his feet. Mac Brown was out along with Dr. Mario Sioka to check on Jalil. Also head trainer Luke Ross. The whole Tar Heel defense rallied around him. And good to see him walking off, albeit slowly, under his own power. And it's a lot easier to say this when you win, and Carolina's probably going to win here up 20 with 61 seconds left. I do think this is a team that really likes each other, likes being around each other. And you saw it there when Taylor was shaken up. All his defensive teammates came around him.
Yep.
And good to see him pop up. Clyde Pender has checked in, the sophomore from Seffner, Florida. All right, so it's 3rd and 10 from the 19. Armstrong back to throw again. Lobs it, caught at the 15, and a good tackle by Morrison, bringing down Jacob Rodriguez for the short gain. And Virginia will be facing a 4th down. Carolina trying to finish this thing off.
Yeah, and I was hoping Carolina could get off the field so Ty Chandler could get one more carry to go over 200 yards, so we have a rusher and a receiver over 200 yards, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen tonight.
He'd be the 15th Tar Heel ever to do it if it happens. Virginia is going to have to snap it one more time here on 4th and 6. Play clock down to 10. Armstrong to throw. Over the middle, caught at the 10, and it will be enough for the first down as Woods, the tight end, falls forward to the 9. Clock at 16 seconds. There have been 62 first downs in this game. Wow. 62 first downs. Holy smokes. There have been over 1,200 yards of offense. Clock at 5 seconds. This is likely the last snap of the game. Armstrong going to go to the end zone, knocked away by McMichael, and the clock hits 0-0. It had been a frustrating few years for Carolina against Virginia, as they had lost 4 in a row against the Cavaliers. They saw the visitors make a big comeback late in the first half to take the lead at halftime, 28-24. But then the Heels absolutely dominated the game in the second half and decided they were going to decide how this thing would end. They pounded their way on the ground for nearly 250 yards in the second half and end up outpacing the Cavaliers 59-39 when it's all said and done. Now looking over that northwest corner, they've already lit that bell tower blue. Carolina, in a game it needed to play well, does. 59-39 the final. Carolina now 2-1 in the 2-1 overall, 1-1 in the league. Virginia falls to 2-1, 0-1 in the ACC. Good night to be a Tar Heel. Carolina wins by 20. We got a lot to do after this from Learfield.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
Football from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the peak.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Numbers are gaudy for Carolina as the Heels put up 699 yards of offense, 392 on the ground, including 246 rushing in the second half. Woo. Carolina wins it over Virginia by the final score of 59-39, snapping a 4-game losing streak to the Cavaliers. Jones and Brian here with you. It's the Coke Zero Sugar post-game report. We're going to have the Dunkin' stats. We're going to have our Coke Zero Sugar play of the game. We're going to have our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. And head to Twitter here shortly as soon as we get that poll up. And there's a lot of choices. Downs, Chandler, Howell, Conley. I mean, a lot of guys who played well for Carolina. That'll be coming up momentarily on Twitter. On my feed, it's at Jones Angel. Angel has 2 L's at the end. But let's take a look at scores from around the country first. We'll start in the ACC. Everybody's final at this point. Let's go back to last night just for a second. Louisville with a pick 6 in the final minute beats UCF 42-35. So you thought, hey, maybe this will be a good week for the league out of conference. No. West Virginia beats Virginia Tech 27-21. Michigan State wins in Miami 38-17. Pitt loses at home to Western Michigan 44-41. Syracuse took care of Albany 62-24. Boston College over Temple 28-3. Clemson a tight one with Georgia Tech 14-8. Duke staves off a comeback from Northwestern, wins 30-23. Wake Forest, boy, Florida State drops to 0-3. Wake wins 35-14. State, no problem with Furman tonight, 45-7. Let's go to the top 25, some stuff that's in action right now. Number 4, Oregon, just crushing Stony Brook late, 48-7. Ole Miss, 40, Tulane 14, second quarter. Number 23, BYU with a touchdown lead over number 19, Arizona State in the second quarter, 14-7. 14th ranked Iowa State up 14-0 on UNLV early. UCLA, number 13 in the country, trails Fresno. That's very early, 6-0. Oklahoma beats Nebraska 23-16. Texas A&M, no problem with New Mexico. Cincinnati wins a big game for them. One of 2 road games against Power 5 opponents for Cincinnati this year. One of those group of 5 teams that's trying to get to the playoff. They win at Indiana 38-24. Coastal Carolina hangs on against Buffalo 28-25. Number 25, Michigan, no problem with Northern Illinois 63-10. Notre Dame 27, Purdue 13. Top-ranked Alabama tight with Florida, but the Tide wins it 31-29. Iowa continues to play well. They crushed Kent State 30-7. Ohio State pulls away late against Tulsa 41-20. Arkansas, former Carolina assistant Sam Pittman, continues to do well. They beat Georgia Southern 45-10. Number 2, Georgia crushes South Carolina 40-3. The whiteout win belongs to number 10, Penn State, over 22nd ranked Auburn 28-20. All right, let's take a timeout, come back. We'll go through all those stats and numbers and everything else in this one. Exciting night for the Heels. They run away from Virginia in the second half, 59-39 from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Delicious and refreshing to the core. Honeycrisp apple and cranberry flavors made with green tea or coconut milk. And if you want even more fall flavor, pair them with a classic sweet and crisp apple cider donut. Fall into flavorful with the new apple cranberry Dunkin' Refreshers or a sweet fall treat like our apple cider donut. America runs on Dunkin'. Apple cranberry flavor drink, 0% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Coke Zero Sugar postgame report. Brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Tar Heels 59, Virginia 39. I just chuckled because it was like out of nowhere. All of a sudden, the Tar Heels had nearly 60 points in this game.
Yeah.
And, of course, when you have the ball 5 times and score 5 touchdowns.
Starts adding up, right?
Yeah, well, and Brian, in all honesty, so let's go back just for a second offensively for Carolina here. First 4 possessions, touchdown, 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 field goal. 5th possession, first and goal, throw a bad interception in the end zone, but in scoring area.
Right.
Miss a field goal on their 6th possession, and then go 5 for 5 touchdowns in the second half. So outside of the one possession where they had one play before halftime, that's 11 possessions where they had a chance to score every time. I mean, and I know that's an obvious statement, but you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, they scored 8 touchdowns.
They were moving the football.
Yes, they had 8 touchdowns, a field goal, a missed field goal, and then an interception in the end zone. I mean, they moved up and down the field all night long.
Yeah, no question. And as impressive as the start of the game was, to me the second half was way more impressive. To answer the bell, UVA made a run. They go up. Carolina comes back out of the tunnel, and then they just run the football down Virginia's throat.
Yeah.
And like you said, score the football every single time. And that was impressive because, to me, that's a reflection of a mindset. You know, you go up big, you lose your lead, and then you come back out in a physical manner and take over the game. And that's what they did in the second half. They just completely took over the football game. Virginia still made some plays, and they scored some points, but for the most part, Carolina in that second half took over the football game, and they did it in a physical manner.
So let's take a look at the final stats from this one. They're brought to you by Duncan. And America runs on Duncan. Tar Heels run on Duncan. And the Tar Heels must have had a lot of Duncan before this one. 699 yards of offense. 307 passing, all by Hal. 392 rushing. 35 first downs in the game for the Tar Heels. They were 6 of 7 in the red zone. They were 7 of 9 on third down, including going 7 of 7 on third down in the second half. Virginia, big numbers for them offensively. 574, but so different. Remember, the Heels went 392 rushing, 307 passing. Virginia, of the 574, 553 passing, all by actually Armstrong had 554 because another player had a pass for -1. The 554, the most ever by an individual against Carolina. But they only had 21 yards rushing. Penalties a big deal, 9 of them for 102 yards for Virginia. Carolina wasn't 100% clean, 7 for 59, but there were some big ones on the Cavaliers throughout this game. Virginia, 8 of 14 on third down, 4 of 6 in the red zone, and they had 27 first downs. Individual numbers. Hal, 14 of 21, 307 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, and an interception. Hal now on the season with those 5 passing touchdowns and the interception is at 9 touchdowns, 4 picks so far in the year. Chandler, career high, 20 carries, 198 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Hal, for the second consecutive week, goes 300-plus passing, 100-plus rushing, and sets a career high running with 112 yards on 15 carries. Caleb Hood got in the mix, 9 carries, 66 yards, and a touchdown. And Josh Henderson carried the ball a few times late in the ball game, 3 carries for 16 yards. Downs, 8 catches, 203 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That is 24 catches through 3 games for Josh Downs and 4 touchdowns. The 203 yards is the 8th most in school history for Carolina. He becomes the 9th Tar Heel to have 200 or more yards in a game, or the 9th time that it happened. So he's at 203. The record belongs to Randy Marriott. He had 247 against Georgia Tech in 87. Other players to go 200-plus, De'Ami Brown, Dwight Jones, Jay Boyd, Hakeem Nicks, Octavius Barnes, Ryan Switzer. De'Ami's actually done it twice. It's a pretty good category, or pretty good company for Josh Downs to be keeping in that category. Also in the game, touchdown receptions for the 2 tight ends, Walston and Morales. Chaufrey Brown had a touchdown, 1 catch, 75 yards and a score. Pretty good ratio for him. And Antoine Green had a grab as well for 11 yards. Now for Virginia. Armstrong, told you, 554 yards passing, 4 touchdowns and a pick, 39 of 54 throwing the football. Leading rusher, though, was Jacob Rodriguez with just 14 yards. Hollins had 13, Thompson with 11. Couple of receivers, big days. Kemp, 8 catches, 106 yards, 2 touchdowns. Dontavian Wicks, 7 catches, 183 yards and a score. The tight end Woods, 6 catches for 47 yards and a touchdown. Gracious, Henry, 66 yards. Thompson, 63. Hollins, 34. Rodriguez, 23. Walker with 9 and Mish with 8. That's all the yardage that different receivers for Virginia was able to bring in. So, Brian, just a ton of offensive numbers, but I think the stark difference is the way those yards are divvied out, right? Virginia almost exclusively through the air, and they were impressive.
Yeah.
But Carolina, the much more balanced attack, and when they got the 2-score lead in the second half, they were able to continue to run the football, run clock, wear Virginia down, and eventually win.
And score points.
And keep scoring points, yeah.
And I think you saw the reflection of that on the field. How many guys did we see for Virginia, whether it was a cramp or minor injury or just being in pain, have to tap out for a couple plays, and I know a few of them didn't come back in. So I think that was accumulation of Carolina pounding the football.
So Carolina with the win over Virginia, 59-39. We're going to take a break. Hope to get Mac Brown here soon in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. We will take a break. Come back, more to do. Heels win it by 20 from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Jenny Sasser of North Duplin Elementary in Mount Olive. Her project, A Blast from the Past, is sponsored by Tri-County EMC, based in Dudley. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Crown Honda of South Point is proud to sponsor the UNC Tar Heels. We share a commitment to excellence and a strong desire to be the best. That's why we offer top-notch service, a huge selection, and a 110% guarantee on our already low price tags. Call, click, or come by Crown Honda of South Point, just 1 mile from the streets of South Point in Durham, or visit us online at southpointhonda.com. This is Crown Honda of South Point, wishing the Tar Heels the best season ever. Your purchase competitors new vehicle at the lower price or refund you 110% difference. Not valid with new rates. Subject to rate, price changes or trade-ins.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available. There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Point swing. So we knew at halftime we had lost all momentum from just dominating the first quarter and a half of the game, and we came back out the second half, and I think we scored every time we touched it in the second half. Didn't punt during the ball game. This is the offense that we wanted. It's the offense that we had from last year. We rushed for 392 yards, nearly 400 yards against a good defensive team that had really been hard for us to rush against the last couple of years. So really, really proud of our guys. It was a game where 2 of the best quarterbacks in the country really put on a show. And
Coach,
they were really special.
Coach, it was 246 yards rushing for your team in the second half. How satisfying is it for your squad to be able to just impose your will offensively in a game where you were trying to burn a little clock there late, obviously, with the multiple score lead?
Well, Jones, that's something we couldn't do at Virginia Tech, and we didn't even do it all the time last week. And the best thing is 3 of our starters didn't play very much tonight, so in the offensive line. So it showed that those backups that we've been talking about played really, really well during the ball game. And that should really help us moving forward. And we only had 1 sack. We forced 3 and only gave up 1. So that also is a real improvement.
Coach, we talked a lot about Sam's ability to run after last week's game, and he again has more than 300 yards passing and more than 100 yards rushing, this time 112 yards on the ground to go with 307 through the air. just how does that change your offense with his ability to put up numbers like that?
Well, it changes everything because when they have to worry about Sam running the ball, it changes their pass rush lanes because they have to be careful. They don't want him scrambling out because he is such a effective runner right now. And also it helps the running game inside because they've got to be more aware of that +1 player in Sam because he can definitely take the ball on the option, the zone read, and take it outside quickly. So that softens up the middle some because they've got to have an extra player overlapping outside.
Coach, I wanted to ask you about two individuals. Ty Chandler, 198 yards on the ground and 2 scores, and Josh Downs, 8 catches, 203, and 2 touchdowns. Josh now with 24 catches and 4 scores through the first 3 games. Both of those young men really with terrific games tonight.
Yes, those 2 guys are competitors. Ty is getting more confidence in himself with this offense. So he looked better in the second half last week against Georgia State. And then he had just a terrific night tonight. And people quit talking about a running game because it's coming back, and we've got to continue to grow. As far as Josh is concerned, he's so fast, and he's quick, and he's so competitive. He wants to get the ball in his hands every time. And, he made a lot of great plays tonight, but none better than the touchdown where he kept his elbows in on the, I guess it's down near the blue zone right in the corner, and what a great catch that changed the game.
Also had that big punt return as well, talking about Josh Downs and explosive play in the return game, something that Coach Brown has talked a lot about. So, Coach, you go back on the road.
We actually we found out it's not against the NCAA rules to return a punt. 38 yards for a punt return. Last week we blocked one. So the old special teams that I've been asking to help us win games is starting to do that. Really proud of Javon DeWitt, Larry Porter, and all those guys that are working so hard on special teams, making a difference.
Coach, you go on the road next week. You took care of business here at home, particularly tonight against a conference and division opponent, a terrific win. You go on the road now to a difficult place in Atlanta. You'll play in Mercedes-Benz against Georgia Tech. What's the mindset this week for you and your guys? I know right now you're happy with this one, but what's the mindset moving forward?
Well, the mindset is that we said we had a 3-game schedule, and we wanted to be 3-0 at the end of that. And we obviously had our tough setback in the opener. We're a much better football team today than we were in the opener, and like Virginia Tech's crowd made a huge difference for them in the opener, our crowd made a huge difference tonight, and they were great. I love our students, too. They're still out there and still yelling. So we're a much better football team. I told the guys we had raised standards to start the season that we really didn't earn. Whatever they give us tomorrow with a little boost in the ratings, we're going to earn. And now we've got to go back to work. Georgia Tech, obviously, much better. I think they lost Clemson 73-3 or something last year and nearly beat them today at Clemson. So this will get our attention. We'll enjoy this one tonight. We got a lot of things we got to fix and get ready to go to Atlanta.
Coach, congratulations. Game, your team answered the bell tonight. That bell tower's lit blue over there on the northwest corner of the end zone. Thank you for your flexibility here in the postgame as well, jumping on the again on a big win.
Thank you, Jones. And again, thanks to all you fans. You were wonderful tonight. Helped us get this thing flipped around with Virginia, and now we're starting our streak.
That's right, like that. Carolina improves to 2-1 on the season. That's Mac Brown inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner after the Tar Heels outpaced Virginia 59-39. All right, let's take a break. Come back. We need to go through player of the game. We have Dave and Deems are setting up at top of the hill. We're going to go cross town to them soon as well as the Tar Heels win it by 20 over Virginia tonight. They outscored the Cavaliers in the second half 35-11. Heels had the ball 5 times in the second half and scored 5 touchdowns. Coke Zero Sugar postgame report rolls on after this from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard